Good evening. Tonight, wherever you are in the world, whether you're lying comfortably beneath a warm blanket, resting after a long day, or simply searching for a quiet story before sleep, I'm truly glad you're here. So, take a slow, deep breath. Allow your shoulders to relax. Let the noise of the day drift away, like footprints disappearing beneath the tide. There is nothing left to do tonight. Nowhere else you need to be. Only this story and the sound of an ancient sea. Tonight we travel back more than 3,000 years to an age when the gods were believed to walk among ordinary people, when kings ruled from stone palaces overlooking endless blue waters, when every island seemed to hide another mystery, and every voyage carried the possibility that no sailor would ever return. It is a world filled with bronze swords, burning cities, forgotten kingdoms, towering monsters, vengeful gods, and one man who spent 20 years trying to go home. Perhaps you've heard his name before, Odysseus, king of the small island of Ithaca, the clever architect of the Trojan horse, the man who blinded the Cyclops, the sailor who sailed beyond the edge of every known map. But tonight, that is not the story we are telling. Because legends often hide the person beneath them. Behind every monster stood a frightened man. Behind every impossible decision, a husband who desperately missed his wife. Behind every famous victory was another sacrifice history almost forgot. For centuries, poets have celebrated Odysseus as the greatest trickster who ever lived. A brilliant strategist, a fearless warrior, a favorite, and sometimes a target of the gods. Yet intelligence alone never carried him safely across the sea. Again and again, his greatest strength became his greatest weakness. His pride would awaken the wrath of gods. His curiosity would lead him into places no mortal was meant to enter. His determination would cost the lives of nearly everyone who followed him. And every time he believed the journey was finally over, another impossible trial waited just beyond the horizon. It is tempting to think that the Odyssey is simply a story about monsters, about cyclopes, sirens, sea monsters, and angry gods. But beneath all of that, it asks a far more human question. What keeps a person moving when every reason to give up seems stronger than every reason to continue? That question has echoed across nearly 3,000 years. It has survived the collapse of kingdoms, the fall of empires, the rise and disappearance of entire civilizations, because every generation eventually discovers its own long road home. Tonight, we will walk that road together, not as hurried travelers, but as quiet observers. We will watch kingdoms rise and burn. We will stand beneath the towering walls of Troy. We will drift across silent seas beneath unfamiliar stars. We will descend into the land of the dead. We will witness moments of astonishing courage and moments of heartbreaking regret. And by the time our journey ends, you may discover that the greatest obstacle Odysseus ever faced was never a monster at all. It was himself. So, make yourself comfortable. Listen to the waves. Imagine the gentle rhythm of wooden oars cutting through a moonlit sea. Somewhere, far beyond the horizon, a single ship is trying to find its way home. But before that ship ever left the harbor, before the wars, before the monsters, before the gods chose to interfere, the world itself was changing, and history was quietly preparing the only man who could survive the impossible. This is the story of Odysseus. Chapter 1. Before there was an Odyssey. The sea remembers. Long before history was written into books, before marble temples crowned the hills of Greece, before poets sang beside glowing fires, the waters of the Aegean were already carrying merchants, fishermen, dreamers, and kings between hundreds of scattered islands. If you had stood upon one of those rocky shores nearly 3,200 years ago, you would not have seen a single nation called Greece. Instead, you would have seen a patchwork of independent kingdoms, each ruled by its own king, each fiercely protective of its land, each believing its people were favored by the gods. The mountains divided them, the sea connected them. Every harbor was a doorway to another world. Ships carried olive oil, wine, bronze, precious pottery, stories, rumors, and sometimes war. The Mediterranean was not simply water, it was the great highway of the ancient world. Its calm blue surface could become a violent grave within moments. A sailor might leave home beneath clear skies, only to vanish forever beneath black waves before sunset. The people who lived beside this sea understood something we often forget today. Nature could never truly be controlled, only respected. Every voyage began with prayers. Every storm carried meaning. Every unexpected wind might be the voice of a god. The world was alive, not in poetry, but in everyday life. A sudden clap of thunder was Zeus. An earthquake meant Poseidon had struck the earth with his trident. A successful harvest honored Demeter. Love belonged to Aphrodite. Wisdom to Athena. The dead journeyed into the silent kingdom of Hades. To the people of Bronze Age Greece, the gods were never distant. They were neighbors, powerful, unpredictable, and deeply interested in human affairs. Sometimes they rewarded courage. Sometimes they destroyed entire families over a single careless word. A king might spend years preparing for battle, only to discover the outcome had already been decided by a disagreement among the immortals. Imagine living in a world like that, a world where every sunrise felt like a gift, and every sunset came with the hope that your family would still be together tomorrow. It was an age of heroes, but not because heroes wore shining armor. It was because ordinary survival demanded extraordinary courage. Across this world stood magnificent palace kingdoms. Mycenae, with its towering stone walls so enormous that later generations believed giants must have built them. Pylos, where scribes carefully recorded harvests upon clay tablets. Sparta, still centuries away from becoming the legendary military state history remembers. And farther west, resting quietly in the Ionian Sea, lay an island many travelers overlooked. It possessed no vast empire, no towering monuments, no immense population. Its mountains were steep, its valleys narrow, its farmland limited. The island survived because its people worked hard, fished well, and understood the sea better than most. Its name was Ithaca. At first glance, nothing suggested this small island would one day become one of the most famous places in all of literature. Yet history often hides its greatest stories in its smallest places. For while mighty kingdoms competed for glory, Ithaca quietly raised a prince whose greatest weapon would never be his sword. It would be his mind. Unlike many legendary warriors, Odysseus was not remembered because he was the strongest. That honor belonged to men like Ajax, nor because he was the fastest. That title belonged forever to Achilles. He was not the tallest, not the richest, not the most handsome. Even ancient writers rarely praised his appearance. Instead, they described something far more dangerous. They called him Polymetus, a difficult Greek word, one that cannot be translated by a single English expression. It means a man of many minds, a man of endless resourcefulness, someone who could see possibilities where others saw only walls. Someone who could survive situations no amount of strength could solve. Imagine a game of chess. Most players think one move ahead. Great players think 5. Odysseus seemed to think 20. He watched, he listened, he waited, while other men rushed toward glory. He searched quietly for the one weakness nobody else had noticed. It made him invaluable. It also made him deeply misunderstood. Some admired him, others distrusted him. Because intelligence, especially the kind that changes the fate of nations, can appear frightening. Yet even the cleverest man begins life as a child. And strangely, this is where certainty begins to fade. If you ask when Odysseus was born, history cannot answer. If you ask what year, there is no surviving record. If you ask what he looked like as a boy, the silence grows even deeper. The Bronze Age left us broken palaces, weathered pottery, ruined fortresses, and fragments of memory. It did not leave birth certificates. Much of what we know comes from poems, first passed from generation to generation by storytellers, before eventually being written down centuries later. Those stories preserve remarkable truths, but they also leave mysteries. And perhaps that is fitting, because mystery has always surrounded Odysseus.
Even his beginning disappears into shadow. Yet one thing seems certain. Long before he crossed paths with monsters, before gods whispered his name, before the walls of Troy rose before him, a young prince was growing up on a rugged island, watching ships vanish beyond the horizon. He could not know it then, but one day, he would follow them farther than any man ever wished to sail. And once he left, the sea would refuse to give him back. For the greatest journey in Greek mythology did not begin with a monster. It began with a family. Chapter 2, The Boy Who Watched the Horizon. There are some people who seem born for the place where they grow up. They know every path, every tree, every familiar face. Their lives unfold gently, like seasons returning to the same fields. Odysseus was never going to be one of those people. Long before he ever set foot on a battlefield, before he spoke with kings, before poets would remember his name, he was simply a young prince growing up on one of the smallest kingdoms in the Greek world. And yet, even as a child, his eyes were often fixed somewhere beyond the horizon. Imagine standing with him. The morning air is cool. The first rays of sunlight spill across the rocky cliffs of Ithaca. Below you, the sea stretches farther than your eyes can follow. There are no roads leading to distant kingdoms, no maps, no certainty about what lies beyond the edge of the water. Only ships, small wooden vessels, their square sails catching the morning wind, slowly disappearing into the endless blue. Every departing ship carried stories. Some returned months later with strange spices from distant lands. Others brought amber from the north, fine linen from Egypt, precious bronze from Cyprus, or tales so unbelievable that many refused to believe them. Stories of islands where birds were larger than horses, of seas that glowed beneath the moon, of kingdoms richer than imagination, and of storms that swallowed entire fleets without leaving behind a single piece of wood. For a curious child, there could hardly have been a greater classroom. Unlike many princes, Odysseus was never expected to inherit a vast empire. Ithaca simply wasn't that kind of kingdom. Its wealth did not come from endless farmland. Its mountains were too steep, its valleys too narrow. The people who lived there survived because they adapted. Every harvest mattered. Every fishing voyage mattered. Every alliance mattered. Even a single poor season could threaten the island's future. That reality shaped the rulers of Ithaca. Strength alone could not protect such a kingdom. A reckless king might destroy it within a single generation. A wise king could preserve it for centuries. Perhaps this is why later Greek writers remembered Odysseus differently from nearly every other hero. He was certainly brave, but bravery was never enough. Again and again, he would survive because he noticed what everyone else ignored. As a boy, those habits were already beginning to appear. He listened more than he spoke. He watched people carefully. He asked questions that sometimes annoyed the adults around him. Why did one sailor always return safely while another disappeared? Why did one king make peace while another chose war? Why did people obey some leaders, yet secretly despise others? The answers fascinated him, because every answer revealed something invisible: human nature. Ancient tradition tells us that Odysseus was the son of King Laertes, the aging ruler of Ithaca, and Queen Anticlea. Laertes was respected throughout Greece, not because he conquered kingdoms, but because he represented an older generation of heroes. Some stories even claim he once sailed with Jason aboard the Argo in search of the Golden Fleece. Whether every detail of those tales is historically true, we cannot know. Ancient myths often weave history and legend together so tightly that separating them becomes impossible. But what matters is this: Odysseus grew up surrounded by stories of extraordinary men, stories of impossible journeys, stories of impossible choices, stories where courage mattered, but wisdom often mattered even more. His father taught him something many kings forgot. A crown was not a reward. It was a responsibility. Every decision reached far beyond the throne. A careless command could send hundreds of families into mourning. A wise decision might save an entire generation. Young Odysseus listened. He remembered. Years later, those lessons would return when every choice carried life or death. His mother, Anticlea, left a quieter mark upon his life. Unlike warriors whose names fill epic poems, the women of the Bronze Age often survive only in fragments. Their voices echo faintly through history, yet those echoes matter. Ancient poets remembered Anticlea as gentle, deeply devoted to her son, and quietly wise. When Odysseus was still young, she became one of the people he trusted most, not because she gave him power, but because she offered something far rarer: understanding. There would come a day, many years later, when he would meet her again under circumstances so heartbreaking that generations of readers would struggle to forget the scene. But that sorrow still lay far in the future. For now, mother and son still shared ordinary days together, days that would one day become priceless memories, though neither of them knew it. Growing up in Ithaca also meant learning something every island child understood. The sea could provide. The sea could also take away. Every family knew someone who never returned from a voyage: a father, a brother, a son. Sometimes the weather changed too quickly. Sometimes pirates appeared beyond the horizon. Sometimes a ship simply vanished. No explanation, no farewell, only waiting. Perhaps this is why home meant so much to the people of Ithaca. Home was never just a place. It was the place where people returned, if fortune allowed. That idea, simple as it seems, would one day become the beating heart of Odysseus' entire life. Because unlike so many heroes who dreamed of glory, Odysseus would eventually dream of something much smaller and much more difficult: going home. As he grew older, other young nobles trained to become warriors. Bronze swords flashed beneath the Mediterranean sun. Spears struck wooden targets. Shields slammed together with deafening force. Odysseus trained alongside them. He learned to fight. He learned to hunt. He learned to command. He became a capable warrior, strong enough to stand beside Greece's greatest heroes. But anyone watching carefully would have noticed something different. While others practiced winning battles, Odysseus practiced avoiding unnecessary ones. If two solutions existed, he rarely chose the bloodier path. If words could achieve what swords could not, he preferred words. Not because he lacked courage, because he understood something most young warriors did not. The greatest victory is often the battle that never has to be fought. It was an unusual philosophy, especially in an age that celebrated warriors above almost everyone else. Some admired it. Others mistook it for caution. Years later, they would discover how dangerous a thoughtful man could become. As the seasons passed, the Prince of Ithaca slowly became a man. His reputation spread quietly among neighboring kingdoms. Not as the strongest, not as the loudest, not as the most ambitious, but as someone astonishingly difficult to outthink. Kings began remembering his name. Nobles welcomed his counsel. Visitors noticed that conversations with the young prince often ended with everyone agreeing, without realizing he had guided them there. It was a gift, one that could build alliances or destroy them. One day, that gift would decide the fate of an entire war. But before Odysseus could become the hero history remembers, before Troy, before the gods, before the monsters, another story had to begin. A story not about war, but about love. For somewhere across the Greek world, a young woman named Penelope was growing into the only person who would ever truly understand him. And neither of them yet realized that their marriage would one day be tested by 20 years of silence. Chapter 3: The Woman Who Waited. History remembers great battles. It remembers kings who conquered cities, generals who marched across continents, and heroes who faced impossible odds. But very rarely does history stop to ask a quieter question: who was waiting for them to come home? Long before the world knew the name Odysseus, before ships gathered for Troy, before gods chose sides in a war that would echo through the centuries. Another life was quietly unfolding, not on a battlefield, not inside a palace filled with ambitious nobles, but in the household of another Greek king. There lived a young woman, whose greatest strength would never be measured with a sword. Her name was Penelope, and although poets would one day celebrate Odysseus as the hero of the Odyssey, many readers have quietly wondered whether the greatest act of courage belonged to her. Imagine another island, the rhythm of waves against the shore, olive trees bending gently beneath the Mediterranean breeze, servants carrying woven baskets through palace courtyards, children laughing somewhere beyond the stone walls. Unlike the loud halls where warriors boasted of victories, Penelope grew up in a world where patience, care, and quiet wisdom mattered just as much as strength. Ancient tradition tells us she was the daughter of Icarius, a Spartan noble closely connected to the royal family. That meant she understood politics from an early age. She learned that marriages between royal families were rarely simple matters of love. A wedding could end generations of conflict. It could unite kingdoms, or it could begin entirely new rivalries. Princes did not simply seek wives. They sought alliances, and princesses often carried the hopes of entire kingdoms upon their shoulders. Penelope knew this, even as a young woman. The ancient poets rarely describe her beauty in great detail. That is remarkable. When they speak of Helen, they describe a face said to launch 1,000 ships. When they speak of Aphrodite, they describe irresistible beauty itself. But Penelope? They praise something else. Her judgment, her loyalty, her intelligence. Again and again, those qualities appear before her appearance. Perhaps that tells us something. Because intelligence, more than beauty, would one day save Ithaca. We do not know exactly when Penelope first met Odysseus. The oldest traditions remain silent. No surviving poem tells us about their first conversation. No ancient historian records the moment their eyes first met. That silence leaves room only for careful imagination, not invention. Perhaps their families arranged the meeting. Perhaps they met during one of the many gatherings where Greek nobles strengthened old friendships. Whatever the circumstances, their marriage eventually united two respected families. Yet unlike many royal marriages, something unusual seems to have grown between them. Mutual respect. Throughout Greek mythology, few husbands and wives are portrayed as true partners. Many heroes chase glory. Many abandon their homes. Many seek love elsewhere. Odysseus would not be perfect. Far from it. But whenever he spoke of home, he almost always spoke of Penelope. Not his throne. Not his wealth. Not even his kingdom. Her. Ancient storytellers loved clever people. And perhaps no marriage in Greek mythology brought together two sharper minds. Odysseus solved problems with strategy. Penelope solved them with patience. He adapted quickly. She endured quietly. He survived storms at sea. She survived storms inside her own home. One wandered across the world. The other refused to abandon a single room. Both would eventually fight the same battle, just in different ways. For a time, their life together appears almost peaceful, a rare gift in Greek myth. The palace at Ithaca was never among the grandest in Greece. It lacked the immense walls of Mycenae. It lacked the wealth of richer kingdoms. But perhaps that suited Odysseus. He had never hungered for unnecessary luxury. He ruled people he knew by name. He walked hills he had climbed since childhood. He hunted forests he understood. Each morning, The sea greeted him as it always had. Each evening, he returned to the same harbor. After years spent learning how kingdoms worked, he had finally found something many kings never truly possessed: contentment. Then came another blessing: a son. They named him Telemachus. His name carried hope. Hope that one day another generation would rule Ithaca wisely. Imagine Odysseus holding him for the first time, the tiny fingers wrapped around his own, the cries echoing through palace halls, the laughter of servants celebrating the birth of an heir. No prophecy darkened the room. No god interrupted the moment. Only a father, looking down at the child who would inherit everything he had spent his life protecting. Perhaps, for the first time, Odysseus began imagining a future that required no more adventures, no distant voyages, no dangerous negotiations, no wars. Only ordinary days, watching his son growing old beside Penelope, walking the familiar cliffs of Ithaca until the sea finally carried someone else's ships. It was a beautiful dream. History has a cruel habit of arriving just as people begin believing they have found peace. Far away, another royal child had grown into a woman unlike any Greece had ever seen. Poets struggled to describe her. Kings crossed seas simply to glimpse her. Princes whispered her name: Helen, the daughter of Zeus, according to myth, the most desired woman in the Greek world. Soon, every powerful family in Greece would seek her hand in marriage. And with that single decision, the peace of an entire generation would begin to unravel. Because dozens of proud kings, dozens of ambitious princes, and dozens of powerful armies could not all marry the same woman, someone would lose. And men with armies rarely accept losing quietly. The Greek world stood on the edge of a crisis no one yet recognized. Curiously, the man who found the solution was not the strongest warrior, nor the richest king. It was the thoughtful ruler of a small rocky island, who had already begun proving that wisdom could accomplish what swords never could. But the clever plan that would make Odysseus famous would also become the chain that dragged him away from everything he loved. And before many years had passed, he would kiss his wife goodbye, lift his infant son one final time, and walk toward a ship that would not bring him home for 20 long years. Chapter 4: The Oath That Bound a Generation. Sometimes, history does not change because of a battle. Sometimes, it changes because of a single promise. A promise made in peace. One that no one expects to keep, until the day comes when it cannot be broken. By the time Odysseus had become king of Ithaca, his life seemed wonderfully ordinary. His kingdom was secure. His marriage was happy. His son was growing. Each passing season looked much like the last. The vineyards ripened beneath the summer sun. Fishing boats returned to the harbor at dusk. Children played in the palace courtyards. Merchants carried news from distant islands. The world was not perfect. No kingdom ever is. But compared to what lay ahead, these were peaceful days. The kind of days people only learn to treasure after they are gone. Across the Greek world, however, peace had become increasingly fragile. The greatest kings of Mycenaean Greece were connected by blood, by marriage, and by rivalry. Friend today, enemy tomorrow. Every alliance carried suspicion. Every celebration concealed ambition. Every royal marriage had the potential to unite kingdoms or tear them apart. No marriage would prove more dangerous than the one involving Helen. Even today, more than 3,000 years later, Her name remains famous, not because she ruled an empire, not because she commanded armies, but because ancient tradition remembered her as the most beautiful woman in the world. Whether she truly possessed extraordinary beauty, or whether centuries of storytelling gradually transformed her into legend, no one can say with certainty, but the effect she had upon history was very real. Princes arrived from every corner of Greece. Kings sent magnificent gifts. Noble families competed fiercely for the chance to marry her. Each believed he deserved her hand. Each believed rejection would be unbearable. Imagine the scene. The halls of Sparta filled with powerful rulers. Golden cups overflowing with wine. Servants moving silently through crowded rooms. Outside, hundreds of horses, hundreds of soldiers, hundreds of ships waiting in nearby harbors. Every visitor smiling politely, every visitor secretly measuring his rivals. Because everyone understood the danger. Only one man could marry Helen. Dozens would leave disappointed, and disappointed kings often returned home with armies. Helen's father, King Tyndareus of Sparta, recognized the disaster unfolding before him. Whatever choice he made, someone would feel insulted. An insult among ordinary families might begin an argument. An insult among kings could begin generations of bloodshed. He needed a solution, one that no sword could provide. It was then, according to the ancient tradition, that Odysseus quietly stepped forward. Notice something remarkable. He was not the wealthiest king present, nor the most powerful. He was not even competing seriously to marry Helen himself. Some ancient writers suggest he already admired Penelope. Others imply he understood he had little chance against richer rivals. Either way, his attention turned not toward winning Helen, but toward solving the impossible problem before everyone. It was classic Odysseus. While others focused on what they wanted, he focused on what everyone else had overlooked. His proposal seemed surprisingly simple. Every prince seeking Helen's hand should swear a sacred oath, no matter who Helen eventually chose. Every man present would respect that decision. More importantly, if anyone ever tried to steal Helen or threaten her marriage, every king who swore the oath would come to her husband's aid. No exceptions, no excuses, no hesitation. Together, they would defend the chosen marriage. It was brilliant. Immediately, the tension inside the hall began to ease. No rejected prince would stand alone. Everyone accepted the same risk. Everyone accepted the same responsibility. The rivalries quieted. The agreement held. One by one, the princes swore the oath. Perhaps they believed it would never matter. After all, why would anyone be foolish enough to abduct Helen? Knowing nearly every powerful kingdom in Greece had pledged to defend her, the oath seemed almost ceremonial. A wise precaution, nothing more. History often disguises its greatest turning points as ordinary moments. As thanks for his advice, Tyndareus is said to have supported Odysseus in his own marriage to Penelope. Whether every detail of that tradition is historically accurate, we cannot know. The surviving sources differ, yet together they preserve a consistent picture. Odysseus gained not only a wife, but also the respect of many of Greece's greatest rulers. His reputation continued to grow, not because he won battles, because he solved problems no one else could solve. Years passed. The oath faded into memory. Kings returned to their own kingdoms. Children were born. Harvests came and went. Trade flourished. The sea remained busy. Life moved forward. Perhaps some who had sworn the oath barely remembered the words they had spoken. Perhaps others assumed they would never be tested. Promises made in comfortable times often seem easy to forget until uncomfortable times arrive. Then, far across the Aegean Sea, a Trojan prince named Paris visited Sparta. He came not as an enemy, but as a guest. In the ancient world, hospitality was sacred. To welcome a traveler into your home, to feed him, to protect him, was considered a duty watched closely by Zeus himself. A guest who abused that trust committed more than a crime. He violated one of the oldest laws of civilization. Exactly what happened next has been debated for thousands of years. Ancient poets tell different versions. Some claim Aphrodite herself persuaded Helen to leave with Paris. Others suggest Helen was abducted against her will. Still others hint the truth may have been far more complicated than either story admits. History cannot answer with certainty, but every surviving tradition agrees on one fact. Helen left Sparta, and she sailed for Troy, whether by love, by persuasion, or by force. The result was exactly the same. When King Menelaus returned home, his queen was gone. The news spread across Greece like wildfire. A queen had disappeared. Hospitality had been violated. Honor had been challenged. A powerful king had been humiliated before the entire known world. Then someone remembered. The oath. The promise every king had sworn years earlier. Suddenly, words spoken long ago became chains. One by one, messengers crossed mountains, sailed between islands, and arrived at royal courts carrying the same command. Honor your oath. Gather your ships. Prepare for war. The time has come. Far away on Ithaca, Odysseus watched his young son taking his first uncertain steps across the palace floor. He had a loving wife, a peaceful kingdom, everything he had ever wanted. Then, a ship appeared on the horizon. Its sails carried more than visitors. They carried destiny. And before the sun set, the happiest years of Odysseus' life would begin slipping quietly out of his hands. Chapter 5. The King Who Tried to Escape His Destiny. There are moments in history when a single knock upon a palace gate changes everything, not because of who arrives, but because of what they ask. The messenger had crossed mountains. He had sailed restless seas. He had visited kingdom after kingdom, delivering the same message. The oath had been called. Every king who had sworn it must now honor it. Ships were gathering. Warriors were sharpening bronze swords. Armorers worked late into the night. The greatest military expedition the Greek world had ever seen was beginning to take shape. And now, the messenger stood before the palace of Ithaca. Imagine the silence that followed. Odysseus already knew, perhaps not the details, but enough. Years earlier, he himself had proposed the oath that now demanded his obedience. It had seemed like wisdom then. Now it felt like a trap, one of his own making. He had solved one problem, only to create another far greater. There would be no argument, no clever speech, no legal loophole. The kings of Greece expected him to come, and if the man who had invented the oath refused to obey it, the entire alliance might collapse before it had even begun. Odysseus looked around his home, the stone walls that had sheltered generations of his family, the familiar olive trees swaying outside, the servants who had served beside his father, his aging father, Laertes, his wife, Penelope, his infant son, Telemachus. Everything he loved stood within these walls. everything the war threatened to take away. Unlike many of the younger princes eager for glory, Odysseus had something they did not. He had something to lose. It is easy, especially from thousands of years away, to imagine ancient heroes eagerly rushing toward battle. The poems celebrate courage, victory, honor. But beneath those shining verses were ordinary human fears. A man leaving for war did not know whether he would ever see his family again. There were no guarantees, no letters sent home, no certainty of return. A voyage across the Aegean itself carried danger. Then came years of siege, disease, famine, violence. One unlucky spear could erase an entire future. Odysseus understood this better than most. He was no reckless youth. He was a husband, a father, a king. According to one of the oldest and most enduring traditions, Odysseus decided he would not go willingly. If he could not escape the oath, perhaps he could escape the army itself. The plan was astonishing, simple, dangerous, and entirely worthy of the man who imagined it. He would pretend to have lost his mind. The idea may sound strange today, but in the Bronze Age, a king judged incapable of reason could hardly be trusted to command soldiers. If Greece believed Odysseus had gone mad, they might leave without him. No dishonor, no broken oath, simply tragedy. A clever solution, or so he hoped. When the Greek envoys arrived, they found not a mighty king preparing for war, but a bewildering sight. There was Odysseus, walking slowly behind a plow, not unusual in itself. Many kings worked beside their people during planting seasons. But then came the strange part. Instead of sowing fertile seed, he scattered salt across his fields. Salt, a substance that poisoned farmland. No sane farmer would willingly ruin his own harvest. No sane king would destroy the land that fed his kingdom. His clothes were untidy. His gaze wandered. His actions seemed meaningless to anyone watching. The ruler of Ithaca appeared broken. The brilliant strategist had vanished. Only madness remained. At least, that was the performance. Most of the visitors hesitated. Perhaps grief had shattered his mind. Perhaps the burden of kingship had become too much. Perhaps the gods themselves had cursed him. They whispered among themselves. No one wanted to accuse a fellow king unfairly. But one man remained unconvinced. Palamedes, a prince from Euboea. Remember that name, because for a brief moment, he became the only person capable of matching Odysseus move for move. Palamedes watched carefully. He did not see madness. He saw calculation. True madness is unpredictable. Odysseus' actions, though bizarre, still possessed a certain rhythm, too deliberate, too controlled. Palamedes suspected deception, but suspicion was not proof. He needed certainty, so he devised a test, one as brilliant as Odysseus' own deception. Ancient storytellers describe what happened next with heartbreaking simplicity. As Odysseus guided the plow forward, Palamedes quietly picked up the infant Telemachus. The child could barely walk. He understood nothing of politics, nothing of war, nothing of oaths. He knew only the warmth of his mother's arms, the safety of home. Palamedes placed the little boy directly in front of the advancing plow. Imagine the moment. The wooden blade moving steadily forward. The oxen continuing without hesitation. The baby sitting helplessly in the earth. Everyone watching. No one speaking. If Odysseus truly had lost his mind, he would continue. If he was pretending, he would stop. For an instant, time itself seemed to hold its breath. Then, Odysseus dropped the reins. He rushed forward, scooping his son safely into his arms before the plow could reach him. The performance was over. The father had defeated the actor, and in saving his child, Odysseus had revealed the truth. His mind was perfectly clear. No words were necessary. Everyone understood. The king of Ithaca had tried to outwit destiny, and destiny had won. He could no longer refuse. The oath demanded obedience. The Greek alliance demanded leadership. The war demanded sacrifice. It is difficult not to sympathize with him. Unlike heroes who sought adventure, Odysseus spent much of his life trying to avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet conflict found him anyway. There is a quiet tragedy here. The very intelligence that made him famous could not protect him from fate. He could deceive kings, outsmart rivals, even trick monsters. But he could not outthink a promise he himself had created. Sometimes, our greatest strengths become the walls that imprison us. Ancient tradition tells us that Odysseus never forgot what Palamedes had done, not because the man exposed him, but because he had forced a father to choose between his family and his duty. Years later, that memory would return, and when it did, its consequences would be devastating. The Trojan War would not only be fought against the city of Troy, it would also awaken rivalries, jealousies, and acts of vengeance among the Greeks themselves. Some wounds were inflicted by friends. The preparations began immediately. Bronze armor was polished until it reflected the morning sun. Spears were stacked inside waiting ships. Blacksmiths repaired helmets dented by earlier campaigns. Sailmakers stretched fresh linen across wooden masts. Across the islands of Greece, thousands of men kissed their families goodbye. Some smiled confidently. Others quietly wept after turning away. Many believed they would return before the next few harvests. None imagined the war would last 10 years. None imagined that one man would spend another 10 years trying to return home afterward. As the day of departure approached, Odysseus found himself walking more slowly through the halls of his palace. Every familiar doorway seemed worth remembering. Every ordinary conversation felt strangely important. The laughter of servants, the smell of fresh bread, the sound of waves striking the harbor below. He had lived among these moments for years without thinking. Now, each one felt precious, as though his heart already understood. That memory would soon become his only home. And on the morning he finally boarded his ship, he would leave behind more than a kingdom. He would leave behind the life he had always believed would be enough. Ahead of him waited Troy, a city he had never seen, a war no one could yet imagine, and a single warrior whose rage would one day change the fate of them all. Chapter 6: 1,000 Ships. There are mornings that seem almost ordinary. The sun rises. The sea is calm. Birds circle above the harbor. Fishermen prepare their nets. Children chase one another along the shoreline. If you had walked through the ports of Greece on that morning, you might have thought it was just another day. But beneath the quiet, history was gathering its breath. Across the Greek world, harbors that had once welcomed merchants now echoed with the sound of war. Bronze hammered against bronze. Axes bit into fresh timber. Ropes creaked beneath the weight of newly raised sails. Shipwrights worked from dawn until darkness. Armorers sharpened spearheads until they gleamed like fire beneath the Mediterranean sun. Entire kingdoms seemed to move toward the sea, not one at a time, together. It had never happened before. Imagine climbing a hill overlooking one of those harbors. Below you, dozens, then hundreds. Their long black hulls stretched across the water like resting sea creatures. Each vessel carried around 50 men, rowers, archers, spearmen, captains, servants. Every ship represented an entire community. Every warrior left behind parents, wives, children, friends. Every sail carried not only soldiers, but hopes, promises, and fears. No one standing on those shores could know how many would never return. The ancient poets speak of more than 1,000 ships gathering beneath the leadership of Agamemnon, king of Mycenae. Whether that number is literal or poetic exaggeration, historians continue to debate, but no one doubts the larger truth. This was the greatest military coalition the Greek world had ever assembled. Kings who had once competed against one another, now prepared to fight side by side, not because they trusted one another, because they had sworn they would. Among them stood some of the greatest names in Greek legend. Agamemnon, powerful, proud, the wealthiest king among them. His younger brother, Menelaus, the husband whose stolen wife had become the reason for war. Great Ajax, a towering warrior said to stand head and shoulders above nearly every other man. Diomedes, young, fearless, already earning a reputation for extraordinary courage. Nestor of Pylos, old enough to remember an earlier generation of heroes. His wisdom would often calm younger men eager for battle. And then, there was Achilles. Even before Troy, his reputation had begun to spread. The son of Peleus, the child whom later legends claimed had been dipped into the river Styx. Whether those stories grew centuries after his lifetime, or preserved older traditions, we cannot know. But the earliest poems agree on one thing. Achilles was extraordinary, young, brilliant, almost unmatched in battle. If Ajax was the strongest, Achilles was the deadliest. War seemed almost effortless to him. He possessed the kind of natural talent that appears perhaps once in a generation. Some admired him. Others envied him. Many feared him. Odysseus watched him carefully. Perhaps even then, he understood that gifts of such magnitude often came with dangerous flaws. And what of Odysseus himself? Among this gathering of giants, he did not stand out because of his armor. His shield was finely made, but no finer than many others. His sword, well crafted, but ordinary. Even his kingdom, Ithaca, was small compared with Mycenae or Sparta. At first glance, nothing about him suggested that later generations would remember his name more vividly than almost all the others. Except one thing. Whenever difficult questions arose, people gradually found themselves turning toward him. Because battles are fought with weapons, wars are won with decisions. As preparations continued, Odysseus moved quietly through the camp, watching, listening, learning. He noticed how Agamemnon expected obedience, how Achilles inspired admiration, how Nestor earned respect without raising his voice, how rivalries already simmered beneath polite conversation. The Greek army appeared united, but appearances can deceive. Every king commanded his own men. Every leader carried his own ambitions. Every victory would create arguments over glory. wealth, and honor. The enemy still waited across the sea, yet already, the seeds of future conflict had been planted within the Greek camp itself. Odysseus saw them. He rarely ignored such things. Then came an unexpected problem, one that reminded everyone that even the greatest armies remain powerless before nature. The fleet assembled at Odyssey, ready to sail. The men boarded. The provisions were loaded. The sails unfurled. Then, nothing. The wind disappeared. Day after day, the sea remained strangely still. Hundreds of ships waited helplessly in the harbor. No breeze filled their sails. No current carried them toward Troy. The greatest army Greece had ever assembled could not move. To modern eyes, it might seem like simple weather. To the Greeks, it meant something very different. The gods were speaking, or perhaps refusing to speak. Whispers spread through the camp. Had someone offended Zeus? Was Poseidon withholding safe passage? Or had another immortal taken offense? Soon, the answer emerged, not from sailors, not from generals, but from seers, men believed capable of interpreting the will of the gods. Their message chilled the camp. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, had been angered. Exactly why remains uncertain. Ancient traditions differ. Some claim Agamemnon had boasted that he surpassed the goddess in hunting. Others tell of a sacred deer slain without proper reverence. Whatever the cause, the goddess demanded a terrible price before the winds would return. Agamemnon, the commander of the entire expedition, must sacrifice his own daughter, Iphigenia. Imagine the silence that followed. No enemy had yet been seen. No battle had begun. Yet already, the war demanded innocent blood. What does a father choose? His child? Or the fate of thousands? Even today, the question feels unbearable. Ancient writers offered different versions of what happened. Some believed Iphigenia was sacrificed. Others claimed Artemis replaced her at the final moment with a deer and carried the young woman away to serve as her priestess. The oldest traditions do not entirely agree, and perhaps they never will. But every version shares the same truth. The cost of Troy had begun, long before anyone reached its walls. Eventually, the winds returned. The sails filled. Oars dipped into glittering water. One by one, the ships pulled away from shore. Families standing on distant beaches watched until the vessels became tiny black shapes against the horizon. Some waved. Some prayed. Some quietly wept. Many believed they would welcome their loved ones home within months. None knew they were watching the beginning of one of the longest and most famous wars in human memory. As Ithaca slowly disappeared behind him, Odysseus remained standing at the stern of his ship. The island grew smaller. The cliffs became shadows. The palace vanished from sight. Somewhere beyond those hills, Penelope was holding Telemachus. Perhaps she was standing upon those same cliffs, watching the fleet disappear. Perhaps she remained inside the palace, unable to bear the sight. We cannot know. History preserves no farewell between them, no final conversation, no last embrace, only the certainty that both believed they would see each other again. Neither could imagine that 20 years would pass before fate allowed it. Ahead, across hundreds of miles of open sea, stood a city whose walls had never fallen. A city protected by brave warriors, powerful allies, and according to legend, the favor of the gods themselves. Its towers gleamed beneath the Anatolian sun. Its gates had welcomed merchants from every corner of the eastern Mediterranean. Its people had no idea that an armada unlike anything the world had yet witnessed was sailing toward them. And among the thousands of warriors aboard those ships, one quiet king from a small rocky island was about to begin the journey that would transform him from a man into a legend. But Troy would not fall quickly. It would consume an entire decade, and before the war was over, Odysseus would meet the greatest hero Greece had ever produced and watch him become its greatest tragedy. Chapter 7. The Walls That Refused to Fall. The city appeared first, as a thin line against the morning sky. For days, the Greek fleet had crossed open water. Nothing but sea, nothing but wind, nothing but the endless rhythm of waves striking wooden hulls. Then, someone pointed toward the horizon. At first, but as the ships drew closer, the shape became unmistakable. Stone walls, high, strong, ancient. Beyond them, towers rose into the Anatolian sky. The Greeks had finally reached Troy. Imagine standing on the deck beside Odysseus. The smell of salt fills the air. The wind snaps against the sails. Hundreds of ships spread across the sea around you. Sunlight glitters from thousands of bronze helmets. The water churns beneath countless oars. Ahead, the greatest city in western Anatolia waits in silence. No cheering, no panic, only walls. Walls that had protected generations. Walls built not merely to keep enemies out, but to remind everyone who approached that Troy was no ordinary city. For centuries, Troy had stood where Europe met Asia. Its location made it wealthy beyond what its size alone might suggest. Every merchant traveling between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean passed nearby. Copper, tin, grain, wine, olive oil, gold, ivory, luxury goods from lands even farther east. Trade flowed through Troy like blood through the human body. Whoever controlled the city controlled one of the most important crossroads of the ancient world. That wealth paid for strong walls, strong armies, powerful allies, and a king respected throughout the region. His name was Priam. By the time the Greeks arrived, Priam was already an old man. He had ruled wisely for many years. His palace was filled not only with riches, but with children. Many children. Ancient tradition says he fathered dozens of sons and daughters. Some numbers are almost certainly poetic exaggeration, but there is little doubt that Priam presided over one of the largest royal families of the Bronze Age. Among those children, one stood above nearly all the others, not because he was king, not because he was destined to inherit the throne, but because of his courage, his kindness, and his unwavering sense of duty. His name was Hector. If Achilles represented the perfect Greek warrior, Hector represented something different. He did not fight for glory. He fought because his home stood behind him, his wife, his young son, his aging parents, his city. Everything he loved existed within those walls. There is something deeply human about Hector. He never sought this war, yet when it came, he accepted responsibilities that few others could carry. Even Odysseus, who would eventually face countless dangers, seems to have respected him, because courage born from love is often stronger than courage born from ambition. The Trojans watched the approaching fleet from their towers. Imagine what they saw. The sea itself seemed covered in sails. Hundreds of ships. Thousands of warriors. More bronze than many had ever witnessed gathered in one place. Children clung to their mothers. Old veterans remembered earlier wars. Priests climbed temple steps to offer sacrifices. Messengers raced through crowded streets. The city did not descend into panic. It prepared. This would not be the first army Troy had faced. Its walls had endured before. Its people believed they would endure again. The Greeks landed upon the beaches. Immediately, the peaceful shoreline disappeared beneath organized chaos. Ships were dragged ashore. Temporary camps rose across the sand. Blacksmiths established forges. Animals were unloaded. Food supplies counted. Water collected. Thousands of tents appeared almost overnight. Soon, an entire city of soldiers stood facing another city across the plain. One built from stone, the other from canvas and determination. Between them, war waited. Ancient tradition preserves a dramatic story about the first man to leap from his ship. A prophecy had spread through the Greek army. The first warrior to step on a Trojan soil would also become the first to die. No one wished to test the prediction. For a brief moment, the greatest heroes of Greece hesitated. Then, a warrior named Odysseus jumped ashore. Perhaps he believed courage mattered more than prophecy. Perhaps he refused to let fear govern his actions. Perhaps he simply accepted whatever fate awaited him. The Trojans met the landing fiercely. Odysseus fought bravely. Then, he fell. The prophecy, whether remembered accurately or shaped by later storytellers, had claimed its first victim. The war had begun. At first, many Greeks believed victory would come quickly. After all, they possessed extraordinary warriors, the combined strength of dozens of kingdoms, an army unlike anything the region had ever seen. Surely, Troy could not withstand such power for long. But cities are not conquered merely by bravery, especially cities prepared for siege. The Trojan walls were immense. Later generations looked upon their ruins and imagined giants had built them. Though archaeology cannot confirm every legend, the surviving remains reveal something remarkable. These defenses truly were among the greatest fortifications of the late Bronze Age. Storming them directly would cost thousands of lives. Odysseus recognized this almost immediately. He studied everything: the walls, the gates, the surrounding rivers, the nearby hills, the movements of Trojan patrols. While some warriors dreamed only of battle, Odysseus searched for patterns, weaknesses, opportunities. He understood something many others resisted. Wars are rarely won by the strongest blow. More often, they are won by patience. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. The Greeks launched raids against nearby towns allied with Troy. They gathered supplies, captured livestock, secured the coastline. Occasionally, the Trojans emerged from their gates to fight upon the open plain. Neither side gained decisive advantage. The walls still stood. The city still resisted. Winter came, then spring, then another harvest. Still, Troy remained unconquered. Imagine being one of those soldiers. When you left home, perhaps your child had only just begun to speak. Now, another year had passed. You missed birthdays, harvest festivals, funerals, weddings. Entire seasons vanished while you stared at the same distant walls. The excitement of departure slowly faded. Routine replaced adventure. War became ordinary. That may be one of history's saddest truths. Human beings can grow accustomed, even to misery. For Odysseus, the passing years brought another kind of pain. At first, he counted the months, then the seasons. Eventually, perhaps he stopped counting altogether. Somewhere across the sea, Telemachus was growing, learning to walk, learning to speak, learning the face of a father he could barely remember. Penelope managed the kingdom alone. Laertes grew older. Time, the one enemy no warrior could defeat, continued its quiet march. Every sunrise above Troy was another sunrise lost in Ithaca. Yet among all the Greek leaders, one friendship slowly began to take shape. It was not loud, not dramatic, but important. Odysseus and Nestor, the wise old king of Pylos, often found themselves thinking alike. Where younger warriors rushed toward honor, Nestor counseled patience. Where Agamemnon demanded authority, Odysseus quietly built agreement. The older king recognized something many others had not yet fully understood. This man from Little Ithaca would become indispensable, not because he fought the hardest, because whenever the impossible appeared, someone inevitably turned toward Odysseus and asked, "What do we do now?" But while the Greeks searched for answers, another young warrior inside Troy was quietly becoming a legend of his own. Every morning, he rode through the city gates. Every evening, he returned with dust upon his armor. His wife waited anxiously upon the walls. His small son reached toward him with tiny hands. His people looked to him whenever danger approached. His name was Hector. And before this war was over, the destinies of Hector, Achilles, and Odysseus would become forever intertwined. Because the greatest battle of the Trojan War was not fought over a city. It was fought over honor, and honor can destroy even the greatest of heroes. Chapter 8. The warrior no one could command. 10 years is a long time. Long enough for children to become young adults. Long enough for gray hair to appear where there had once been none. Long enough for memories of home to begin fading around the edges. By now, the Greek camp had become something almost unimaginable. An entire generation had grown older beneath the walls of Troy. What had begun as an expedition had become a way of life. The smell of smoke from thousands of cooking fires lingered in the air. Bronze armor hung outside weathered tents. Ships that had once gleamed with fresh timber now bore the scars of salt and sun. Some soldiers had spent nearly as many years beside these beaches as they had in their own homes. The war had become ordinary, and that, perhaps, was the greatest tragedy of all. Imagine walking through the Greek camp at dawn. The first light touches rows of battered shields. A blacksmith is already at work, hammering a dent from a bronze breastplate. Somewhere nearby, a young soldier laughs at a joke. Another sharpens his spear in silence. An older veteran sits alone, staring toward the sea. Perhaps he is wondering how much his children have grown. Perhaps he is wondering if they would even recognize him now. War changes people, not only those who die, but also those who survive. Odysseus had changed. The thoughtful young king who had sailed from Ithaca still lived somewhere inside him. But the years had carved new lines across his face. He had become harder, more cautious, more patient. He had learned that courage alone did not win wars. Neither did pride. The Greeks had both in abundance. What they lacked was unity. At the center of that problem stood two men, Agamemnon and Achilles. Both were extraordinary. Both believed themselves indispensable. Both were right. And both were about to make mistakes that would cost countless lives. Agamemnon ruled because of his position. He was High King, the wealthiest monarch in Greece, the commander of the expedition. When he entered a council, men stood. When he gave orders, they obeyed. At least, most of the time. He expected discipline. He expected loyalty. Above all, he expected respect. Sometimes, he demanded more than respect. He demanded submission. That difference would prove disastrous. Achilles inspired something entirely different. Men followed him willingly, not because they had to, because they wanted to. He seemed almost untouchable in battle. Stories spread through the camp after every engagement. How Achilles had broken another Trojan line. How he had defeated another famous warrior. How he fought with impossible speed. Even enemies spoke his name carefully. There are warriors who become famous. Then there are warriors who become myths while still alive. Achilles had become both. Yet greatness often casts a long shadow. The very qualities that made Achilles extraordinary also made him difficult. He possessed an overwhelming sense of honor. To modern ears, honor may sound like simple pride. To the Greeks, it meant something far deeper. A man's honor was his identity, his reputation, his place in the world. Lose your wealth, and you might recover. Lose your home, and you might rebuild. Lose your honor. And many believed life itself had little value. That belief shaped every decision Achilles made. It also made him vulnerable, because anyone who wounded his honor wounded the very center of his being. Odysseus understood this. He watched Achilles closely. He admired him, perhaps even cared for him. But admiration did not blind him. He recognized something dangerous. Achilles could defeat almost any enemy standing before him. The question was, who could protect Achilles? From himself? The answer came sooner than anyone expected. A plague swept through the Greek camp. Men who had survived years of combat suddenly collapsed. Fever, weakness, death. Tent after tent filled with suffering. The smell of funeral pyres drifted across the shoreline. Ancient tradition tells us the plague began because Apollo had been insulted. His priest, Chryses, had come peacefully to the Greek camp seeking the return of his captured daughter. He carried gifts. He asked respectfully. Agamemnon refused. Not only refused, he humiliated the old priest before everyone. The priest departed, raising his hands toward the heavens. Soon afterward, the plague began. Whether later generations interpreted disease through the language of divine anger, or whether this story preserved an older religious belief, we cannot know. But within the poem, the message is unmistakable. Arrogance carries consequences, even for kings. As more soldiers died, Achilles demanded a council. The army needed answers. The seer Calchas finally revealed the cause. Apollo would not lift the plague until Agamemnon returned the young woman to her father. The commander had little choice. Reluctantly, he agreed. But then, his pride spoke louder than wisdom. If he lost his prize, he declared, he would simply take someone else's. His eyes turned toward Briseis, the woman awarded to Achilles. Silence fell over the assembly. Everyone understood what Agamemnon had just done. This was no ordinary disagreement. He had publicly insulted the greatest warrior in the Greek army. He had challenged Achilles' honor before thousands of watching soldiers. The damage was immediate. Achilles' hand moved toward his sword. Imagine the moment. Thousands of warriors watching, bronze gleaming beneath the sun. The commander of the entire Greek expedition, standing only a few steps away. For one terrifying instant, it seemed the greatest Greek hero might kill his own leader. Ancient tradition tells us Athena herself intervened, invisible to everyone else. She restrained Achilles before violence erupted. Whether understood as divine intervention or as poetic symbolism for self-control, the scene reveals something timeless. Sometimes, the hardest battle a warrior ever fights is against his own anger. Achilles did not strike. Instead, he did something almost as devastating. He walked away. He withdrew himself and his Myrmidon warriors from the war. No more battles. No more victories. Let Agamemnon win without him, if he could. The consequences rippled through the camp immediately. Without Achilles, the balance of the war shifted. The Trojans grew bolder. Hector pressed harder. Greek victories became fewer. Losses mounted. Men who had once believed themselves invincible began to wonder whether Troy might actually win. Throughout it all, Odysseus watched. He understood both sides. Agamemnon had allowed pride to cloud judgment. Achilles had allowed wounded honor to outweigh duty. Both men believed themselves right. Both were making the same mistake. Neither could see beyond himself. Odysseus tried repeatedly to preserve unity. He spoke calmly in councils. He advised patience. He searched for compromise, because he understood something many leaders never learn. An army divided against itself needs no enemy. It will destroy itself. As the months passed, the Greeks found themselves pushed steadily backward. The Trojans advanced farther across the plain. Some battles reached almost to the Greek ships themselves. Smoke from burning siege engines darkened the sky. For the first time in years, the impossible seemed imaginable. The walls of Troy still stood. Now, the Greek fleet itself was in danger, and still Achilles remained inside his tent, listening, waiting, refusing to fight. Odysseus knew this could not continue. If Achilles remained absent, the expedition might collapse. So a delegation was chosen, the wisest men among the Greeks: Phoenix, great Ajax, and Odysseus. Together, they would enter Achilles' tent, not with weapons, but with words. Because sometimes, the future of an entire war depends upon a single conversation. But what none of them yet understood was that Achilles' heart had already begun moving toward a decision, from which there could be no return. For another man, one who loved Achilles like a brother, was about to make a choice that would change the destiny of Troy and fill the greatest warrior in Greece with a grief deeper than any wound. Chapter 9. The Friend Who Wore Another Man's Armor. There are wounds that no sword can inflict, no spear can pierce them, no shield can stop them. They are the wounds of pride, of regret, of realizing, too late, that one decision has changed everything. For nearly 10 years, Achilles had seemed unstoppable. Now, he sat inside his tent, listening, waiting, refusing to fight. Outside, men died every day. Imagine the Greek camp. not as it had been when the fleet first arrived, full of confidence and ambition. But now, smoke hangs low over the shoreline. The smell of burnt timber drifts through the air. The wounded cry out for makeshift shelters. Ships that had carried thousands safely across the sea now stand as the army's final line of defense. Beyond them, there is nowhere left to retreat. If the Trojans reach the ships, the war is over. The Greeks will burn, or flee, or die where they stand. Inside Troy, the mood has changed. For the first time in years, hope begins to bloom. The walls that had imprisoned them now feel like protection rather than confinement. Every victory strengthens their confidence. Every Greek defeat convinces them that perhaps, just perhaps, the gods have chosen Troy after all. At the center of this growing optimism rides Hector. Day after day, he leads his soldiers farther across the battlefield. His courage inspires everyone around him. When he rides past, fear seems to disappear. Children watching from Troy's walls point toward him proudly. Old men whisper prayers for his safety. Women waiting in palace courtyards breathe easier each evening when they see him return alive. Hector has become more than a prince. He has become the beating heart of the city. Odysseus watches all of this with increasing concern. He knows courage. He respects Hector deeply, but he also understands mathematics. Not the mathematics of numbers, the mathematics of war. Every Greek loss cannot be replaced. Every burned supply wagon weakens the army. Every fallen commander creates uncertainty. Time, which once seemed to favor the Greeks, has begun favoring Troy. The siege cannot continue forever. Something must change. The embassy to Achilles had failed. Odysseus had spoken carefully. Phoenix had appealed like a father. Ajax had spoken as one warrior to another. Agamemnon had even offered extraordinary gifts: gold, land, honor restored, the return of Perseus. Everything Achilles had demanded, everything except one thing: an apology that truly reached the heart. Achilles listened, then quietly refused. His anger had grown too large. The gifts meant nothing. The war, he believed, meant nothing. Honor had already been taken from him. Why should he risk his life for men who had humiliated him? It is an uncomfortable question. Even today, would you sacrifice yourself for someone who had publicly betrayed your trust? The answer is rarely simple. Yet there was one man who still believed Achilles could be persuaded. His name was Patroclus. Ancient tradition never portrays him merely as another soldier. He was Achilles' closest companion, raised beside him, fighting beside him, laughing beside him. Some ancient sources describe them simply as inseparable friends. Later writers sometimes imagine their relationship differently. Historians continue to debate its exact nature. What remains beyond dispute is this: no one understood Achilles better. No one loved him more deeply. Imagine Patroclus walking through the camp. Everywhere he looks, he sees exhaustion. Young men barely old enough to shave carrying wounded veterans. Blacksmiths repairing shattered armor through the night. Funeral pyres burning almost without pause. Every face asks the same silent question: where is Achilles? Where is the one man who can stop this? Patroclus knows the answer. Achilles is only a short walk away. But emotionally, he has never been farther. The fighting grows worse. The Trojans finally break through the outer Greek defenses. Flames leap toward the sky. Several Greek ships catch fire. The crackling timber echoes across the shoreline. For a sailor, there is no more terrifying sight. A burning ship is not merely wood consumed by fire. It is the destruction of every hope of returning home. Imagine standing there, heat pressing against your face, smoke filling your lungs, the roar of flames drowning every shouted command. Beyond the fire, Trojan warriors surge forward. Victory, after 10 long years, is suddenly within their reach. Patroclus can bear it no longer. He enters Achilles' tent, perhaps quietly, perhaps urgently. The ancient poem lets us feel the emotion more than the movement. Outside, men are dying. Inside, the greatest warrior alive remains seated. Patroclus pleads with him, "If you will not fight, then let me. Give me your armor. Let the Trojans believe Achilles has returned. Perhaps the sight alone will drive them back. Perhaps it will save the fleet. Perhaps it will save Greece." Achilles hesitates. For all his anger, he does not wish to see his countrymen destroyed. Finally, he agrees, but with one warning: drive the Trojans away from the ships, then return. Do not chase them to Troy. Do not seek glory. Do not forget who you are. It is wise advice. Advice born from years of experience. History is filled with moments where victory tempts people to pursue one step too far. Often, that final step changes everything. Imagine the Greek army looking toward the battlefield. Far away, a familiar figure appears, bronze armor flashing beneath the afternoon sun. The famous helmet, the great shield, the unmistakable armor of Achilles. A cry rises across the camp. Achilles! Hope explodes like wildfire. Exhausted soldiers straighten their backs. Retreat becomes advance. Fear becomes courage. Sometimes, belief alone can transform an army. The Trojans see the same figure. Panic spreads. Achilles has returned, or so they believe. For years, his name has haunted their dreams. Now, he charges toward them. Lines begin to break. Warriors retreat. The Greeks surge forward. Patroclus fights magnificently. He drives the Trojans away from the burning ships. Exactly as Achilles had hoped. Exactly as he had ordered. The fleet is saved. The mission is complete. He could return now. He should return now. But victory has its own dangerous voice. It whispers, just a little farther. Patroclus keeps advancing. The Trojans continue retreating. The plain stretches before him. Ahead, the great walls of Troy rise beneath the afternoon sun. The city itself seems almost within reach. Perhaps he believes the war can end today. Perhaps he simply loses himself in the momentum of battle. Whatever the reason, he ignores Achilles' warning. He continues forward. Among the defenders, Hector turns. He realizes something is wrong. The warrior wearing Achilles' armor does not move quite like Achilles. The rhythm is different. The confidence, slightly different. Whether Hector recognizes Patroclus immediately or only during the fight, the poem leaves room for interpretation. What follows cannot be escaped. The two warriors meet. Bronze crashes against bronze. Spears flash. Dust rises around them. Hundreds watch. Neither side fully understanding that the fate of the entire war is unfolding before their eyes. Then, Hector strikes. Patroclus falls. The battlefield grows strangely quiet. As life slowly leaves him, the borrowed armor no longer matters. The disguise is over. The friend has died in another man's place. News travels quickly through an army. Even before the body is carried back, whispers race from soldier to soldier. Patroclus is dead. Someone must tell Achilles. No messenger envies that task. How do you tell a man that the person he loved most is gone? And that it happened because he refused to fight? No words could make such news bearable. When Achilles finally learns the truth, his grief will shake the entire Greek army. His anger, which had burned against Agamemnon for so long, will suddenly find a new direction. Toward Hector, toward Troy, toward anyone standing between him and revenge. And Odysseus, watching another tragedy unfold, will understand something chilling. The war has just become far more dangerous, because there is no force in this world more terrifying than a heart broken beyond reason. Chapter 10. When grief became a weapon. There is an old truth, known by every civilization that has ever gone to war. Fear can make a soldier fight. Duty can keep him standing. Hope can carry him through another day. But grief can turn a human being into something almost unstoppable. Not because grief makes someone stronger, because it convinces them they have nothing left to lose. The news reached Achilles like a cold wind before a storm. Patroclus was dead. For a moment, the camp seemed to disappear around him. The shouting, the crashing of weapons, the smoke rising from the shoreline. None of it mattered anymore. Only one sentence remained. Patroclus was gone. Imagine standing outside Achilles' tent. No one dares enter. No one speaks. The greatest warrior in Greece, who had stared down armies without fear, now collapses beneath a pain no enemy could have inflicted. Ancient poets describe him falling to the ground, scooping handfuls of ash over his head, tearing at his hair, crying out so loudly that even his mother, the sea goddess Thetis, is said to hear his voice beneath the waves. Whether understood as myth or as poetry expressing unbearable sorrow, the image remains unforgettable. This is not the roar of a warrior. It is the cry of a man who has lost part of himself. For days, Achilles had believed he could stand apart from the war. He had convinced himself that his anger justified his absence. Now, he saw the cost. Patroclus had entered battle wearing Achilles' armor, because Achilles himself had refused. The thought became unbearable. Again and again, his mind must have returned to the same impossible question. What if I had gone instead? History offers no answer. It never does. Regret survives precisely because no one can rewrite yesterday. Odysseus watched quietly. He understood grief. He understood responsibility, perhaps more than anyone else. He understood the dangerous path now opening before Achilles. Because grief, if left without guidance, often searches for someone to blame. Achilles found that someone immediately. Hector. It is important to remember, Hector had not acted dishonorably. He had defended his city. He had fought bravely. He had defeated an enemy on the battlefield. Everything he had done fit the code by which warriors lived. Yet grief rarely concerns itself with fairness. To Achilles, only one truth remained. Hector had killed Patroclus. Therefore Hector must die. No negotiation. No mercy. No delay. The Greeks suddenly felt hope returning. Not joyful hope. Something quieter. More desperate. Achilles had decided to fight again. The greatest warrior in the army would return. But even those celebrating sensed something had changed. The man preparing for battle was no longer driven by honor, or glory, or victory. He was driven by vengeance. There is a profound difference. One problem remained. Achilles no longer possessed his armor. Patroclus had worn it into battle. Hector had claimed it as a prize. Without armor, even Achilles could not fight. According to ancient tradition, Thetis appealed to Hephaestus, the divine smith. The god forged an entirely new set. The poet lingers lovingly over its description, not because of its beauty alone, but because the shield itself becomes a picture of the human world. Cities at peace, cities at war, farmers harvesting grain, young couples dancing, children playing, the sea surrounding the earth, life itself, captured upon bronze. It is one of the most remarkable passages in ancient literature. At the very moment Achilles prepares to bring death, he carries upon his arm a reminder of everything worth living for. The following morning, the Greek camp watched in silence. Achilles emerged. His new armor caught the rising sun. Every polished surface blazed with light. For an instant, he seemed almost more than human. The soldiers who had fought beside him for years barely recognized him. There was no hesitation in his stride, no uncertainty, only purpose. The Greeks lifted their voices. The Trojans felt something colder. Across the plain, Hector prepared as well. Unlike Achilles, he had slept inside the safety of his city. His wife Andromache had begged him before, not to seek unnecessary danger, to think of their little son, to think of the family waiting for him. Hector had listened gently, then answered with heartbreaking honesty. He knew Troy might one day fall. He knew he might not survive. But if he hid behind the walls while others fought in his place, he could never live with himself. Duty demanded he stand outside the gates, even if death waited there. It is one of the most human moments in the Iliad. Two men, both driven by love, one seeking revenge for a fallen friend, the other defending the people he loved most. Neither truly evil, neither entirely wrong. History rarely offers such simple choices. The battle resumed. This time, it was different. Where Achilles moved, the Trojan line seemed to collapse. Warriors who had once stood bravely now stepped backward. Some fled entirely. Others prayed. Ancient poets describe rivers clogged with bodies, the gods themselves entering the conflict. Whether these divine battles are read as religious belief or as poetic expressions of nature and fate, their meaning is clear. The entire universe seems to react to Achilles' return. Odysseus fought alongside the advancing Greeks. Once again, his gift lay not in reckless charges, but in leadership, keeping formations together, preventing panic, directing attacks where they mattered most. His role is sometimes quieter than Achilles, less spectacular, but no less essential. Without leaders who think, even the greatest warriors become isolated. Odysseus understood that every victory depended upon discipline, not merely courage. Finally, Achilles reached the walls of Troy. Hector stood waiting. The city watched from above. King Priam, Queen Hecuba, Andromache, children, old men, priests. Thousands gathered upon the battlements. No army moved. No one interrupted. Everyone understood. This had become something larger than two warriors. The future of Troy itself seemed to hang upon what happened next. At first, Hector stood firm. Then, For one brief human moment, fear overcame him. He turned. He ran. Around the walls of Troy, the greatest defender of the city fled. Achilles pursued. Once. Twice. 3 times they circled the walls. Imagine watching from above, dust rising beneath pounding feet. 2 of the greatest warriors in history, chasing one another around an entire city. Not because one lacked courage, because even the bravest person alive still wishes to live. Fear does not erase courage. It proves it. Eventually, Hector stopped. He turned. Enough. Whatever happened next would happen face to face. The duel began. Spears flew. Bronze rang against bronze. Every eye upon the walls remained fixed. Then, Achilles found his opening. His spear struck. Hector fell. The greatest defender of Troy lay dying before the city he had protected for so many years. His final thoughts were not of glory, not of conquest, but of family, of his body being returned, of dignity after death. Achilles, still consumed by grief, refused. What happened afterward shocked even many of the Greeks. Achilles tied Hector's body behind his chariot, then dragged it around the walls of Troy. Again, and again, and again. It was an act born not from courage, but from unbearable sorrow transformed into rage. The ancient poem does not celebrate this moment. It mourns it. Even the greatest hero in Greece could become less than the man he wished to be. Grief had finally conquered Achilles. Not Hector. Not Troy. Grief. That night, inside the Greek camp, Odysseus looked toward the dark outline of Troy. Hector was dead. The greatest defender of the city had fallen. Many believed the end of the war had finally arrived. But Odysseus knew better. Cities do not surrender because one hero dies. Sometimes, the hardest battles begin only after the greatest warrior has fallen, and before Troy could finally collapse. Another story of extraordinary courage and heartbreaking mercy was about to unfold. For an old king, with nothing left except love for his son, was preparing to walk alone into the camp of his enemies. Chapter 11. The King Who Knelt Before His Enemy. Sometimes, the bravest act in history is not fighting. It is walking, unarmed, into the camp of the man who has every reason to kill you. Night settled slowly across the plains of Troy. The fires of the Greek camp flickered beside the sea. The great walls of the city stood dark against the stars. For a brief moment, the battlefield fell silent. No bronze clashed. No horses screamed. No war cries echoed across the plain. Only the wind, moving gently through abandoned shields, broken spears, and the countless memories left behind by 10 years of war. Inside Troy, however, there was no peace. There was only grief. Imagine the royal palace, its great halls, once filled with music, laughter, and the voices of Priam's many children, now echo with mourning. Women weep openly. Old servants lower their heads. Torches burn through the night. No one sleeps. The greatest prince of Troy, the man who had defended the city for nearly a decade, will never again ride through its gates. Hector is gone. His wife, Andromache, can scarcely believe it. Only a short time earlier, she had begged him not to leave. She had pleaded with him, not as the wife of a prince, but as a woman terrified of becoming a widow. She had reminded him of their little son, a child who still reached for his father's arms, a child who believed his father could protect him from anything. Now, that child would grow up with only stories. Imagine that pain. A little boy asking one day, "When will father come home?" And no answer. Being kind enough. Queen Hecuba mourns her son. The palace servants mourn their protector. The soldiers mourn the commander who had stood beside them when hope seemed lost. But perhaps, no heart is heavier than that of King Priam. He is an old man now. His beard has turned white. His body has grown slower. He has watched too many children die before him, a sorrow no parent should ever carry. Now, his greatest son lies in the enemy camp, his body dishonored, dragged behind Achilles' chariot day after day. The grief is almost beyond imagination. Even the ancient poets seem to pause here, because this is no longer merely the story of armies, or kings, or victory. It is the story of a father, and every parent, in every age, understands that language. According to the Iliad, the gods themselves grew troubled, not because Hector had died. Death was part of war, but because Achilles refused to let his anger end. Day after day, he continued dragging Hector's body around the tomb of Patroclus. It did not ease his pain. It did not bring his friend back. It only deepened the darkness inside him. The poem quietly reminds us, revenge rarely heals grief. It only asks for more. Then, something extraordinary happened. Something few people expected. Priam made a decision. He would go himself, alone, into the Greek camp, to ask Achilles for his son's body. Imagine hearing such a proposal. His advisors were horrified. The enemy camp was filled with thousands of soldiers. One frightened guard, one nervous captain, one man seeking revenge. Any one of them could kill the king of Troy. The journey seemed almost suicidal. Yet Priam answered with quiet determination. What father would not risk everything for one final chance to bury his son? Late that night, an old wagon rolled quietly out of Troy's gates, loaded not with weapons, but with gifts. Fine cloth, precious treasures, beautiful cups of gold, objects gathered over an entire lifetime. Not payment for victory, payment for mercy. The old king climbed aboard. Each turn of the wheels carried him farther from safety, closer to the enemy, closer to Achilles, closer, perhaps, to death. Imagine the journey. The moon hangs low above the plain. The battlefield, so loud during daylight, now lies strangely still. Broken chariots cast long shadows. Discarded shields glimmer beneath starlight. Here and there, fallen warriors still rest where they met their fate. Priam passes them all, not as a king, not as a ruler, simply as a father. Ancient tradition tells us the god Hermes guided him safely through the Greek camp. Whether understood literally, or as poetry expressing extraordinary fortune, the result is the same. Against every expectation, Priam reaches Achilles' tent. No army stops him. No guard raises a weapon. He enters. Imagine Achilles looking up. Perhaps he expects another messenger, another commander. Instead, an old man kneels before him, the father of his greatest enemy, the king of Troy. Without speaking, Priam crosses the room. Then, he does something almost impossible to imagine. He takes the hands that killed his son and kisses them. The room becomes silent. Even now, 3,000 years later, it remains one of the most powerful moments in all of literature. Priam does not begin with politics, or treaties, or arguments. He speaks instead of fathers. He asks Achilles to remember Peleus, his own aging father, far away in Greece, growing older every year, wondering whether his son still lives. Then Priam says, in words that have echoed across centuries, that he has done what no father should ever have to do. He has kissed the hands of the man who killed his child. Something changes inside Achilles. For the first time since Patroclus died, his anger begins to loosen its grip. He looks at the old king. Then, perhaps for the first time in many days, he truly sees another human being. Not an enemy, not a Trojan, a father, one who has suffered, just as he has suffered. Grief recognizes grief. Suddenly, both men begin to weep. One for Patroclus, the other for Hector. And somewhere beneath those tears, they mourn something even larger. The countless lives already lost to this war. It is one of Homer's greatest insights. The fiercest enemies can still share the same heartbreak, because beneath crowns, armor, and banners, they remain human. Achilles rises. He gently lifts Priam from the ground, no longer as victor and defeated king, but as two men carrying unbearable sorrow. He agrees to return Hector's body, not because anyone forces him, because compassion, at last, has reached where vengeance could not. He orders Hector's body to be washed, covered respectfully, prepared for the journey home. He even promises a temporary truce, so the Trojans may bury their prince in peace. When dawn finally arrives, Priam leaves the Greek camp, not with treasure, not with victory, but with something far more precious, his son. For the first time in many days, the gates of Troy open not for battle, but for mourning. The city welcomes Hector home, one final time. The funeral that follows becomes one of the emotional endings of the Iliad. The great poem closes, not with triumph, but with grief, not with conquest, but with compassion. Yet outside the walls, the war is not over, not even close. Hector is dead, but Troy still stands. Its towers remain unbroken. Its gates remain closed. Its defenders, though wounded, still refuse to surrender. The Greeks have lost thousands. Their greatest victories have not ended the siege. 10 years have passed. Still, the city refuses to fall. Odysseus understands what few others are willing to admit. No matter how many heroes fight, Troy will never be conquered by strength alone. The answer, if one exists, will have to come from somewhere else. Not from a spear, not from a sword, but from an idea. And somewhere, deep within the restless mind of the king of Ithaca, the first shadow of that idea is beginning to take shape. Chapter 12, the idea that changed the world. Some victories are won by strength, others by endurance. But every once in a great while, history belongs to the person willing to ask a question no one else has thought to ask. For nearly 10 years, the Greeks had asked the same question. How do we break the walls of Troy? They built ladders. They launched assaults. They fought duels. They raided the surrounding countryside. They waded through scorching summers and freezing winters. Still, the walls remained standing. Perhaps Odysseus began asking a different question. What if we never have to break the walls at all? The death of Hector changed everything. Not immediately, not dramatically, but quietly, like the first crack forming deep inside a mountain. Without Hector, Troy had lost more than its greatest warrior. It had lost its shield, its confidence, its steady hand in moments of fear. King Priam still ruled. The city's princes still fought bravely. The walls still towered over the plain. Yet something invisible had shifted. The city no longer believed itself invincible. And Odysseus noticed. He always noticed. Imagine him walking alone one evening. The sea is calm. The waves roll gently against the beach. The Greek camp has grown strangely quiet. Many soldiers have already gone to sleep. Others sit beside small fires, speaking softly about home. Someone is repairing a sandal. Another quietly sharpens a spear that has already survived hundreds of battles. Odysseus walks beyond the tents, toward the shoreline, toward the place where sea meets sky. He has spent years thinking about Troy, years studying its walls, its gates, its people, its strengths, its weaknesses. Every failed attack has become another lesson. Every defeat, another clue. The greatest strategist is rarely the one who never fails. It is the one who learns something from every failure. If brute force cannot succeed, perhaps force itself is the wrong answer. We cannot know exactly when the famous idea first entered his mind. Homer himself never describes the construction of the wooden horse inside the Iliad. That story belongs to later traditions, including the Odyssey, Virgil's Aeneid, and other ancient sources. The details differ, as many ancient stories do, but together, they preserve one unforgettable truth. Troy did not fall because its walls became weaker. It fell because its defenders believed the war had ended, before that plan could even be imagined. Another challenge remained. The Greeks still needed every advantage they could find. Among the many stories preserved by ancient tradition, several tell of missions that depended almost entirely upon Odysseus. Some required courage, others required deception, some required both. One tradition tells of the Palladium, a sacred wooden statue of Athena. The Trojans believed it protected their city. As long as it remained inside Troy, the city could never fall. Whether this belief reflected genuine Bronze Age religion or later storytelling, historians cannot say with certainty. But within the ancient tradition, its importance was unquestionable. According to several sources, Odysseus and the young warrior Diomedes slipped into Troy under cover of darkness. Imagine the risk. Not thousands of soldiers, not overwhelming force, only two men, moving silently through enemy streets. Every shadow could hide a guard. Every doorway could reveal death. One mistake, and neither would leave alive. Yet somehow, they succeeded. The sacred image disappeared from Troy. The Greeks believed another barrier protecting the city had fallen. Another tradition tells of Philoctetes. Years earlier, he had been abandoned on the lonely island of Lemnos. A snakebite had left him with a terrible wound. Its smell became unbearable, its pain unending. The Greek leaders, unable to endure his suffering, had left him behind. Now, after nearly 10 years, a prophecy declared that Troy could never fall without him. Imagine hearing such news. The man everyone had abandoned had become essential again. Odysseus found himself at the center of impossible decisions. Some ancient versions portray him urging practical necessity. Others emphasize the role of Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles. The traditions vary, but together they reveal a recurring theme. The war demanded not only strength, but reconciliation. The forgotten had to be remembered. The abandoned had to return. Then came another loss, one that echoed through the entire Greek camp. Achilles himself, the greatest warrior of the age, would not live to see Troy fall. The oldest traditions agree he died before the city's destruction. Exactly how depends upon the source. The most familiar story tells of Paris, guided by Apollo, shooting an arrow that struck Achilles in the heel. Other ancient writers describe different circumstances. What remains consistent is that the greatest fighter in Greece finally met the fate every mortal eventually faces: death. Not in old age, not at home, but beneath the walls of Troy. The warrior who seemed larger than life proved human after all. Imagine the silence that followed. The man who had once seemed capable of changing the course of every battle was gone. His armor, once worn by Patroclus, then forged anew by Hephaestus, now waited for another owner. Ancient tradition tells us a bitter dispute arose. Who deserved the armor? Ajax believed it belonged to him. His courage had saved Greek ships. His strength had protected countless comrades. Odysseus also claimed it, not because he fought hardest, but because his wisdom had repeatedly saved the entire expedition. The Greek leaders judged in favor of Odysseus. Ajax, unable to bear the humiliation, collapsed beneath the weight of wounded honor. Different ancient authors tell his final story differently, but the oldest tradition remembers it as another tragedy. The war was no longer destroying only enemies. It was consuming heroes, one after another. Odysseus watched these events with growing clarity. 10 years earlier, many believed victory belonged to the strongest warrior. Now, Achilles was dead. Ajax was gone. Hector was gone. Thousands more lay buried beneath Trojan soil. Still, the city stood. Strength had reached its limit. The answer had to lie somewhere else. Perhaps one evening, while watching ships rocking gently upon the tide, while listening to waves striking weathered hulls, the pieces finally came together. A ship, wood, a gift, trust, pride, victory. Every lesson of the past decade, every success, every failure, every observation, every human weakness, began fitting together like stones in a carefully built wall. Odysseus had spent his entire life studying people. Now, he understood something simple. Walls defend against armies. They do not defend against belief. If the Trojans could be convinced that the Greeks had finally sailed away, they might do something no assault could ever force them to do: open their own gates. It was a dangerous idea, perhaps even a foolish one. It depended not upon weapons, but upon human nature, upon hope, upon relief, upon the desire to believe a long nightmare had finally ended. One mistake, and every man hidden inside the plan would die. One success, and the greatest city of the Bronze Age might finally fall. Odysseus looked once more toward Troy. The walls still stood proudly beneath the setting sun. But for the first time in 10 long years, he no longer saw an impossible fortress. He saw a question. And somewhere inside that question, history's most famous deception was quietly being born. The next move would not be made with bronze. It would be made with wood, And before another dawn had passed, the fate of Troy would rest inside the belly of a horse. Chapter 13. The Horse. For 10 long years, the Greeks had tried everything they knew. They had trusted strength. They had trusted courage. They had trusted the greatest warriors of their age. Now, they were about to trust something far more fragile: human nature. Imagine the Greek camp one final time. The familiar rows of tents. The weathered ships pulled high upon the shore. The countless cooking fires that had burned through 10 winters. The blacksmith's forge. The practice grounds. The places where friendships had been made. Where heroes had fallen. Where dreams of home had slowly become memories. Soon, all of it would disappear. Not because the war had ended, because it needed to appear as though it had. Odysseus gathered the Greek leaders. Some arrived hopeful, others exhausted. Many simply wanted the war to end. Around them sat men who had survived a decade of bloodshed. Nestor, Menelaus, Diomedes, the son of Achilles, Neoptolemus, Agamemnon. The faces around the council had changed. Many friends were missing. Some had died in battle. Others had fallen to sickness. Others still had disappeared into legend. Time had reduced the once glorious coalition. Every survivor understood there might never be another chance. Then Odysseus spoke, not about another assault, not about bigger siege towers, not about battering rams. Instead, he proposed something so unexpected that many must have wondered whether 10 years of war had finally clouded his judgment. The Greeks would leave, or rather, they would appear to leave. According to the ancient tradition, the army would dismantle its camp, burn what could not be carried, board the ships, then sail away, hiding beyond the nearby island of Tenedos, just beyond Troy's line of sight. From the city's walls, it would seem the impossible had finally happened. The Greeks had surrendered. One object alone would remain upon the empty shore: a gigantic wooden horse. Not merely large, enormous. Large enough to hold armed warriors inside. The plan has become so famous that it is easy to forget how extraordinary it truly was. Imagine trying to convince hardened soldiers, men who had survived 10 years of war, to climb into a dark wooden structure, allow themselves to be carried behind enemy walls, and wait silently, not knowing whether dawn would bring victory or suffocation. Every man who entered that horse accepted a mission from which there might be no return. Who built it? Ancient tradition gives the honor to Hippias, a skilled craftsman and warrior. But even he, according to several ancient sources, worked under the guidance of Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Whether understood literally or symbolically, the meaning is clear. This was not simply carpentry. It was strategy transformed into wood. Imagine the construction. Massive pine and fir trees echo through the hills as they fall beneath bronze axes. Long beams are hauled across the sand. Wood shavings drift through the air. Carpenters measure carefully. Every joint must remain strong. Every hidden compartment must remain concealed. Inside, enough room must exist for armed men to crouch for hours, perhaps an entire night, without making a sound. Outside, the horse must appear magnificent, a sacred offering, a monument, a final gift to the gods, not a weapon. As the strange structure slowly rises above the camp, some soldiers cannot hide their uncertainty. What if the Trojans burn it immediately? What if they refuse to bring it inside? What if someone hears a cough, or the creak of armor, or the nervous breathing of hidden men. The entire plan depends upon silence. Absolute silence. Odysseus listens patiently. Every question matters. Every weakness must be answered. A good plan, he knows, does not ignore doubt. It survives it. Then came perhaps the hardest decision of all. Who would enter the horse? Not every warrior could fit inside. Only a chosen few. Ancient sources differ on the exact number. Some mention around 30 men. Others suggest 40. Still others propose even more. The precise number has been lost to history. What survives is the remarkable list of names. Odysseus, Menelaus, Diomedes, Neoptolemus, several of Greece's finest warriors. This would not be a mission entrusted to ordinary soldiers. The future of the entire war rested upon those hidden inside. Imagine climbing into that dark wooden chamber. There are no windows, very little space. Bronze armor presses against rough timber. Every movement risks making noise. Every breath sounds louder than the last. Someone whispers a final prayer. Someone else quietly kisses a small charm carried from home. Perhaps another simply closes his eyes, thinking of his family. If the plan fails, they will never see them again. Meanwhile, outside the horse, the rest of the Greek army begins its performance. Tents come down. Cooking fires are extinguished. Supplies disappear. Ships slide back into the sea. One by one, the fleet sails away. From the walls of Troy, it appears unmistakable. The Greeks have gone. Imagine being a Trojan lookout that morning. For years, the horizon has always held Greek sails. Every sunrise, the enemy camp remained. Every evening, the smoke from thousands of fires drifted upward. Today, the shoreline looks different. Empty. The tents are gone. The ships are gone. Only the giant wooden horse remains. At first, no one believes their eyes. Can it really be over? Can 10 years of suffering end? Without one final battle, the city gates slowly open. Not for war, for curiosity. Trojan soldiers cautiously approach the abandoned camp. They search the empty tents, the abandoned cooking areas, the deserted shoreline. Everything appears genuine. The Greeks have vanished. Laughter begins to spread, then cheering. Some embrace. Others fall to their knees in gratitude. Parents lift children into the air. The nightmare, at last, seems finished. But not everyone is convinced. Among those studying the strange horse stands a priest of Apollo. His name is Laocoon. Unlike many around him, he does not celebrate. He studies, questions, doubts. Imagine him walking slowly around the enormous wooden structure, his fingers brushing its rough surface, his eyes narrowing. Something feels wrong, very wrong. Finally, he speaks words that have echoed across history. According to Virgil's Aeneid, he warns, "I fear the Greeks, even when bearing gifts." Few sentences have survived the centuries more completely. Laocoon urges the Trojans to destroy the horse. Burn it. Break it apart. Leave nothing to chance. He even hurls his spear into its side. The wood shudders. For one terrible heartbeat, everyone freezes. Inside, the hidden Greeks hear the impact echo through the darkness. Had the spear struck only inches differently, the entire deception might have ended there. Odysseus does not move. He scarcely breathes. Around him, The other warriors remain frozen. Dust drifts slowly through narrow cracks in the timber. Outside, the Trojans continue arguing. Some demand the horse be burned. Others insist it is sacred. The debate grows louder. The fate of Troy, and of every man hidden inside, hangs upon a single decision. Then, fate intervenes. Or perhaps, as the ancient poets believed, the gods themselves, because before the Trojans can reach an agreement, another figure appears upon the shore, a lone Greek, captured, bound, apparently abandoned by his own people. His name is Sinon, and before the sun sets, he will tell one of the greatest lies ever spoken. Chapter 14, The Lie That Opened the Gates. History remembers great battles, great kings, great empires. But sometimes, an empire falls because one person tells a story at exactly the right moment. The Trojan soldiers surrounded the stranger. His hands were bound. His clothes were torn. His face was streaked with dust and dried salt from the sea. He looked nothing like a victorious warrior. He looked frightened, broken, abandoned, exactly as he was meant to. Imagine standing among the crowd. For 10 years, every Greek had been your enemy. Now one of them kneels helplessly before you. Some demand his execution. Others want answers. Who is he? Why was he left behind? Why did the Greeks suddenly leave after so many years? And above all, what is the purpose of the enormous wooden horse standing outside the city? The stranger slowly raises his eyes. His name, he says, is Sinon. According to the ancient tradition, especially Virgil's Aeneid, everything that followed was carefully prepared. Whether every detail truly happened exactly this way, or whether later poets shaped the story into its most dramatic form, we cannot know. But the legend has survived for more than 2,000 years because it reveals something timeless. Sometimes, people believe the story they most want to hear. Sinon begins quietly, not with confidence, with pain. He claims the Greeks betrayed him. He tells the Trojans that Odysseus, clever, ruthless, always searching for someone to sacrifice, had chosen him as the next victim. He speaks of cruelty, of betrayal, of barely escaping with his life. His voice trembles. His eyes fill with tears. Everything about him says, I am no longer your enemy. He becomes not a Greek soldier, but another victim of the war. It is a masterful performance. Whether the real Sinon truly existed, or whether later storytellers transformed several traditions into one unforgettable character, his role serves an important purpose. He understands that facts alone rarely persuade people. Emotion does. He gives the Trojans exactly what they hope is true. Proof that the Greeks have finally turned against one another. The questions continue. What about the horse? Sinon hesitates, just long enough, as though he fears answering. Then, slowly, he tells another story. The Greeks, he says, built the horse as an offering to Athena. Years earlier, they had stolen the sacred Palladium from Troy. The goddess had become angry. The horse was meant to restore her favor before the fleet returned home. Then Sinon adds one final detail, one carefully chosen detail. The horse was built so large that the Trojans could never bring it inside their city, because if they ever did, Athena would abandon Greece and protect Troy instead. Imagine hearing those words. You have survived 10 terrible years. Your enemy has finally sailed away. Now, the enemy's own sacred offering might become your greatest blessing. The lie is brilliant because it does not command the Trojans what to do. It invites them to make the fatal decision themselves. Across the crowd, voices begin to rise. Some laugh with relief. Others praise the gods. A few remain uncertain. Among them, the priest Laocoon refuses to yield. He has already warned his people. Destroy the horse. Trust nothing the Greeks leave behind. His suspicion has not changed. If anything, Sinan's story makes him even more doubtful. Then, according to ancient legend, something happened that no one expected. From the sea, two enormous serpents appeared, their bodies cut through the waves like living ropes of bronze. They surged toward the shore, straight toward Laocoon and his two sons. Imagine the horror. The crowd freezes. The serpents coil around the boys. The father rushes forward. He fights desperately, but the creatures tighten their grip. Within moments, all three are dead. The serpents disappear into the temple of Athena. To modern readers, the story feels unmistakably mythical. Historians do not treat giant sea serpents as historical fact, but within the ancient tradition, their meaning is unmistakable. The Trojans interpret the event as a divine sign. Laocoon had spoken against Athena's sacred offering. Now, the goddess herself seemed to have punished him. The last powerful voice urging caution had fallen silent. There is another lesson hidden inside the story. When people already want to believe something, even coincidence begins to look like proof. Only one person continued to resist. Princess Cassandra, Priam's daughter, gifted, according to myth, with the power to see the future, and cursed, so that no one would ever believe her. She begged, pleaded, warned. The horse meant destruction. Death waited inside. Do not bring it into the city. Her words echoed through the streets. No one listened. Perhaps that is the saddest curse in all of Greek mythology. Not seeing disaster, watching everyone walk toward it, unable to stop them. The decision was finally made. The horse would enter Troy, not as a weapon, as a trophy, as proof that the greatest war anyone could remember had finally ended. Imagine the celebration. Music fills the streets. Children run laughing beside the giant wooden structure. Soldiers remove sections of the city wall, just wide enough for the enormous horse to pass. Thick ropes strain beneath hundreds of hands. Wooden wheels groan against ancient stone. Slowly, inch by inch, the horse crosses the threshold. The gates of Troy, which had resisted 10 years of armies, open willingly for a gift. Above, high inside the dark wooden chamber, Odysseus waits. He hears every cheer, every laugh, every celebration. He knows exactly what those sounds mean. The impossible has happened. Night begins to fall. The horse now stands inside the heart of Troy. The city celebrates until exhaustion overtakes it. Wine flows freely. Songs echo through the streets. Families gather together. For the first time in 10 years, parents tell their children, the war is over. Imagine that feeling. Imagine believing, with every part of your heart, that tomorrow, life will finally return to normal. Outside the city, hidden beyond the island of Tenedos, the Greek fleet waits in darkness. No fires, no songs, no movement. Only silence. Thousands of men stare toward the distant outline of Troy, watching, waiting, trusting one small group of warriors hidden inside a wooden horse. If they fail, everything ends tonight. If they succeed, the greatest city of the Bronze Age will fall before dawn. Inside the horse, Odysseus places one hand upon the rough timber beside him. Around him, no one speaks. No one dares breathe too loudly. Below, the celebration slowly fades into sleep. The streets grow quiet. One by one, the torches burn lower. And when the last song finally disappears into the night, Odysseus reaches for his sword. The longest war of the ancient world is about to end, not with an army charging the gates, but with a single door opening from the inside. Chapter 15. The night Troy fell. The city slept, for the first time in 10 years, without fear. No watchman scanned the dark horizon for Greek sails. No mother lay awake wondering whether tomorrow would bring another siege. No soldier tightened his grip around a spear before closing his eyes. The nightmare, they believed, was finally over. Sometimes, history changes most dramatically on the night people believe they are safest. Imagine Troy beneath the moon. The streets are quiet. Oil lamps flicker softly inside stone houses. The smell of roasted meat and spilled wine still lingers from the day's celebration. Somewhere, a child dreams of a future without war. Somewhere else, an old veteran finally allows himself to sleep deeply for the first time in years. Above them all, standing silently in the center of the city, the great wooden horse casts a long shadow beneath the moonlight. No one notices. No one suspects. Inside the horse, time moves painfully slowly. Every muscle aches. Every breath must remain controlled. Hours have passed in complete darkness. The air is warm, heavy, almost impossible to breathe. Odysseus remains perfectly still. He cannot know exactly when the moment will come. Only that patience has carried him this far. Now, it must carry him a little farther. At last, the sounds begin to change. The laughter disappears. The singing fades. Doors close one by one. Footsteps vanish. Silence settles across Troy. Odysseus waits even longer. He knows the greatest danger comes from moving too soon. A single restless guard, one sleepless child, one barking dog. Any small sound could destroy everything. So he waits. The greatest weapon he possesses is not his sword. It is self-control. Then, according to ancient tradition, Sinon returns. The man whose lies had won the trust of Troy, moving carefully through the sleeping city. He approaches the horse. Some versions tell us he removes hidden pins holding a secret hatch in place. Others describe concealed ropes and wooden locks. The exact mechanism has been lost to time, but every tradition agrees on what happened next. The horse opened. Imagine the first breath of cool night air rushing inside. After hours trapped in darkness, it must have felt almost overwhelming. One by one, the hidden warriors climb carefully to the ground. No armor clatters. No sword scrapes against wood. Every movement has been rehearsed in silence. Odysseus steps on a Trojan soil, not outside the walls, inside them. The impossible has become reality. Around him stand some of Greece's finest warriors: Menelaus, Diomedes, Neoptolemus, others whose names survive in different ancient traditions. Each understands the task ahead. No shouting, no celebration, no unnecessary killing. First, the gates. Everything depends upon opening the city before dawn. Outside Troy, far beyond sight, the Greek fleet has been waiting in darkness. When the signal finally appears, perhaps a beacon, perhaps a torch, depending on the ancient source, the ships turn back toward shore. Thousands of rowers pull together. The sea itself seems to awaken. Black hulls glide silently across moonlit water. The army that Troy believed had disappeared forever is coming home. Inside the city, Odysseus and his companions move through sleeping streets. Imagine the tension. Every doorway might conceal a guard. Every corner might reveal someone still awake. Every heartbeat seems loud enough to echo across the stone walls. Years of planning, years of patience, now depend upon a handful of quiet footsteps. Finally, they reach the gates. The locks are broken. The massive doors begin to open, slowly, almost silently. Then, the Greek army enters. What follows is one of the darkest chapters in ancient mythology. The sack of Troy was remembered by the Greeks themselves, not as a joyful victory, but as a terrible night of violence. Homes burned, families fled, temples were entered, warriors fought desperately through narrow streets. Ancient writers preserve many heartbreaking scenes, not to glorify destruction, but to remind us what victory often looks like. For those who lose, King Priam, the old ruler who had once crossed the battlefield to beg Achilles for Hector's body, made his final stand inside his own palace. Different ancient authors describe the moment with small variations, but the ending remains the same. Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, found the aged king near the altar. There, the last king of Troy died. An entire dynasty ended, not upon a battlefield, but inside the home it had ruled for generations. Queen Hecuba survived, only to enter slavery according to later traditions. Andromache, Hector's faithful wife, lost both her husband and her freedom. Their little son, Astyanax, faces one of the most tragic fates in Greek myth. Several ancient traditions tell that the child was thrown from the walls of Troy, not because he had committed any crime, but because the victors feared he might one day grow up and seek revenge. Modern historians cannot verify every detail of these stories, but their survival tells us something important. Even the ancient Greeks, who celebrated the fall of Troy, recognized the unbearable suffering war inflicts upon innocent people. Meanwhile, Menelaus searched the burning city for Helen, the woman whose departure had begun this entire conflict. What happened when they finally met became the subject of countless ancient retellings. Some describe Menelaus raising his sword, only to lower it when he saw her. Others tell different versions. The historical truth, if such a meeting occurred at all, can no longer be recovered. The myths preserve possibilities, not certainty. But one fact remains clear. After 10 years, the king and queen of Sparta would eventually return home together. Whether their reunion brought peace or only complicated forgiveness is another story entirely. And where was Odysseus? Unlike some warriors, he was not consumed by celebration. He moved through the city with purpose, directing men, securing gates, preventing confusion among the Greeks. Victory, he understood, could dissolve into chaos if discipline disappeared. Even in triumph, his mind remained fixed on the next problem. It always had. By dawn, smoke rose above Troy. The magnificent city that had stood for centuries was falling into ruin. Its towers, once symbols of strength, were blackened by fire. Its streets, once filled with merchants from distant lands, were silent except for the crackling of burning timber. The greatest war of the Bronze Age had ended. The Greeks had won, at least. That is what they believed. Imagine Odysseus standing upon the walls as the first light touches the horizon. The sea beyond glows gold beneath the rising sun. The ships rest safely in the harbor. The enemy city has fallen. After 10 endless years, the oath has finally been fulfilled. He should feel triumph, relief, joy. Instead, perhaps he feels only exhaustion, because victory has demanded a terrible price. Achilles is gone. Ajax is gone. Patroclus is gone. Thousands of ordinary soldiers, from both sides, will never return to the families waiting for them. The war is over, but peace is something different. The Greek kings begin preparing for home. Ships are repaired, treasures loaded, prisoners divided, offerings made to the gods. Every man dreams of the same thing: home. Some imagine wives waiting on distant shores. Others picture children they have not seen in a decade. Odysseus closes his eyes and sees only Ithaca, Penelope, Telemachus, the olive trees, the rocky cliffs, the palace he left 20 years ago. Surely, he thinks, the hardest part of his life is finally over. He could not know that his true legend was only just beginning, because conquering Troy would prove far easier than finding his way home. Chapter 16. Home was still far away. If this were another story, this would be the ending. The enemy defeated, the war won. The ships sailing home beneath clear blue skies. The hero returning to his waiting family. The music would swell. The screen would fade to black. But that is not the story of Odysseus. Not even close. Because the greatest battle of his life had never been against Troy. It was against fate itself. Imagine the shoreline on the morning after Troy fell. The smell of smoke still hangs over the ruins. Ash drifts slowly through the air like gray snow. The once proud towers of Troy are broken silhouettes against the rising sun. Greek sailors hurry between ships. Supplies are loaded. Water jars are filled. Bronze armor is stacked beneath wooden benches. For the first time in 10 years, everyone is preparing, not for another battle, but for home. There is excitement, laughter, relief. Men who have survived impossible odds finally allow themselves to smile. Someone points west. Beyond that endless stretch of sea lie Greece, their families, their lives before the war. Odysseus stands quietly at the edge of the water. The waves wash over his sandals. He watches the sunlight dance across the sea. Somewhere beyond that glittering horizon, Penelope is waiting, or at least, he hopes she is. When he left Ithaca, Telemachus had been an infant. Now, the boy must be nearly a grown man. Would he recognize his father's face? Would he remember the sound of his voice? Or would Odysseus return as a stranger to his own son? These are questions no warrior can answer with a sword. The fleet prepares to depart. The ships are heavier now, filled with treasure, bronze, gold, silks, captives, the rewards of victory. But every captain knows something important. A ship can carry wealth. It cannot carry certainty. The sea decides who reaches home. The Greeks make sacrifices to the gods. Wine is poured upon the sand. Prayers rise with the morning wind. Every commander asks for the same blessing. Safe passage, calm seas, a swift return. Some receive exactly that. Others never see Greece again. The ancient traditions tell many different stories about what happened to the returning kings. Some reached home quickly. Some became trapped by storms. Some found enemies waiting in their own palaces. Agamemnon, the commander who had led the greatest army Greece had ever assembled, would eventually return to Mycenae. But victory would not protect him. According to Greek tradition, he was murdered in his own home, not by a foreign king, not by an enemy soldier, but by those closest to him. The war had ended. Its tragedies had not. Menelaus, whose wife Helen had begun this entire conflict, would wander the Mediterranean for years before finally reaching Sparta. Ancient stories place him in Egypt, Cyprus, Phoenicia, and distant lands beyond. Even victory could not erase the power of the sea. As for Odysseus, his destiny would surpass them all, not because he fought the greatest battles, because the gods, according to ancient belief, had not finished testing him. One god in particular remembered Troy differently than the Greeks did. Poseidon, lord of the sea, earth shaker, master of storms. Throughout the Trojan War, the gods had chosen different sides. Athena often favored Odysseus. Apollo defended Troy. Hera opposed the Trojans. Zeus struggled to preserve balance among immortals whose rivalries often mirrored those of humans. To modern readers, these divine conflicts may seem like myth. To the ancient Greeks, they reflected something very real. Life often feels as though invisible forces shape our fortunes. Sometimes the sea is calm. Sometimes, without warning, it rises against us. The gods gave those mysteries a face. At first, Odysseus had every reason to feel hopeful. His ships caught favorable winds. The coastline of Asia Minor slowly disappeared behind them. The war, at last, was becoming memory. The future seemed simple. Sail west, cross the Aegean, reach Ithaca, embrace Penelope, meet the son who had grown into a man, 20 years apart, finally reunited. It sounds so close, so inevitable. Yet some journeys become longest only after the destination seems within reach. Imagine standing beside him on the deck. The sails are full. The sea sparkles beneath the afternoon sun. Dolphins leap beside the ships. The smell of salt fills the air. Around you, the men speak excitedly. They argue over what meal they will eat first at home. Who has changed the most? Whether their children will recognize them. Some laugh. Others grow strangely quiet. Home has become so close that it almost hurts to think about. Odysseus smiles, perhaps for the first time in many years. His mind drifts back to Ithaca. He remembers the narrow mountain paths, the olive groves, the rocky shoreline where waves crashed endlessly against black cliffs. He remembers Penelope's quiet strength, her intelligence, the conversations they shared long before Troy. He remembers carrying the infant Telemachus, a child so small, he fit easily within both arms. Now, that child is nearly a man. How many first steps, first words, first victories had he missed? War steals more than lives. It steals time. And time can never be reclaimed. As evening falls, the fleet sails beneath a sky filled with stars. The same stars Odysseus had studied since childhood. The same constellations sailors had followed for generations. They point toward home, toward Ithaca, toward everything he has dreamed about for 20 years. The journey seems blessed, peaceful, almost gentle, but somewhere beyond the horizon, storms are already gathering, storms unlike any he has ever faced, because the enemies waiting ahead will not wear bronze armor. They will have one eye, or 6 heads, or voices so beautiful that listening means death. Some will be monsters, others will be temptations, and the most dangerous enemy of all will not be found in the sea. It will be found inside Odysseus himself, for the war had taught him how to survive. Now the gods would ask a different question. Could he survive without losing the man he had once been? Chapter 17, The Sicanies. The sea, at first, was kind. Gentle waves lifted the ships. A warm wind filled the sails. The coastline slipped slowly past. For the first time in years, the men aboard Odysseus' ships believed they were truly going home. No walls stood before them. No Trojan spears waited beyond the horizon. Only open water. Only freedom. Or so it seemed. Imagine standing on the deck beside Odysseus. The salt breeze carries away the smell of Troy's smoke. The sun glitters across the Aegean. Around you, the men laugh more easily than they have in a decade. Some sing old songs from Ithaca. Others argue about who will reach home first. One sailor promises to build a larger house. Another dreams of holding the daughter he left as a baby. Every conversation points west, toward home, toward tomorrow, toward lives waiting patiently across the sea. But the sea has never cared about human plans. According to the Odyssey, the first landfall after leaving Troy was the city of Ismarus, home of the Sicanies. They were allies of Troy, enemies during the Great War. For Odysseus' men, the temptation seemed obvious. The war had only just ended. Supplies were running low. Riches remained to be gathered. Another quick victory. Another reward. Then home. How much difference could one more day make? The city fell quickly. The Greeks stormed its defenses, captured livestock, collected treasure, seized supplies. For a few brief hours, everything unfolded exactly as they expected. The enemy fled. Victory seemed complete. Odysseus himself later tells us something important. He ordered his men to leave immediately, take the supplies, board the ships, sail away before reinforcements arrived. It was wise advice, the kind of decision experience teaches. After 10 years beneath Troy, Odysseus understood one dangerous truth. Victory creates carelessness. Imagine him standing beside the shore, calling to his men, "We have enough. Back to the ships. Now." His voice carries over the beach. Some sailors obey. Many do not. They have survived the greatest war anyone can remember. Why rush? The enemy has already fled. There is wine. There are animals to butcher, food to prepare, treasure to divide. For the first time in years, they feel untouchable. One more feast, one more celebration. Then, they will sail. It is one of the quiet lessons woven throughout the Odyssey. Disaster often begins, not when people are weak, but when they believe. Nothing can stop them. As the Greeks celebrated, Survivors from Ismarus raced inland. They called for help. The Cyclones were not finished. Far from it. Soon, warriors from the countryside arrived. Fresh soldiers, excellent horsemen, men who knew every hill, every valley, every path leading back to the coast. At sunrise, they attacked. Imagine the shock. Only hours earlier, the Greeks believed the fighting was over. Now, the plain fills once again with shouting. Spears flash beneath the morning light. Dust rises beneath charging feet. Horses thunder across open ground. The feast ends instantly. Celebration becomes panic. Odysseus gathers his men as quickly as he can. Years at Troy have made them disciplined. They form ranks, raise shields, meet the attack. But this battle feels different. The Greeks are scattered. Many are still recovering from the previous night's drinking. Others rush toward the fighting too late. Momentum belongs to the Cyclones. The fighting lasts for hours. Neither side gives ground easily, but numbers begin to matter. Again and again, fresh warriors join the defenders. The Greeks cannot replace those who fall. One by one, Odysseus watches familiar faces disappear beneath the chaos. Men who survived Troy die on a beach because they stayed one day too long. Eventually, Odysseus gives the order every commander hates. Retreat. Back to the ships. The surviving Greeks fight their way toward the shoreline, covering one another, dragging wounded companions whenever they can. Some never reach the water. Others collapse beside the surf. The ships push desperately away from land. Spears splash into the sea behind them. At last, the coastline begins to shrink. The Cyclones do not pursue. The Greeks have escaped, but not unharmed. Odysseus later tells us the cost. 6 men from every ship gone. Not during the 10-year siege of Troy, not against Hector, not against Achilles, not beneath the city's mighty walls. They died because victory tempted the army to ignore wisdom. Imagine the silence aboard the ships afterward. No songs, no laughter, only empty places along the rowing benches. Every missing face reminds the survivors of the same painful truth. The journey home has already demanded blood. Odysseus walks slowly among his men. He says little. There is nothing left to say. He warned them. They did not listen. Yet he does not celebrate being right. Good leaders never enjoy proving themselves correct when the proof costs lives. Instead, he quietly counts the survivors, checks the damaged ships, plans the next stage of the voyage, always thinking ahead, always carrying the weight of every decision. Perhaps that burden is the loneliest part of leadership. When everything goes well, others celebrate. When everything goes wrong, the leader remembers every warning, every choice, every life that might have been saved. Odysseus carries those 6 men with him. Long after the shores of Ismarus disappear beyond the horizon, the sea grows rougher. Dark clouds begin gathering in the distance. The warm winds that carried them from Troy fade away. In their place, a colder wind rises from the north. The sails snap violently. The waves become restless. The gods, or perhaps simply nature, have another trial waiting. The loss at Ismarus was only the beginning, because soon, a storm unlike anything the fleet has ever faced will scatter the ships across an endless sea. And when the winds finally calm, Odysseus and his men will step ashore on an island where giant footprints mark the sand. an island, where one careless act will trap them inside the cave of the most famous monster in all of Greek mythology. Chapter 18, The Cyclops. Some monsters announce themselves with a roar. Others hide in silence, waiting for someone curious enough or foolish enough to walk through the door. For days, the storm drove Odysseus' fleet wherever it pleased. The sea no longer carried them home. It carried them wherever the wind decided. Towering waves crashed against the wooden hulls. Rain blurred the horizon until sky and water became one endless wall of gray. The rowers pulled until their hands bled. The helmsmen fought to keep each ship from breaking apart. No one spoke about Ithaca anymore. Their only hope was surviving until morning, when the storm finally passed. An unfamiliar coastline emerged from the mist. Green hills rose gently above the sea. Freshwater streams tumbled toward quiet beaches. Wild goats wandered freely across rocky cliffs. It looked peaceful, almost untouched. After weeks of danger, it seemed like a gift. Imagine stepping ashore. The sand is warm beneath your feet. Birds call from the cliffs. The air smells of pine trees and wild herbs carried by the breeze. For a moment, it feels as though the war has truly ended. No enemy banners, no burning cities, no armies, only nature, only silence. According to the Odyssey, Odysseus first landed on a small neighboring island. From there, he looked across a narrow stretch of water toward another island. Smoke drifted upward from somewhere inland. There were signs of life. Perhaps shepherds, perhaps farmers, perhaps friendly people willing to trade food and fresh water. Odysseus decided to investigate. It seemed like a reasonable decision. After all, hospitality was one of the most sacred customs in the ancient Greek world. A stranger who arrived peacefully was usually offered food, water, and shelter before being asked who he was. The gods themselves were believed to wander the earth disguised as travelers. To mistreat a guest was to risk offending Zeus himself. Odysseus expected that ancient law to protect him. He could not know that he was sailing toward someone who cared nothing for human laws. He selected 12 of his best men. Not an army, not an invasion, only a small party. Before leaving the ships, he took something unusual, a large skin of exceptionally strong wine, a gift received earlier during the voyage. Its fragrance alone was said to be remarkable, rich, sweet, powerful enough that even a small cup required water to dilute it. Odysseus had no idea exactly why he brought it. Only that experience had taught him. A good gift often opened difficult doors. The men climbed inland. Soon, they found enormous flocks of sheep and goats. The animals seemed healthy, well cared for. Nearby stood a cave unlike any they had ever seen. It was vast, its entrance wide enough for dozens of men to enter side by side. Inside, they found baskets overflowing with cheese, large wooden racks, clay jars filled with milk. Everything suggested that whoever lived there was wealthy and absent. Imagine the conversation. Some of Odysseus' companions look around nervously. One whispers, "Let's take the food and leave." Another agrees, "There is enough here to feed everyone." No one appears to be watching. Why risk waiting? But Odysseus refuses. He wants to meet the owner, to receive hospitality, perhaps gifts, perhaps friendship, perhaps information about the journey ahead. It is a decision. he will later admit, nearly destroyed them all. As the sun begins to sink, heavy footsteps echo outside the cave. Not ordinary footsteps. Each one shakes the ground. The sheep begin rushing inside. Then, a shadow falls across the entrance. Imagine looking up. Higher. Higher still. Until you finally see one enormous eye, set in the middle of a face. A giant. A cyclops. His name, Polyphemus. According to Greek mythology, the Cyclopes were the children of Poseidon, creatures of immense strength, living apart from ordinary civilization. The Odyssey describes them as people who neither planted crops nor governed themselves with laws. Each family lived alone, answering only to its own power. Whether Homer imagined them as literal giants or symbolic representations of people beyond the boundaries of Greek society, their role in the story is unmistakable. This is a world where the rules Odysseus has trusted his entire life no longer apply. Polyphemus enters the cave carrying an enormous bundle of firewood. Without even noticing the strangers at first, he begins milking his sheep, preparing cheese, completing the familiar rhythm of evening. Then, he turns. His single eye falls upon the Greeks. His voice fills the cave like distant thunder. Who are you? Where have you come from? Odysseus answers honestly. They are Greeks returning from Troy, travelers asking for hospitality, guests protected by Zeus. Imagine the confidence with which he speaks. For his entire life, those words have carried weight. No honorable person ignores them. No decent host refuses them. But Polyphemus laughs. He laughs at Zeus. He laughs at human customs. He laughs at the very idea that anyone could command him. Then he reaches down, grabs two men, as easily as someone might pick up apples, and smashes them against the stone floor. The cave falls silent. The surviving Greeks cannot move. They cannot even understand what they have just seen. The giant tears the bodies apart. Then, according to Homer, he eats them. The details are horrifying, not because Homer delights in violence, but because he wants us to feel exactly what Odysseus feels. This is not a warrior, not an enemy, not even a beast acting from hunger alone. This is something beyond anything the Greeks have ever faced. Night falls. Polyphemus drags an enormous boulder across the cave entrance. Imagine the sound. Stone grinding against stone. The opening disappears. No human strength could move it. The Greeks are trapped. Even if they somehow kill the giant, how will they escape? The rock alone weighs more than dozens of men could lift. Odysseus realizes the terrible truth. For perhaps the first time in his life, his greatest weapon, his intelligence, seems to have no answer. The giant sleeps. Some of Odysseus' companions whisper desperately, "Kill him now." Odysseus grips his sword. For a brief moment, the temptation is overwhelming. One quick strike. The monster dies. But then, his mind races ahead. If Polyphemus dies, the stone remains. No one escapes. They will all starve. Inside the cave. Sometimes, the obvious solution is not the right one. Odysseus lowers his sword. Instead, he begins to think. Really think. Watching. Waiting. Studying. Every movement of the giant. Every habit. Every weakness. The same mind that broke the walls of Troy now searches desperately for another impossible answer. Outside, the sea waits. Inside, the Cyclops sleeps, and dawn will bring 2 more deaths, unless Odysseus can imagine a solution no one else would ever consider. Chapter 19, Nobody. There are moments when strength becomes useless, when courage is not enough, when every path seems blocked, and the only thing standing between life and death is a single idea. Morning arrived slowly inside the cave. The first rays of sunlight slipped through narrow cracks around the massive stone sealing the entrance. The sheep stirred. Their soft bleating echoed against the rocky walls. For one brief moment, the cave almost seemed peaceful. Then the giant awoke. Imagine the terror. You have spent the entire night trapped beside a creature who has already devoured your friends. There is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The only exit remains blocked by a boulder larger than a house. The footsteps begin again, heavy, deliberate. The Cyclops stretches, yawns, then reaches toward the terrified Greeks. Without hesitation, he seizes 2 more men. Once again, their cries fill the cave. Once again, the monster eats them, as though this were nothing more than an ordinary breakfast. The remaining men can barely breathe. Some begin to lose hope. Others grip their weapons, knowing full well those weapons cannot save them. Every hour they remain trapped means more deaths. By the time help could ever arrive, there would be no one left. But Odysseus is no longer thinking like a frightened prisoner. He is thinking like a strategist. He studies everything. The giant's routine, the shape of the cave, the tools lying nearby. Nothing escapes his attention, because somewhere, hidden inside the ordinary details, is the answer. Near the animal pens, he notices something, an enormous olive wood staff. The giant uses it as a walking stick. To Polyphemus, it is simply a branch. To Odysseus, it becomes possibility. Imagine him quietly approaching the massive piece of wood after the Cyclops leaves the cave with his flock. It is thick as a small tree, long enough that several men together struggle to move it. Odysseus cuts away a section, then begins sharpening one end into a point. The men work silently. Wood shavings scatter across the cave floor. Every scrape of bronze against wood sounds unbearably loud. When the point is finished, they harden it over the fire, slowly turning it, until the tip becomes black, hard, and deadly. Then they hide it beneath animal dung, waiting, always waiting. But even now, the hardest part remains. How do you bring such a weapon close enough to strike a giant? Evening comes. The sheep return. Once again, the enormous stone rolls across the entrance. Once again, Polyphemus milks his animals. Once again, he kills 2 more Greeks. 6 men are gone now, half the original company. The survivors know there may not be another sunrise. Then Odysseus steps forward, not with a spear, not with a sword, with wine. Imagine the giant's surprise. Instead of attacking, the little man offers a drink. Odysseus explains that this is no ordinary wine, a gift, strong enough for kings. Polyphemus drinks. His single eye widens. He has never tasted anything like it. Sweet, rich, powerful. He demands another cup, then another. Odysseus pours generously, patiently, watching, waiting. The giant begins to laugh. His words grow slower, his movements heavier. The wine clouds his mind. At last, he asks the question Odysseus has been waiting for. What is your name? In ancient Greece, a name meant more than identification. It carried reputation, honor, memory. To know someone's name was to know who they were. Odysseus smiles, then answers with perhaps the most famous deception in all of literature. My name is nobody. In Greek, Odysseus. Nobody. Polyphemus laughs loudly. Nobody, he says. I will eat you last. To him, it sounds like a cruel joke. To Odysseus, it is the final piece of the plan. Soon, the giant collapses into drunken sleep. The cave trembles with every snore. Odysseus looks toward his remaining companions. No speeches, no dramatic commands, only a quiet nod. The moment has come. Imagine 6 exhausted men lifting the sharpened stake together. Its weight strains every muscle. Slowly, they carry it toward the sleeping giant. The fire glows softly behind them. Their shadows stretch across the cave walls. One wrong sound, and everything ends. Odysseus whispers, "Now." Together, they drive the burning stake into the Cyclops' single eye. The Odyssey compares the sound to a blacksmith plunging glowing iron into cold water. Steam explodes upward. The cave fills with smoke. Polyphemus erupts in agony. His scream shakes the mountain. The Greeks stumble backward as the giant tears the stake free. Blood pours from the ruined eye. He is blind, but he is still alive. Outside, other Cyclopes hear the terrible cries. They rush toward the cave. Their voices boom through the darkness. Polyphemus, what has happened? Who is hurting you? Inside, the blinded giant roars the answer. Nobody. Nobody is killing me. Silence. The other Cyclopes pause. If nobody is attacking him, then perhaps no help is needed. One by one, they turn away. Their footsteps fade into the night. Odysseus' trick has worked perfectly. Words have succeeded where weapons never could. Yet the Greeks remain trapped. The giant may be blind, but the stone still blocks the entrance. At dawn, Polyphemus drags it aside only far enough for his sheep to leave. Then he sits across the opening, feeling every animal's back with his enormous hands. No man, he believes, can escape without being touched. It is a clever precaution. Had Odysseus been merely brave, his journey would end here. But bravery has never been his greatest gift. During the night, he has already devised another plan. Imagine him moving quietly among the sheep. The largest rams stand together. Their thick wool hangs almost to the ground. One by one, Odysseus ties his companions beneath the animals' bellies. 3 sheep supporting each hidden man. The strongest ram he keeps for himself. Morning comes. The flock begins moving toward daylight. Polyphemus reaches down. His giant hands search each sheep's back. Satisfied, he lets them pass, never thinking to check beneath them. One by one, the hidden Greeks slip beyond the cave, toward freedom, toward sunlight, toward life. Finally, the great ram carrying Odysseus approaches. The blinded Cyclops pauses. He strokes the animal sadly. He wonders aloud why his favorite ram seems to walk so slowly today. If only he knew. The man who blinded him hangs silently beneath its wool. At last, Odysseus reaches open ground. The fresh air fills his lungs. His companions quickly untie themselves. Together, they drive the sheep toward their waiting ship. The impossible has happened. Against every expectation, they have escaped. The sailors row furiously away from shore. The cave grows smaller behind them. The danger, at last, seems over. It should have ended there. It should have become the perfect victory. But there was one enemy Odysseus had not yet defeated, his own pride. And before the island disappeared beneath the horizon, one decision, one sentence, would condemn him to years of suffering across the sea. Chapter 20, the name that changed everything. Sometimes, our greatest mistake comes not after failure, but after success, when the danger is over, when the heart begins to celebrate, when pride whispers, "Let them know who did this." The ship surged across the waves. Rowers pulled with every ounce of strength left in their exhausted bodies. The cliffs of the Cyclops Island slowly shrank behind them. For the first time since entering the cave, the men dared to believe they would survive. Fresh sea air filled their lungs. The terror was finally over, or so they thought. Imagine looking back. Far behind you, the giant stands at the entrance of his cave, blind, bleeding. His enormous hands reach helplessly into empty air. His favorite flock has vanished. His prisoners have escaped. Everything he believed impossible has happened. For the first time in his life, the strongest creature on the island has been defeated, not by greater strength, but by greater intelligence. The sailors begin laughing. Some clap one another on the shoulders. Others can scarcely believe they are alive. The impossible story has already begun growing inside their minds. One day, they will tell their children, "We escaped a Cyclops. We tricked a giant. We lived." It is the kind of joy only survivors understand. Then, Odysseus stands. He walks toward the stern of the ship. His companions notice immediately. Something about his expression changes. The danger has passed. The tension inside him begins to loosen. And with it, something else begins to awaken. Pride. He cups his hands around his mouth, then shouts toward the island. His voice carries clearly across the sea. "Cyclops, if anyone asks who blinded you, tell them it was Odysseus, the destroyer of cities, the king of Ithaca." Imagine the silence that follows. His crew stares at him in disbelief. One sailor grips the side of the ship. Another whispers, "What are you doing?" They have escaped. There is nothing left to prove. No honor to win. No battle to fight. Only home. Yet Odysseus cannot let the victory remain anonymous. Not after everything he has endured. Not after 10 years beneath Troy. Not after surviving the cave. He wants the world to know who accomplished the impossible. It is one of the most deeply human moments in the Odyssey. Odysseus is not perfect. He is brilliant, courageous, resourceful, but he is also proud, very proud. The same confidence that helped him defeat Troy now blinds him in a different way. Even the wisest people can become prisoners of their own success. Far behind the ship, Polyphemus freezes. His ruined I cannot see, but now he knows. The stranger has a name, Odysseus, king of Ithaca, the man who tricked him, the man who took everything from him. The giant bends slowly toward the sea. His enormous hands search among the rocks. Then he lifts a boulder so massive that dozens of ordinary men could never move it. Imagine the sheer size. An entire section of the cliff, ripped free. With a roar of rage, he hurls it toward the sound of Odysseus' voice. The rock crashes into the sea with terrifying force. Water explodes upward. A wave races toward the ship. The current almost drags it backward, toward the island, toward the waiting Cyclops. The sailors row desperately. Every muscle strains. Slowly, the ship escapes once again. One would think that such a narrow escape would finally silence Odysseus. Instead, he shouts again. His companions beg him to stop. Please, we are safe. Do not provoke him. But victory has become intoxicating. Sometimes, pride is stronger than fear. Then, Polyphemus raises both arms toward the heavens. His voice no longer trembles with anger. It trembles with sorrow. He calls not to soldiers, not to kings, but to his father, Poseidon, god of the sea. Imagine those words rising over the water. Hear me, Father. If I truly am your son, grant that Odysseus never reaches home. Then the prayer changes, becomes even more heartbreaking. But if fate has already decided that he must return, then let him come home late. Let him come home alone, after losing every companion, after suffering beyond imagination. And let him find trouble waiting, even in his own house. The sea grows strangely quiet. No thunder answers. No lightning strikes. Nothing appears to happen. The Greeks continue sailing west. Some of the crew laugh nervously. Others refuse to look back. Perhaps they think the danger has passed. Perhaps they believe prayers cannot change the sea. Odysseus says nothing, but somewhere deep inside, perhaps even he wonders whether speaking his name has cost more than he realizes. The ancient Greeks would have understood this moment immediately. They had a word for excessive pride. Hubris. Not simple confidence. Not healthy ambition. Hubris meant forgetting the limits of being human. Believing success made someone untouchable. Again and again, Greek myths warn that hubris invites disaster. Not because the gods are jealous, but because pride makes people stop seeing danger. Whether we read Poseidon's curse as literal myth, or as a poetic way of expressing how one mistake can echo through an entire life, its meaning remains powerful. Sometimes, a single sentence, spoken in triumph, can shape years of suffering. The island disappears beyond the horizon. The Cyclops is gone. The cave is gone. The nightmare seems finished. Yet the sea ahead feels different now. The wind shifts. Dark clouds gather once more. The sailors glance nervously toward the sky. Odysseus stands quietly at the bow. For the first time since leaving Troy, his journey no longer feels like a voyage home. It feels like something else has begun, something larger, something the gods themselves are now watching. Ahead lies an island where the winds of the entire world are locked inside a single leather bag, a gift meant to bring Odysseus safely home, a gift so miraculous that only one thing could possibly destroy it. Not monsters, not storms, not the wrath of gods, but the oldest weakness in human history, the inability to trust. Chapter 21, The Bag of Winds. Not every disaster arrives with thunder. Some arrive wrapped like a gift, something that promises salvation, something that seems almost too wonderful to lose. And sometimes, the greatest danger is not the gift itself, it is the doubt, hidden inside the hearts of those who receive it. Days passed. The sea calmed once more. The shadow of the Cyclops faded behind them. The men tried not to speak about what had happened. They had escaped. That was enough. No one wanted to think about the curse whispered across the water. No one wanted to imagine Poseidon listening. So they rowed and sailed, always west, always toward home. Imagine standing beside Odysseus at the bow. The air is cool. The sea rolls gently beneath the ship. Flying fish leap across the waves. White seabirds circle overhead. For the first time in many days, hope begins to return. The horizon no longer feels threatening. It feels welcoming. Surely, the worst must now be behind them. Then, an unfamiliar island appears. Green. Peaceful. Its cliffs rise gently above the sea. Smoke curls lazily into the sky. No signs of war. No monsters waiting on the shore. Only quiet. Only wind. This is the floating island of Aeolia, home of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. To the ancient Greeks, the winds were not random. Each had a name, a direction, a personality. The warm southern breeze, the cold northern blast, the eastern wind carrying storms, the gentle western wind guiding sailors safely home. Someone had to rule them. In Homer, that ruler is Aeolus, whether understood as myth or as a poetic way of describing the mysterious forces that governed ancient navigation. The story captures something every sailor knew. The wind could decide life or death. Odysseus is welcomed warmly. Unlike the Cyclops, Aeolus honors the sacred law of hospitality. Food is prepared. Stories are exchanged. Guests become friends. For nearly a month, Odysseus tells the tale of Troy, the long siege, Achilles, Hector, the wooden horse, the fall of the city. Imagine those evenings. A hall filled with firelight, the smell of roasted lamb, voices rising and falling as Odysseus recounts adventures that already sound like legend. For a little while, he is no longer a wandering sailor. He is simply a guest. Eventually, it is time to leave. Aeolus wishes Odysseus well. Then he prepares one final gift. Not gold, not silver, not food. Something far stranger. According to the Odyssey, Aeolus gathers every dangerous wind, every storm, every gale, every violent current of air. He seals them inside a great leather bag. Only one wind remains free, the gentle west wind, the very breeze that will carry Odysseus directly toward Ithaca. Imagine holding such an object, a simple leather sack, tightly bound. It does not shine. It does not look magical. Yet inside, according to myth, rests the power to unleash the storms of the world. Aeolus hands it to Odysseus. Guard it carefully. Do not open it. With that, the ships depart. For 9 days, everything unfolds perfectly. The west wind blows steadily. The sea remains calm. The ships move swiftly across open water. No monsters, no storms, no battles, just home. Every sunrise brings Ithaca closer. Every sunset carries away another year of suffering. Imagine the mood aboard the fleet. The sailors begin smiling again. Some carve small gifts for their children. Others repair worn clothing before returning home. Someone practices the song he wants to sing the moment he steps onto his own shore. The future finally feels real. Odysseus himself never leaves the helm. For 9 days and 9 nights, he refuses to sleep. He steers continuously, watching the stars, watching the coastline, watching the wind. He will not allow anything to steal this final chance. Then, on the 10th day, it happens. Far ahead, a dark shape rises from the sea. At first, it is only a faint outline. Then, the mountains become clearer, the cliffs, the forests, the familiar coastline. Ithaca. Home. After 20 years, Odysseus can finally see it. According to Homer, he is close enough to make out fires burning on the island. Close enough to smell home carried upon the wind. Imagine that feeling. 20 years. 20 birthdays missed. 20 harvests. 20 winters. And now, home is finally within sight. Exhaustion overwhelms him. His eyes grow heavy. His hands, which have held the steering oar for more than a week, can no longer remain steady. For the first time, he allows himself to rest. Just for a little while. He falls asleep. The sailors watch their captain, quietly. Then, their eyes drift toward the leather bag, the mysterious gift. None of them knows what lies inside, only that Odysseus has guarded it constantly, never letting anyone touch it, never explaining it. Whispers begin. It must be treasure, gold from Aeolus. Why else would he hide it? Another sailor shakes his head. Perhaps jewels. Perhaps he plans to keep the best reward for himself. The whispers spread. Soon, suspicion replaces trust. This moment is one of the quietest tragedies in the Odyssey. No monster causes what happens next. No god. No curse. Only human imagination. When people do not know the truth, they often invent one. And invented stories can become more powerful than reality. Imagine the debate. Some sailors hesitate. Others insist. After everything we've suffered, do we not deserve our share? Has Odysseus become greedy? The irony is heartbreaking. The very man who has saved them again and again is now suspected by those whose lives he protected. Leadership often carries this burden. Sometimes, the people you sacrifice most to save are the first to question your motives. One sailor reaches toward the bag. Another helps untie the knot. A third glances nervously at the sleeping Odysseus. Perhaps someone whispers, "Just a quick look." He'll never know. The knot loosens. The leather opens. Then, the world explodes. Every imprisoned wind bursts free at once. The sea erupts into chaos. The sky darkens instantly. The sails snap like thunder. Towering waves crash across the decks. The ships spin helplessly in every direction. Men scream as oars are ripped from their hands. Lightning tears across the heavens. The gentle west wind vanishes beneath a hurricane unleashed by human mistrust. Odysseus wakes. The ship pitches violently beneath him. Water crashes over the deck. He looks toward the open leather bag. Then, he understands. Everything. No anger. No shouting. No accusation could possibly match the silence that follows. He watches. As Ithaca disappears, the mountains fade into rain. The fires vanish beyond the storm. Home. So close. Slips away. Again. Hours later, The battered fleet emerges from the tempest. The sea grows calm. The clouds begin to break. Ahead, another island appears. Not Ithaca, Aeolia. They have been blown all the way back to where they started. Days of perfect sailing, erased by one act of distrust. Odysseus walks ashore once more. Surely, Aeolus will help again. Surely, he will understand. But this time, the ruler of the winds looks upon him differently. According to Homer, Aeolus refuses. He believes no mortal could suffer such relentless misfortune unless the gods themselves have abandoned him, and no man, he says, should oppose the will of the gods. The doors close. Odysseus returns to his ship. No gift, no wind, no second chance. The fleet pushes away from the island once more. This time, there is no easy path home. Only open sea, only uncertainty, and somewhere beyond the horizon, a land where giants do not live alone, a place where entire ships will disappear in the blink of an eye. Chapter 22. The Land of the Laestrygonians. There is a special kind of hope that appears only after disappointment, the kind that whispers, perhaps the next island, perhaps the next harbor, perhaps tomorrow. Odysseus had learned not to trust hope too easily, but he had not stopped following it. The fleet left Aeolia behind. No favorable winds guided them now. No magical gift remained. Only tired men, weathered ships, and a captain who carried yet another failure upon his shoulders. Imagine the silence aboard those vessels. No one spoke about Ithaca anymore. No one mentioned the leather bag. Some stared endlessly at the sea. Others kept their eyes fixed on the horizon, ashamed, because they understood what had been lost. Home had not slipped away because of monsters. It had slipped away because they had stopped trusting one another. Days became weeks. Weeks stretched into months. The sea seemed endless. The stars overhead changed with the seasons. The sun rose. The sun set. Again and again, until time itself became difficult to measure. For sailors, the greatest enemy is often not danger. It is uncertainty, not knowing whether the next sunrise will bring rescue or another disappointment. Then, land appeared. High cliffs, a narrow harbor, dark forests rising behind rocky shores. At first glance, it looked like another peaceful island, another place where fresh water could be gathered, where tired men could rest, where perhaps someone might know the way home. According to the Odyssey, this was the land of the Laestrygonians, a mysterious people whose exact identity has puzzled readers for nearly 3,000 years. Some scholars have searched for them in Sicily, others in Sardinia. Some imagine them somewhere along the western Mediterranean. No one knows. Homer never intended them to be found on a modern map. He intended them to be remembered. Imagine approaching the harbor. The entrance is narrow. Towering cliffs rise on either side like the walls of a fortress carved by nature itself. Inside, the water lies perfectly still, almost too still. No waves, no wind, only silence. It feels protected, safe. Many captains would see it as the perfect place to anchor. Odysseus does not. Perhaps years of hardship have sharpened his instincts. Perhaps experience has taught him that places appearing too perfect often hide danger. Instead of steering into the harbor, he ties his own ship outside the entrance. to a rocky outcrop facing open water. Some of his companions wonder why. The harbor is calm, sheltered, comfortable. Why remain exposed to the sea? Odysseus cannot fully explain it, only that something does not feel right. Sometimes, wisdom is simply listening to quiet instincts. Before logic catches up, the other ships sail inside, one after another. Their anchors splash into the still water. The crews relax. Some begin repairing sails. Others prepare cooking fires. The narrow cliffs protect them from every wind. It feels like a blessing. Odysseus sends 3 men inland, 1 herald, 2 companions, a peaceful delegation. Their task is simple: find the local people, ask where they are, seek hospitality, exactly as travelers had done throughout the ancient world. Imagine them climbing the rocky paths. The air is strangely quiet. No flocks of sheep, no farmers, no children playing outside homes. Only distant echoes between the cliffs. Eventually, they encounter a young woman drawing water from a spring. She points silently toward the king's palace. Nothing seems unusual, yet somehow, everything feels unsettling. The messengers continue. Soon, they enter an enormous hall. Inside sits the queen, or rather, someone who resembles a queen. According to Homer, she is as large as a mountain, not merely tall, gigantic. The Greeks freeze. Before they can react, she calls for her husband, King Antiphates. The king enters, and immediately, everything changes. Without greeting his visitors, without asking their names, without offering food, he seizes one of the Greeks. The man disappears forever. The other 2 turn and run. Every instinct screams the same command: run. Now, imagine racing downhill toward the harbor. Your heart pounds against your ribs. Behind you, the king's roar echoes across the valley. Ahead, you see your ships resting peacefully in the water. Your friends have no idea what is coming. You try to shout, but you are already too late. The entire island awakens, not with soldiers, with giants. Laestrygonians pour from every direction, men of impossible size. They line the cliffs overlooking the harbor. Then, they begin lifting rocks, not stones, boulders, pieces of the mountains themselves. The first crashes into a ship. The hull shatters instantly. Wood explodes across the water. Men vanish beneath the waves. Another boulder falls, then another. Soon, the entire harbor becomes chaos. Ships collide, masts snap, oars splinter. Sailors scream as stone rains from the cliffs. Imagine looking upward. There is nowhere to hide. The cliffs surrounding the harbor have become walls. Every escape route is blocked. The calm water that once seemed so welcoming has become a trap. One by one, the ships are destroyed, not in battle, like fish caught inside a net. Homer's image is unforgettable. The giants spear struggling sailors, just as fishermen spear fish. It is quick, terrifying, almost effortless. The Greeks, who conquered mighty Troy, are helpless. Strength means nothing. Courage means nothing. There is simply no escape, except for one ship. Outside the harbor, Odysseus watches in horror. He sees the boulders falling, the ships breaking apart, the sea turning black with wreckage. He understands instantly. If he enters the harbor, everyone dies. If he hesitates, everyone dies. There is only one choice. He draws his sword, not to fight, to cut. With desperate speed, he slices through the ropes holding his ship to the shore. The crew grabs their oars. Every man rows as though death itself sits behind him. Because it does. The ship surges forward, past the harbor entrance, into open sea. A few boulders crash into the water behind them. Towering waves nearly overturn the vessel, but the current carries them onward. Soon, the cliffs begin shrinking behind them. The giants cannot follow. At last, they are safe. If such a word still means anything. Odysseus stands at the stern. He looks back. There are no other ships, no familiar sails, no friends calling across the waves. The fleet that once carried hundreds of warriors from Troy is gone, destroyed. In only a few moments, imagine the silence. One ship, one captain, one exhausted crew. The sea around them feels impossibly empty. Every companion lost at Troy, every friend buried along the journey, every ship swallowed inside that harbor, now becomes another weight Odysseus must carry. He does not weep, not because he feels nothing, because some grief is too heavy for tears. This is one of the cruelest turns in the Odyssey. At Troy, Odysseus commanded 12 ships. Now, only one remains. Every man still alive is aborted. There will be no reinforcements, no rescue, no second fleet following behind. If this final ship is lost, the story ends. As the sun disappears beneath the horizon, the survivors drift across an endless sea. No one speaks. The empty water where 11 ships once sailed says everything. Yet fate is still not finished with Odysseus. Ahead, beyond another lonely stretch of ocean, lies an island unlike any other. A place where time itself seems to stop, where sorrow is forgotten, where a woman with the voice of a goddess will offer Odysseus everything he thinks he wants. Everything. Except home. Chapter 23, Circe's Island. There are dangers that rush toward you with claws and teeth and thunder. Those are the easy ones, because you know you must fight. The most dangerous traps are the ones that welcome you, the ones that offer warmth, food, rest, the chance to forget. The lone black ship drifted across a quiet sea. Gone were the 12 proud vessels that had sailed away from Troy. Gone were hundreds of loyal companions. Gone were years of confidence. Only one ship remained, one crew, one king, one impossible journey home. Imagine the silence aboard that vessel. Every empty place along the rowing benches reminded the survivors of someone who would never return. Brothers, friends, neighbors from Ithaca, men who had survived Achilles, Hector, storms, and monsters, only to vanish beneath falling mountains in the harbor of the Laestrygonians. No one sang anymore. Even the sea seemed quieter. Days later, land appeared once again, a high island covered in dense forests. Mist clung to its hills. Birdsong echoed through towering pines. Thin streams of smoke drifted gently into the sky. Someone lived there. But who? No one could tell. According to the Odyssey, this was the island of ENIRE, home of Circe, one of the most mysterious figures in all of Greek mythology. Homer describes her as a powerful goddess or enchantress, skilled in ancient magic, living alone in the depths of the forest. For thousands of years, artists have struggled to decide who Circe truly was. A villain, a lonely immortal, a teacher, a temptress. Perhaps she was all of those things at once. Odysseus climbed a nearby hill. Imagine him standing there, the wind moving gently through his hair. Below, his single ship rested quietly along the shore, far inland. He could just make out smoke rising above the trees. A house. Someone lived here. After everything they had endured, perhaps they had finally found people who would welcome them peacefully. Perhaps. But Odysseus no longer trusted appearances. Experience had taught him that beautiful places often conceal terrible dangers. Still, his men needed food, fresh water, information. They could not remain forever upon the beach. So, as he had done many times before, he divided the crew. Half would remain with the ship. The other half, led by Eurylochus, would explore inland. Imagine walking beneath those ancient trees. Sunlight filters softly through green leaves. The forest smells of pine needles, wildflowers, and damp earth after rain. It feels peaceful, almost enchanted. Birds sing overhead. Somewhere nearby, wolves appear between the trees, then lions. The Greeks freeze. Hands instinctively reach for swords. Yet something impossible happens. The animals do not attack. Instead, they wag their tails. They rub gently against the strangers, like faithful dogs greeting old friends. It is beautiful and deeply unsettling. The men continue toward the great stone house hidden among the forest. From inside, they hear singing. Not ordinary singing. A voice so calm, so gentle, that every fear begins to disappear. Imagine hearing music that makes every burden feel lighter, every sorrow more distant, every memory of war begin to fade. That is the voice welcoming them. Circe herself appears. She smiles warmly. She invites the strangers inside. There is food, wine, comfort. After years of hardship, it feels like stepping into another world. Only one man hesitates, Eurylochus. He cannot explain why. Perhaps instinct. Perhaps caution born from years beside Odysseus. Whatever the reason, he remains outside, watching, waiting. The others accept the invitation. Inside, Circe prepares a magnificent feast. Fresh bread, cheese, honey, rich wine. The exhausted Greeks eat gratefully. Imagine their relief. No fighting, no monsters, no danger. At last, simple kindness. Then, Circe quietly lifts her wand. According to Homer, the magic takes effect immediately. The men feel themselves changing. Their voices vanish. Their hands twist. Their bodies shrink. Within moments, they have become swine. Not in their minds. Their thoughts remain human. They recognize one another. They understand everything. But they can no longer speak. Only squeal. Circe calmly drives them into her pens, as though they had always been animals. Outside, Eurylochus watches in horror. He turns, runs through the forest. Branches whip across his face. His breath burns inside his chest. He does not stop until he reaches the beach. Imagine Odysseus listening. One by one, Eurylochus tells the story. The beautiful house, the singing, the feast, the transformation. Every man gone. No one wants to return. Some beg Odysseus to sail away immediately. We cannot fight magic. Those men are already lost. If you go, you will never come back. Odysseus never hesitates. He reaches for his sword. If his companions remain alive, he will not abandon them. Not after Troy. Not after the Cyclops. Not after the Laestrygonians. A king who asks others to risk everything must be willing to do the same, alone if necessary. He enters the forest. The trees grow denser, the air strangely still. Then, someone appears upon the path. A young man, bright-eyed, calm, almost impossibly beautiful. According to the Odyssey, this is no ordinary traveler. It is Hermes, messenger of the gods. Hermes already knows where Odysseus is going. He also knows that no ordinary mortal can resist Circe's magic, so he offers help. From the earth, he pulls a mysterious plant. Its root is black. Its flower shines white. The gods call it moly. Homer never fully explains what the plant truly is. Scholars have debated its identity for centuries. Perhaps it represents an actual medicinal herb. Perhaps divine protection. Perhaps simply the mysterious power of wisdom overcoming illusion. Whatever its nature, Hermes gives it to Odysseus. Eat this. Her magic will not control you. Then Hermes gives one final instruction. When she strikes you with her wand, do not fear. Draw your sword. Make her believe. You cannot be conquered. Then, only then, will she become your ally. Odysseus continues alone. Soon, he hears the singing, the same beautiful voice, the same peaceful house, the same welcoming smile. Circe greets him kindly, offers food, wine. Everything unfolds exactly as before. She lifts her wand, touches his shoulder, speaks the spell. Nothing happens. Odysseus remains standing. For the first time, Circe looks surprised, truly surprised. No mortal has ever resisted her magic. In one swift motion, Odysseus draws his bronze sword. The blade flashes in the firelight. Circe steps backward, not in anger, in astonishment. What happens next is one of the most unexpected moments in the Odyssey. There is no duel, no battle, no violent struggle. Instead, Circe lowers her wand. She recognizes that this traveler is unlike any other. According to Homer, she immediately swears not to harm him. Then, true to her word, she restores every one of his companions to human form. The men emerge from the pens, stronger, healthier. Some even appear younger than before. It is as though the island itself has washed years of suffering from their bodies. The danger has become hospitality. The enemy has become an ally. Yet Odysseus does not realize that this peaceful island hides another kind of trap, not one built from magic, but from comfort. Because after 20 years of hardship, there is one temptation more powerful than monsters, more powerful than storms, even more powerful than fear. The temptation to stop trying, to go home. Chapter 24. The Island That Made Men Forget. Not every prison has walls. Some are built from comfort. some from peace, and some from the quiet belief that perhaps the journey is no longer worth finishing. Imagine waking to birdsong instead of battle. No crashing waves, no screaming warriors, no smell of smoke drifting from burning cities. Instead, warm sunlight filters through the branches of ancient trees. Fresh bread waits upon a wooden table. A gentle breeze carries the scent of wild flowers through open windows. No one reaches for a sword. No one fears the coming day. After years of war and months of wandering, it feels almost unreal. Circe keeps her promise. The men who have been transformed into swine are restored completely, not merely healed, renewed. According to Homer, they appear younger, stronger. Their faces no longer carry the exhaustion of endless suffering. Imagine looking into a polished bronze mirror and seeing yourself not as the weary survivor of 20 years, but as the man you once were. It must have felt like a miracle. Circe welcomes the remaining crew from the ship. This time, there is no deception, no hidden spell, only hospitality. Food fills the tables. Wine is poured generously. Soft beds replace hard wooden decks. For the first time in countless years, the men sleep without taking turns standing guard. No watchfires, no fear, only rest. Perhaps that is why this chapter of the Odyssey feels so different. The danger is almost invisible. Nothing terrible happens. No one dies. No monster attacks. Yet Homer quietly suggests that forgetting your purpose can be as dangerous as any monster. Days pass, then weeks. The seasons begin to change. The men stop counting them. Imagine Odysseus walking through Circe's gardens. Olive trees sway gently in the breeze. Clear streams sparkle beneath the afternoon sun. Wild animals wander peacefully through the forest. Even the lions, once frightening, now rest quietly in the shade. The island seems untouched by time, as though the world beyond its shores simply does not exist. Circe herself is difficult to understand. Modern readers often try to decide whether she is good or evil. Homer gives no simple answer. She possesses frightening power, yet she also shows kindness, feeds his men, shares her knowledge, warns him of dangers still to come. Like many figures in ancient myth, she cannot be reduced to a single label. She is both danger and refuge. According to the Odyssey, Odysseus remains on Aea for an entire year. 1 year. Imagine hearing that number. After everything he has endured, after longing for Ithaca through every storm, how could he remain so long? Perhaps the answer is more human than we realize. Think about your own life. After seasons of exhaustion, have you ever wanted just one place where no one asked anything of you? No battles to fight, no decisions to make, no impossible responsibilities, just peace. Just one more day, then another, then another. Without noticing, comfort quietly becomes delay. For Odysseus, Circe's island offers something he has not experienced since before Troy: life. Without constant danger, he hunts, he eats, he sleeps, he talks beside evening fires. For a little while, he almost remembers what ordinary life feels like. Almost. But home never completely leaves his heart. Some nights, perhaps he stands alone beside the sea, watching the western horizon, knowing that somewhere beyond it, Penelope still waits, or perhaps she no longer does. 20 years is a lifetime. Would she believe he still lived? Would Telemachus even remember having a father? Questions like these never stop following him, even on the most beautiful island in the world. His companions begin noticing it too. One evening, they gather quietly around their king. No anger, no accusations, only sadness. According to Homer, they remind him gently, "We have stayed long enough. Our homes are waiting. Our families are growing old. If we are ever to return, we must leave." Imagine how difficult those words must have been to hear, because they are true. Sometimes, the people who love us most must remind us of promises we have almost forgotten. Odysseus listens. He lowers his eyes. Then he walks to Circe. There is no deception between them now. No struggle for power. Only honesty. He tells her he must leave. No matter how peaceful this island is, his heart belongs elsewhere. Home. Circe does not become angry. She does not try to imprison him. Instead, she tells him something astonishing. There is still one journey you must make. Not across another sea, not toward another island. Downward. Into darkness itself. Odysseus stares in disbelief. Circe explains, if he truly wishes to reach Ithaca, he must first travel to the land of the dead. There, he must seek the blind prophet Tiresias. Only Tiresias can reveal the path home. Imagine hearing such instructions. After surviving Troy, Cyclopes, storms, and giants, you are now told to sail where no living man wishes to go, into Hades, the realm of the dead, not to rescue someone, not to fight, simply to ask for directions. It sounds impossible, because it is. This journey marks one of the greatest turning points in the Odyssey. Until now, Odysseus has battled dangers outside himself. Monsters, tempests, magic. Now, he must confront something every human being fears: mortality, loss, the people he can never see again. That night, perhaps neither Odysseus nor his men sleep easily. The stars shine brightly above ENIRE. The sea remains perfectly calm, yet everyone aboard the lone surviving ship knows their next destination is not another island. It is the edge of the world itself, and beyond that edge, waiting in eternal darkness, are voices Odysseus never expected to hear again. Chapter 25. The Journey into the Underworld. There are places that every living soul knows, yet no living eyes are meant to see. Places where the wind seems afraid to blow, where the sun never rises, where every whisper carries the weight of memory. For the ancient Greeks, that place was Hades, the kingdom of the dead. And somehow, Odysseus, still a living man, was about to sail there. Imagine the final morning on Circe's island. The forest is quiet. The sea reflects the pale colors of dawn. The air smells of damp earth and olive trees. The peace that had surrounded the island for an entire year now feels strangely fragile. The men load their ship in silence. No one jokes. No one sings. They are not preparing for another voyage. They are preparing to leave the world they understand. Before they depart, Circe provides everything they will need: food, wine, fresh water, animals for sacrifice. Most importantly, instructions. Precise instructions, because no sailor had ever reached the realm of the dead by accident. Every step matters. Every ritual matters. One mistake, and there may be no return. According to the Odyssey, Circe tells Odysseus to sail beyond Oceanus, the great river that ancient Greeks imagined surrounding the edge of the world, beyond ordinary seas, beyond familiar stars, beyond the lands where people lived, toward perpetual darkness, toward the land of the Cimmerians, a people who dwell beneath endless cloud, where sunlight never reaches. Whether Homer imagined a real place, or a symbolic boundary between life and death, its meaning is unmistakable. Odysseus is leaving the world of the living behind. Imagine standing at the bow. Each mile westward feels different. The sea grows darker, the wind cooler. No dolphins leap beside the ship. No fishing boats cross the horizon. The ocean seems empty, as though life itself refuses to follow. The crew speaks only in whispers. Everyone knows the stories. No one enters Hades. No one returns. Yet their captain continues steering toward the unknown. Not because he wants to, because there is no other path home. Sometimes, the hardest road is not the wrong one. It is simply the only one. Days later, the coastline emerges, bleak, silent, covered in mist. No villages, no farms, no smoke rising from warm hearths. Only gray hills fading into endless shadow. Even the sea seems reluctant to touch the shore. Imagine stepping onto that cold earth. The air feels heavy. The silence almost physical. You instinctively lower your voice. Though no living person is nearby, Circe's instructions echo in Odysseus' memory. Dig a trench. Pour offerings. Milk. Honey. Wine. Water. Then sprinkle barley. Finally, offer the blood of sacrificed animals. Only then will the spirits come. To modern ears, the ritual may sound strange, but to the ancient Greeks, blood represented life itself. The dead possessed memory, but lacked the strength of life. Only through sacrifice could they briefly regain enough awareness to speak. Imagine Odysseus kneeling upon the cold ground. His sword rests beside him. The trench fills slowly with dark liquid. The smell of fresh earth mixes with sacrificial smoke. Around him, his companions stand uneasily, watching the darkness, listening, waiting. Then, something changes. The air grows colder. The wind disappears completely. The shadows begin to move. Not because the sun has shifted, because something else is approaching. According to Homer, the spirits rise. Not one, not dozens, hundreds, countless souls, young, old, warriors, mothers, kings, children. They gather silently around the trench, drawn by the scent of blood. Imagine looking into that crowd. Faces without warmth, eyes filled not with anger, but with longing. Every one of them remembers life. None of them can return. Odysseus draws his sword, not against monsters, against ghosts. Circe warned him, allow no spirit to drink the blood until Tiresias arrives. Even here, discipline matters. One by one, the shades press closer. The silence becomes unbearable. Then, someone familiar appears. A face Odysseus never expected to see again. It is ENIRE, one of his own sailors, the youngest among them. Only then does Odysseus realize something terrible. During their year on Circe's island, ENIRE had died. According to Homer, after a night of drinking, he had fallen asleep upon the palace roof. Forgetting where he was, he awoke suddenly, walked toward the stairs, missed his footing, and fell to his death. In the rush to leave, his companions had unknowingly left his body behind, unburied, unmourned. Imagine that moment, standing at the edge of the underworld, and the very first soul you meet is someone you accidentally abandoned, not through cruelty, through haste, through human forgetfulness. ENIRE speaks gently. There is no accusation in his voice, only one request. When you return, please bury me. Do not leave me forgotten. Perhaps this quiet encounter tells us something profound about the Odyssey. Not every wound comes from violence. Sometimes, our deepest regrets are born from simple mistakes, the things we meant to do, but never did. Odysseus promises he will return. He will honor his fallen companion. Only then does ENIRE step back into the shadows. But Tiresias has not yet come. Instead, another figure slowly emerges from the endless crowd. A woman, older now, yet instantly familiar. Odysseus cannot breathe, because standing before him is his own mother, Anticlea, the woman he kissed goodbye 20 years earlier. The woman he believed was still alive. He had crossed into the land of the dead, seeking a prophet. Instead, he is found, his past, and in just a few moments, he will learn the heartbreaking truth about everything that has happened while he was trying to come home. Chapter 26, A Mother in the Land of the Dead. There is one grief that no warrior, no king, no hero can ever prepare for. Not the grief of losing a battle, not the grief of watching friends fall, but the grief of discovering that life continued without you. Imagine standing at the edge of the trench. The cold mist curls silently around your feet. Countless spirits drift through the darkness like pale smoke. Some faces are strangers. Others seem hauntingly familiar. Time has no meaning here. Only memory. Only longing. Odysseus grips his sword tightly. Circe's warning still echoes in his mind. No spirit must drink from the blood until Tiresias arrives. Even now, rules must be obeyed. But suddenly, those rules become almost impossible to follow. Because among the endless crowd, he sees her, a woman. Her posture is gentle. Her face carries the quiet kindness he has remembered every day since leaving Ithaca. The lines upon her face are deeper now, not because years have passed for her, but because years have passed for him. It is his mother, Anticlea. Imagine that moment. 20 years earlier, you kissed your mother goodbye. You promised to return after a single war. You imagined embracing her again within months. Now, you meet her in the kingdom of the dead, without warning, without preparation, without even knowing she had died. Odysseus can scarcely believe his eyes. His entire body wants to rush forward, to embrace her, to ask 1,000 questions, to hear her voice once more. But he cannot. Not yet. The prophet must come first. Duty, once again, demands patience, even here. Perhaps this is one of the cruelest moments in the entire Odyssey, not because of violence, but because Homer understands something timeless. Sometimes, love requires waiting, even when every part of your heart begs you not to. Anticlea waits quietly. She does not force herself forward. She simply watches her son. Perhaps she already understands. The living still have responsibilities, even inside the land of the dead. At last, another figure emerges from the darkness, older, calm, holding a golden staff. Though his eyes are blind, his face carries remarkable certainty. This is Tiresias, the greatest prophet of Thebes, the one soul who has retained his wisdom even after death. Odysseus lowers his sword. Tiresias drinks from the sacrifice. Then, he speaks. Imagine hearing a voice that seems older than time itself. Not loud, not dramatic, simply certain. There is no hesitation, no guessing, only truth. According to the Odyssey, Tiresias does not promise an easy future. He does not say, "Your suffering is over." Instead, he warns that the hardest choices are still ahead. Poseidon, he says, has not forgotten. The sea god's anger still follows every wave. Odysseus may yet reach Ithaca, but only if he controls himself, if his companions control themselves, if they resist temptation. Then Tiresias speaks of an island still far ahead, Thrinacia, the sacred island of Helios, the sun god. There graze magnificent cattle, beautiful, peaceful, untouched by human hands. No one, under any circumstances, must harm them. If the cattle remain unharmed, there is still hope. If even one is killed, disaster will follow. Imagine hearing those words after surviving monsters, storms, and giants. Your future now depends, not upon defeating an enemy, but upon resisting temptation. Sometimes, self-control is harder than courage. Then the prophet says something even stranger. If Odysseus reaches Ithaca, his work will not be finished. There will still be violence, still be bloodshed, still be trials awaiting inside his own home. Even victory will carry a price. Finally, Tiresias offers one last glimpse beyond the horizon. Long after the battles, long after Ithaca, long after peace has finally returned, Odysseus must undertake one final journey. He must carry in or inland, so far from the sea that people mistake it for a farmer's tool. Only then will Poseidon's anger finally end. Only then will Odysseus find the peaceful death that has eluded him all his life. The prophecy ends. Tiresias steps back into the darkness. The greatest questions have been answered, but the greatest sorrow still waits. Odysseus turns toward his mother. At last, she kneels beside the trench. She drinks. Color seems to return briefly to her face. Recognition fills her eyes. She smiles. Imagine hearing your mother's voice. After 20 years, no battlefield, no palace, no feast. Nothing else exists. Only her. Only this moment. She asks the question every mother asks. My son, how did you come here? You are alive. No living man should walk among the dead. Odysseus struggles to answer. He tells her about Troy, about the endless wandering, about the command given by Circe. Then, almost afraid to ask, he whispers the question that has already begun breaking his heart. How did you die? Was it sickness? Was it old age? Did Artemis strike you? Anticlea shakes her head gently. According to Homer, her answer is devastating in its simplicity. No illness claimed her. No god struck her down. She says, "It was longing for you. It was waiting. It was missing you." Her heart simply could bear no more. Imagine those words settling over Odysseus. Every battle, every clever plan, every impossible victory, none of them mattered in this moment. While he was fighting to return home, the woman who loved him most had quietly faded away, believing she might never see him again. There are wounds that no physician can heal, no sword can defend against, no wisdom can prevent. The wound of arriving too late. Desperately, Odysseus steps forward. He tries to embrace her, his arms close around. Nothing. She slips through them like smoke, like a dream disappearing at dawn. He tries again. Again. His hands grasp only empty air. 3 times. He reaches for his mother. 3 times. She fades away. The scene is almost unbearably gentle. Homer does not need grand speeches. Every child, every parent, understands the pain of wanting. Just one more embrace. Just one more conversation. Just one more chance to say, "I love you," before she returns to the shadows. Anticlea gives her son one final gift. News from home. Penelope still waits faithfully. Telemachus has grown into a fine young man. Laertes, Odysseus' aging father, still lives. But grief has changed him. He no longer lives comfortably in the palace. Instead, he works alone in the fields, sleeping on the ground, wearing rough clothes. His heart, broken by the absence of his son. Home still exists, but it has not stood still. Time has touched everyone. Everyone. Except Odysseus, because while he wandered the world, those he loved grew older without him. As Anticlea slowly disappears into the endless twilight, Odysseus realizes something profound. He did not come to the land of the dead simply to learn the road home. He came to understand what home had already become. And before he can leave this silent kingdom, more familiar faces are emerging from the darkness. Faces from the greatest war in Greek history. Kings, queens, heroes, and among them, one warrior whose anger once shook the walls of Troy is waiting to speak to the man who survived. Chapter 27. The heroes who could not return. The living often imagine the dead as distant, peaceful, finished. But Homer paints a different picture. In the underworld, memory does not disappear. Love does not disappear. Regret does not disappear. Death ends life. It does not erase who we were. Imagine standing beside Odysseus. The cold air never changes. No birds sing here. No waves reach these silent shores. Only endless gray. Only countless souls drifting through the mist, each carrying the story of a life already lived. One by one, they approach the trench, not because they wish to frighten him, but because for a few precious moments, through the sacrifice, they can remember what it felt like to truly live. Odysseus watches them in silence. Some were famous queens, some mighty kings, some mothers whose names history has forgotten. Each spirit reminds him of one uncomfortable truth. No matter how great a person becomes, every journey ends here. Kings and shepherds, warriors and children, the underworld makes no distinction. Then, a familiar figure appears, tall, broad-shouldered, still carrying himself with the quiet dignity of a king. Agamemnon, commander of the Greek armies, the man who united hundreds of kings to sail against Troy. Imagine seeing him now. The proud ruler who once commanded the greatest army Greece had ever assembled is only a shadow. His face is calm, but behind his eyes lies a sadness deeper than any battlefield. Odysseus lowers his head respectfully. He remembers Agamemnon standing before the walls of Troy, giving orders, settling disputes among kings, holding together an alliance that might otherwise have fallen apart. Now, that powerful voice sounds strangely soft. Agamemnon tells his story, not of Troy. That story is already over. He speaks of home. According to Greek tradition, when the war ended, Agamemnon finally returned to Mycenae. Like Odysseus, he dreamed of reunion, of rest, of laying aside his armor forever. Instead, he found betrayal waiting. His wife, Clytemnestra, had not waited faithfully. While Agamemnon fought beneath Troy, she had taken another man, Aegisthus, as her lover. Together, they planned the king's murder. Imagine the scene. A palace filled with celebration. Servants welcoming their king home. Food prepared. Wine poured. A hot bath waiting after years of war. The perfect homecoming. Then, without warning, the doors close. Weapons appear. The man who survived 10 years of war dies inside his own house, not facing an army, not holding a shield, but surrounded by those he once trusted. Agamemnon's voice grows heavy. He warns Odysseus, do not trust too easily. Even home can hide danger. These words carry enormous weight. The audience already knows something Odysseus does not. Back in Ithaca, his own palace is no longer safe. Strangers feast at his tables. Men compete to marry Penelope. His kingdom is quietly slipping away. Agamemnon's warning is not merely about the past. It is about Odysseus' future. Imagine hearing those words. After 20 years of longing for home, you are told that home itself may be your greatest danger. Agamemnon fades into the mist. Another figure approaches. This one radiates extraordinary strength, even in death. Broad shoulders, a towering presence, a lion among men. Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Trojan War, the man whose rage shaped the Iliad, the almost invincible hero, whose name became immortal. Surely, Odysseus thinks, if anyone found glory worth its price, it would be Achilles. Odysseus greets him with admiration. He speaks honestly. No man has ever been more honored than you. You were revered while alive, and now you rule among the dead. It sounds like comfort. It sounds like praise. But Achilles interrupts. According to Homer, Achilles gives one of the most famous replies in all of ancient literature. He says, "Do not try to comfort me about death. I would rather be the servant of a poor farmer than king over all the dead." Imagine hearing that. The greatest warrior who ever lived. The man who chose eternal glory over a long, peaceful life. now says he would trade all that glory for one ordinary day beneath the sun. Perhaps no passage in the Odyssey feels more deeply human. Throughout history, people have chased fame, victory, immortality, achievements that outlive them. Yet Homer quietly asks, what if the greatest gift was simply being alive, feeling the warmth of sunlight, hearing the laughter of family, watching children grow, things heroes often sacrifice before realizing their true value? Achilles then asks only one question, not about Troy, not about glory, about his son, Neoptolemus. Has he become brave? Has he honored the family name? Imagine that moment. Even the greatest warrior becomes simply a father. Odysseus smiles. For the first time in the underworld, he brings joyful news. Yes, Neoptolemus fought bravely. He stood among the finest warriors. He earned great honor. As Odysseus speaks, Achilles' spirit seems taller somehow. Pride still reaches beyond death. The ancient poet reminds us of something timeless. No matter how legendary someone becomes, there is often one thing they value more than fame: knowing their children will be all right. Achilles slowly walks back into the mist. His footsteps make no sound, yet his words remain. The greatest hero of Greece has declared that life itself is worth more than endless glory. More spirits begin gathering. Ajax, the mighty warrior whose pride once rivaled Achilles himself. He approaches silently. Odysseus calls out to him, but Ajax refuses to answer. Even in death, the old wound remains. He cannot forgive the judgment that awarded Achilles' armor to Odysseus instead of him. Without a word, he turns away, disappearing into the darkness. It is an astonishing moment. Some wounds survive even death. Some bitterness outlives the body itself. Homer offers no easy lesson, only a quiet warning. If resentment is never released, it may become its own prison. Odysseus remains standing among the silent dead. He has spoken with kings, with heroes, with his own mother, with the greatest prophet in Greece. Every conversation has carried the same hidden message. Life is precious, time is limited, and home is worth more than power, glory, or revenge. But the underworld has shown him enough. The shadows continue gathering. More souls, more memories, more sorrow than any living heart should carry. Odysseus realizes, if he stays much longer, he may never leave. So he turns and walks back toward the waiting ship, toward the world of sunlight, toward the sea. Yet the journey ahead will demand one final test of his wisdom, because beyond the next horizon, three voices, more beautiful than music itself, are already singing. And every sailor who has ever followed their song has vanished forever. Chapter 28, the song that no one could resist. There are voices that promise knowledge, voices that promise happiness, voices that whisper, "Come closer, just for a moment. There is nothing to fear." And sometimes, those are the most dangerous voices we will ever hear. The black ship sailed away from the land of the dead. Slowly, the color returned to the world. Gray skies gave way to blue. The warmth of the sun touched weary faces once more. The smell of salt replaced the cold stillness of Hades. For the crew, Simply seeing daylight again felt like a miracle. Imagine standing on the deck. The sea stretches endlessly in every direction. The breeze is gentle. The waves rise and fall with quiet rhythm. After everything they had witnessed among the dead, the living world feels impossibly beautiful. Even the cry of a distant seabird seems precious. But Odysseus knows something his companions do not. The prophecy has only begun. Every danger Tiresias foretold still lies ahead. Every warning still waits to be tested. And so, the lone ship turns once more toward ENIRE. Circe had instructed Odysseus to return after visiting the underworld. She still has knowledge he must hear. Without it, none of them will survive. Before anything else, Odysseus remembers his promise. ENIRE, the young sailor they had unknowingly left behind. His body still lies where it fell. Imagine the crew climbing the familiar path towards Circe's hull. But this time, their first task is not to eat, not to rest. It is to carry the body of a friend. Together, they gather wood, build a funeral pyre, lay ENIRE gently upon it. The flames rise slowly into the evening sky. Afterward, they raise a burial mound beside the sea. They plant his or upright upon the grave. A simple monument. One sailor, one oar, one life remembered. Odysseus has kept his promise. Sometimes, honoring the dead is the final kindness the living can offer. That evening, Circe welcomes them once more. Her voice is calm. Her eyes, perhaps, carry a quiet sadness. She knows what lies ahead. She knows many of these men will never return home. Still, she speaks honestly, because truth is the only gift that can help them now. Imagine the firelight dancing across the room. Outside, the sea murmurs softly against the shore. Inside, every sailor listens in complete silence. No one interrupts. No one asks unnecessary questions. Each word may mean the difference between life and death. Circe begins with a warning. Your next danger will not attack you with swords. It will sing. The sirens. Few creatures in all of Greek mythology have become more famous. Yet Homer describes them with remarkable restraint. He tells us almost nothing about how they look. No feathers, no scales, no haunting beauty. Only their voices matter, because their voices are the true weapon. According to the Odyssey, the sirens possess perfect knowledge. They know everything that has happened upon the earth, everything that happened at Troy, every secret, every regret, every unanswered question. They call each passing sailor by name, offering exactly what that person longs to know. Not riches, not power, understanding. Imagine hearing your own name carried across the water, spoken by someone you cannot see. A voice softer than music, gentler than memory. It tells you, come closer. We know the answers you have searched for your entire life. No one leaves here disappointed. How many people could resist? Circe explains the terrible truth. Every sailor who steers toward that song forgets everything else. Home, family, duty, survival. Nothing matters except reaching the voices. Their ships crash upon hidden rocks. Their bodies remain there forever, surrounded by the bones of those who believed they alone could resist. The danger is not curiosity. Curiosity built civilizations. Curiosity led Odysseus beyond Troy. The danger is believing. You are stronger than temptation. Then Circe says something surprising. Odysseus must hear the song. Imagine the crew looking toward their captain. Have they heard correctly? The song kills. Yet Odysseus must listen? Circe nods. There is only one safe way. Every sailor must fill his ears with softened beeswax. No one must hear a single note, not even by accident. But Odysseus should be tied securely to the mast. Hands, feet, chest. Every knot pulled as tightly as possible. If he begs to be released, ignore him. If he commands it, tighten the ropes instead. No matter what he says, no matter how desperately he pleads, do not let him go. Imagine the strange trust this requires. A king ordering his own men to disobey him, to ignore his commands, because he knows the man speaking under the siren's spell will not truly be himself. Leadership sometimes means recognizing that even the strongest mind can become vulnerable. The following morning, the preparations begin. Fresh beeswax is warmed beneath the sun. The sailors knead it until it becomes soft enough to press into their ears. One by one, they lose the sounds of the sea. The waves become silent. The wind disappears. Only stillness remains. Then they turn toward Odysseus. Imagine him standing calmly beside the mast. He does not resist. He stretches out his arms. His companions wrap thick ropes around his chest, across his waist, around his legs. Every knot checked twice, 3 times. He tests them. They hold. Exactly as they should. No king enjoys surrendering control. Yet Odysseus understands something few leaders ever do. Sometimes, wisdom means allowing others to protect you from yourself. The island appears slowly, a narrow stretch of rocky coastline. Flowers grow peacefully upon the cliffs. Nothing about it looks frightening. Nothing suggests death. Only beauty. Only calm. Then, the wind changes. The sea becomes unnaturally still. The oars dip silently into the water. No gulls fly overhead. No fish break the surface. Even nature seems to pause. And then, the singing begins. Odysseus hears it. At first, it is almost impossible to describe. Not merely beautiful, familiar, as though every happy memory of his life has been woven into music. He hears the laughter of Ithaca, the voices of old friends, his mother's gentle kindness, Penelope calling his name, the distant cries of victory beneath Troy, the songs of his childhood. Everything he has ever loved echoes within those voices. Then they speak directly to him. Odysseus, wisest of all Greeks, come to us. No one knows your story better than we do. We know everything you have suffered, everything you have lost. Come and learn everything before you go home. His heart races. Every instinct tells him they are telling the truth. Every mystery, every unanswered question, his future, his past, the gods themselves, everything is waiting just beyond those rocks. He throws himself against the ropes. The mast groans beneath his weight. He shouts. He screams. He orders his men to release him. His face twists with desperate longing. Never has he wanted anything more. But the sailors hear nothing. They see only their king struggling wildly. Remembering his instructions, they do exactly what Circe commanded. They pull the ropes tighter, stronger. ignoring every order he gives, ignoring every desperate plea. Because sometimes, the greatest act of loyalty is refusing to give someone what they think they want. The ship continues forward, stroke by stroke. The island slowly slips behind them. The singing begins to fade. Then, it disappears completely. Odysseus collapses against the mast, breathing heavily, confused, ashamed, as though awakening from a dream. Only then do the sailors remove the wax from their ears, untie the ropes, and continue rowing. No one speaks for a long time. They have passed one of the greatest dangers on earth, not by fighting, not by escaping, but by trusting one another. Yet Circe had warned them. The sirens were only the beginning. Ahead, the sea narrows into a deadly passage. On one side, a whirlpool powerful enough to swallow the ocean itself. On the other, a monster with 6 heads, waiting patiently for the next ship to sail too close. Chapter 29. Between Scylla and Charybdis. There are moments in life when every choice hurts. No perfect answer, no hidden escape, only one impossible decision between 2 terrible outcomes. The ancient Greeks understood this truth so well. They gave it a story. Imagine the sea just after the sirens have fallen silent. The waves begin to move again. Seabirds return to the sky. The rhythm of the oars steadies. For a few precious moments, the crew breathes easily. They have survived another trial, another impossible danger, another story they never imagined living through. Odysseus unties the final knot from around his wrists. The ropes leave deep marks upon his skin. He rubs them slowly, not because they hurt, but because they remind him of something important. Even the strongest mind can lose itself. Even he is not beyond temptation. There is no time to reflect. Circe's next warning echoes inside his memory. You will soon come to a narrow strait. On one side lies Scylla. On the other waits Charybdis. No ship can avoid them both. Imagine hearing those words. Not be careful. Not choose wisely. Simply, someone will die. Sometimes, wisdom is not finding the perfect solution. It is choosing the least terrible one. Far ahead, the sea begins to change. Towering cliffs rise on either side. The open horizon disappears. The water narrows into a dark passage. The wind grows strangely unpredictable. One moment, the air is still. The next, it rushes violently between the rocks. The crew senses it immediately. No one speaks. Every sailor has learned that silence often arrives just before danger. Imagine standing at the bow. The cliffs seem impossibly high. Their shadows fall across the water. Even at midday, the passage feels like twilight. The smell of salt is mixed with damp stone. Above, nothing moves. No birds nest upon the cliffs. No goats wander their slopes. Nature itself seems unwilling to remain here. On the left, a cave opens high in the black rock. It is almost invisible, a jagged mouth, looking down upon the sea. Inside, something waits. According to Homer, Scylla is unlike any monster encountered before. Not a giant, not a beast, not a dragon. She possesses 12 legs, 6 impossibly long necks. At the end of each neck, a terrible head, each mouth lined with 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth. She does not chase ships. She does not roar. She simply waits. Every vessel passing beneath her cave loses sailors. Every time. Without exception. On the opposite side lies Charybdis. At first, there appears to be nothing there, only the sea. Then, the water begins to move. Imagine watching the ocean itself collapse. A vast whirlpool opens. The sea spirals downward into darkness. Foaming water disappears beneath the earth. Then, moments later, it erupts upward again, with terrifying force. Circe warned that if a ship were caught inside, nothing could survive. Not the strongest sailor, not the greatest king, not even Poseidon himself, could easily rescue those swallowed by Charybdis. For centuries, people have wondered whether Homer was describing real natural phenomena, powerful whirlpools, dangerous currents, treacherous cliffs along the Strait of Messina between Sicily and mainland Italy. Perhaps not. But the emotional truth needs no map. Every life eventually brings moments when avoiding one disaster means moving closer to another. Odysseus remembers every word Circe spoke. Steer toward Scylla. The advice sounds impossible. Toward the monster? Yes. Because Scylla will take only 6 men. Charybdis will destroy everyone. Imagine carrying that decision. A king choosing which of his companions will die. Not because they deserve it, not because they failed, simply because there is no other way. Leadership can sometimes demand choices that haunt a person forever. Odysseus says nothing to his crew. According to Homer, he hides the full truth, not from cowardice, but because telling them would accomplish nothing. If they panic, everyone dies. If they freeze, everyone dies. So he keeps the burden for himself. He does make one mistake, one deeply human mistake. He quietly puts on his armor, his bronze helmet, his shield, his spear. Perhaps somewhere inside, he still believes he can fight whatever emerges. After Troy, after Cyclopes, after giants, it is difficult to stop believing that courage can solve every problem. But some dangers cannot be defeated, only endured. The rowers dig their oars into the water. The ship enters the narrow passage. The whirlpool begins to roar. Imagine the sound, not like crashing waves, more like the earth itself, breathing. The sea tilts beneath the ship. Water races toward the enormous spinning mouth. The sailors pull harder. Sweat pours from every face. Every muscle strains. Every heartbeat echoes inside the silence. No one dares look directly at Charybdis. And that is exactly what Scylla has been waiting for. Without warning, 6 enormous necks shoot downward from the cliff, so fast that no one even has time to shout. One sailor disappears, then another, another, 6 men, gone. Lifted screaming into the air. Their hands reach desperately toward the ship, toward Odysseus, toward life. Imagine that moment, not as a king, not as a legend, but simply as a man, watching 6 friends, people whose names you know, whose families you remember, whose laughter you shared, being carried away, while knowing you chose this path. According to Homer, Odysseus says this was the most terrible sight of his entire voyage. Not the Cyclops, not Troy, not the underworld. This, because he looked into the eyes of men he loved and could do absolutely nothing. The ship surges forward, beyond the cliffs, beyond the whirlpool, back into open water. The danger is over. The surviving sailors collapse across the deck. Some sob quietly. Others stare silently into the sea. The empty places among the rowing benches grow even more numerous. Odysseus removes his helmet. His hands tremble, not from fear, from grief. A leader often remembers every face, every name, every sacrifice. Long after everyone else has fallen asleep, the sea becomes calm once more, almost unbelievably calm. The sunlight returns. Gentle waves lap against the hull. It seems impossible that such horror existed only moments before. Nature moves on. Human hearts do not. Yet Tiresias' warning still remains. The greatest test has not yet come. Ahead lies the sacred island of Helios. Green pastures, golden cattle, an ordinary hunger, an ordinary meal. Nothing could appear more harmless. And yet, the fate of every man still alive aboard the ship now depends on whether they can resist one final temptation. Only an aging wife, an elderly father, a son who has become a stranger. Yet those ordinary things are exactly what make it precious. Odysseus thanks her. Homer does not record a long farewell. No dramatic speeches, no declarations, only quiet gratitude. Sometimes, the deepest emotions need the fewest words. He steps aboard the raft, raises the sail. The wind catches it immediately. Slowly, the shoreline begins to drift away. Imagine looking back one final time. Calypso still stands upon the beach, watching. Smaller, smaller still, until at last, she becomes only a solitary figure, standing between the green forest and the endless sea. For 17 days, the voyage is peaceful. The stars guide him at night. The sun warms him by day. The sea seems almost gentle. For the first time in decades, Ithaca no longer feels like a dream. It feels possible. But far beyond the horizon, another god has finally returned. Poseidon, Lord of the sea. He looks across the waters, and there, sailing steadily toward home, he sees the one mortal he swore would never escape his wrath. Chapter 36, Poseidon's Last Storm. There are storms that arrive because of the weather, and there are storms that arrive because someone has not yet forgiven you. For 17 days, the sea had shown mercy. The winds were steady. The stars were clear. Each sunrise carried Odysseus a little closer to Ithaca. Imagine sitting alone upon a small wooden raft. No crew shouting commands. No clash of bronze. No monsters hiding beneath the waves. Only the gentle sound of water against timber. For the first time in many years, peace no longer felt impossible. It felt fragile. Every evening, Odysseus studied the heavens. The ancient Greeks did not navigate with compasses. They navigated by memory, by stars, by the rising and setting of constellations. Homer tells us that Calypso instructed him to keep the constellation later called the Great Bear upon his left. Night after night, Odysseus followed the sky, one steady star at a time. Home was no longer an idea. It had become a direction. Imagine the thoughts filling his mind. Penelope. Did she still wait? Telemachus. Would he recognize his father? His old dog? His servants? The olive tree that stood beside his palace? The rocky hills of Ithaca? After 20 years, memory itself had become precious. He repeated these images inside his heart, afraid that if he stopped, they might disappear forever. Far away, beyond the edge of the sea, another pair of eyes noticed him. Poseidon, the earth shaker, lord of the sea, master of storms. He was returning from the distant land of the Ethiopians. His anger had not faded. Time had not softened it. The blinding of Polyphemus still burned within him. Imagine Poseidon standing upon a lonely mountain peak. Below him, the sea stretches endlessly. Then, far in the distance, he sees something unexpected. A tiny raft, a single sail, one lone man. He recognizes him immediately. Odysseus, still alive. According to the Odyssey, Poseidon is astonished. The other gods, without his knowledge, have allowed Odysseus to leave Ogygia. His first response is not surprise. It is outrage. So, the gods have changed their minds. While I was away, notice something important. Poseidon no longer believes he can prevent Odysseus from reaching home forever. Even he understands that Zeus has spoken. The decision of Olympus cannot be overturned. But he can still make the journey as painful as possible. Sometimes, revenge changes. At first, it seeks destruction. Later, it settles for suffering. Poseidon raises his great trident. Imagine the sky responding instantly. Clouds rush together from every horizon. The blue disappears beneath towering walls of black. The sunlight vanishes. The sea begins to breathe differently. Long, slow, terrible breaths. Then, the winds arrive. Not one wind. All of them. North, south, east, west. According to Homer, Poseidon unleashes them together. The ocean loses all order. Waves crash into one another from every direction. There is no safe course, no favorable current, only chaos. Imagine standing upon that tiny raft. The first wave lifts you high above the sea. The next drops you into a valley of water. Mountains of black water rise around you. The wind tears at the sail. Rain lashes your face like stones. You cannot tell where the sky ends and the sea begins. Odysseus grips the mast with both hands. Every lesson he has learned, every storm he has survived, returns to him. Yet even now, he knows something terrible. This raft was never built to survive the anger of a god. A monstrous wave crashes across the deck. The mast snaps. The sail disappears into the darkness. The raft spins violently. Odysseus is thrown into the sea. Imagine the cold, the shock, the roar filling your ears. Water everywhere. Above you. Below you. You no longer know which way is up. Salt floods your mouth. Your lungs burn. Every current seems determined to drag you downward. According to Homer, Poseidon sends another enormous wave. The remaining timbers shatter apart. Years earlier, Odysseus had watched his ship destroyed. Now, the raft that represented his final hope breaks apart beneath him. Again, the sea takes everything. For one terrible moment, Odysseus believes this is the end. Then, someone sees him. Not every god has forgotten. Far beneath the waves lives Ino, also called Leucothea, once a mortal queen, now transformed into a sea goddess. She watches the struggling king with pity. Imagine a white seabird gliding effortlessly above the storm. As it approaches, it changes. Feathers become light. Light becomes a woman. She rises above the waves, untouched by the storm. She calls to Odysseus. Why does Poseidon hate you so fiercely? Listen carefully. If you wish to live, leave the raft. The advice sounds impossible. Leave the only thing keeping him afloat. Had he not learned, again and again, never to abandon hope? Ino removes a magical veil from around her shoulders. She offers it to him. According to Homer, she gives precise instructions. Wrap the veil beneath your chest. Trust the sea. Do not fear. When you reach land, throw it back into the water. Do not keep it. Do not look behind you. Imagine Odysseus hesitating. How many magical gifts has he received? How many strange promises? Some brought salvation. Others brought disaster. Trust never comes easily anymore. Then another enormous wave strikes. The last pieces of the raft explode into drifting splinters. The decision is made for him. Odysseus ties the sacred veil around himself. He removes his heavy clothing. His armor is long gone. His sword, gone. His crown, gone. Now, there is nothing left, except a man. No king, no general, no legendary hero. Simply, a human being, swimming for his life. He dives into the furious sea. Behind him, Poseidon watches. The sea god is not satisfied. Not yet. He sends one final series of gigantic waves crashing toward the lone swimmer. But even gods cannot command every fate forever. At last, Poseidon turns away. He has done all he can. The rest belongs to destiny. Odysseus keeps swimming. Hour after hour, wave after wave. His arms ache. His legs feel as though they are made of stone. Still, he refuses to stop, because somewhere, beyond the storm, there is land. He cannot see it yet. He cannot even know if it truly exists. But he believes. Sometimes, belief is the last strength a weary heart possesses. Then, far beyond the crashing waves, a dark coastline slowly begins to emerge. Jagged cliffs, white surf exploding against black rock. Land. At last. But the sea has one final cruel lesson to teach him. Finding shore is not the same as reaching it. Chapter 37. The Shores of Scheria. Sometimes, the final obstacle is waiting. After you can already see the finish line. For 2 endless days, Odysseus fought the sea, not against monsters, not against soldiers, against exhaustion itself. Imagine every muscle in your body burning. Your hands no longer feel like hands. Your legs move only because they have not yet remembered how tired they are. The magical veil of Ino keeps him afloat, but it cannot swim for him. Every stroke must still come from his own strength. Behind him, Poseidon's storm slowly fades. The towering waves become smaller. The thunder grows distant. dark clouds begin to break apart. Above, the first rays of sunlight return. It would almost seem that the sea has finally shown mercy. Then, he sees land. Imagine the surge of hope. After 20 years, after Troy, after Cyclopes, after Circe, after the underworld, after Scylla, after Charybdis, after Calypso, home feels closer than ever. Not Ithaca, but land. Solid ground. Safety. According to Homer, Odysseus first rejoices. Then, his joy disappears, because the coastline before him is nothing but towering cliffs. Black stone rises straight from the sea. Enormous waves explode against them. Foaming water crashes upward, only to fall back again with crushing force. There is no beach, no harbor, no place to climb. Imagine swimming toward those cliffs. Every wave throws you forward. The next tears you backward. The rocks look close enough to touch, yet each one promises death. One mistake, and the sea will smash your body against the stone. Odysseus hesitates. Should he risk the cliffs, or let the current carry him farther? Hoping another shore appears, it is another impossible decision. His journey has become a chain of impossible decisions. At that very moment, another goddess watches. Athena. Patient. Quiet. Always appearing. At exactly the moment when wisdom matters most. She cannot simply carry Odysseus to safety. The laws of the gods rarely allow such direct intervention, but she can help. In smaller ways. According to Homer, Athena calms the winds. Not all of them. Only enough. Just enough to give one exhausted man a chance. Imagine the currents changing beneath your body. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the sea begins carrying Odysseus northward, away from the deadly cliffs, toward something softer, toward hope. For hours, he continues swimming, sometimes floating, sometimes barely moving at all. His body has gone beyond pain. There is only instinct now. One arm, then the other. One breath, then another. Survival has become rhythm. Finally, he hears something different. Not waves striking rock. Water. Flowing. Ahead. A river meets the sea. Its current pushes gently outward. Its banks are low. Sheltered. Peaceful. Imagine how miraculous that sight must have seemed. After endless violence, gentleness. Homer gives us a beautiful moment here. Odysseus does something he has done many times throughout his journey. He prays. Not to Zeus, not to Athena, but to the unknown river itself. Whoever you are, God of this river, have mercy on me. I have suffered enough. It is a humble prayer. He does not demand. He does not bargain. He simply asks. According to the Odyssey, the river god hears him. The current slows. The waters become calm. The river welcomes the exhausted stranger. It is a small miracle, quiet, almost invisible. Yet after years of divine anger, even a little kindness feels extraordinary. Imagine Odysseus crawling onto the riverbank. His knees sink into wet sand. His hands press against solid earth. He has reached land. At last. Not carried ashore by servants. Not welcomed by cheering crowds. He arrives alone. Broken. Covered in salt. Barely alive. But alive. He immediately unties Ino's magical veil. just as she instructed. Without looking back, he throws it into the sea. The waves carry it away. A promise kept. Even after all he has endured, Odysseus still honors those who helped him. Then, he kisses the ground. It is one of the simplest images in the Odyssey, and one of the most moving. Imagine surviving 20 years of war and wandering, only to press your face into ordinary soil, with tears of gratitude. Sometimes, the greatest luxury is simply standing on dry land. But another problem appears almost immediately. Night is falling. The air grows cold. His clothes are gone. His body trembles from exhaustion. If he sleeps beside the river, wild animals may find him. If he remains in the open, the cold alone could kill him. Even now, survival demands one more choice. Odysseus slowly walks inland. Every step is painful. His body is bruised from rocks. His skin is cut by salt and sun. Still, he keeps moving, because he has learned one lesson better than anyone alive. As long as you can still take one more step, the story is not over. At the edge of a quiet forest, he finds two olive trees growing together, one wild, one cultivated. Their branches intertwine, forming a natural shelter. Beneath them, a thick bed of fallen leaves. Imagine gathering those leaves around your body, not as a king, not as the conqueror of Troy, but as a weary traveler, grateful for nature's simplest gifts. Homer compares him to a man carefully hiding a glowing ember beneath ashes, protecting the last spark of fire, so that life may continue tomorrow. It is a beautiful image. Odysseus himself has become that hidden ember, almost extinguished, yet not quite. Still alive, still waiting for the moment he can burn brightly again. Athena watches over him. As he finally closes his eyes, she pours deep, dreamless sleep upon him. Not ordinary sleep, healing sleep. The first truly peaceful rest since he left Calypso's island. When the sun rises, Odysseus will awaken in a strange kingdom, a land called Scheria, home of the Phaeacians, a people unlike any he has ever met. There, for the first time in 20 years, someone will not ask him to fight or to prove himself. Instead, a young princess, following an ordinary dream, will unknowingly become the last person who must help the king of Ithaca find his way home. Chapter 38. The Princess Who Dreamed of a Stranger. History does not always change because of kings. Sometimes it changes because someone chooses to be kind. While Odysseus slept beneath the shelter of the olive trees, another story was quietly beginning, not on a battlefield, not aboard a ship, but inside a dream. Imagine the island of Scheria at dawn. Unlike the kingdoms Odysseus has known, there are no smoking ruins, no abandoned villages, no walls scarred by siege. This is a land at peace. The sea surrounds it like a protective embrace. Its people are master sailors, yet they are not conquerors. They build ships, not empires. Their greatest pride is not war, but hospitality. According to the Odyssey, the island belongs to the Phaeacians, a mysterious people favored by the gods. Their ships are unlike any in the Greek world. Fast, graceful, almost magical. Homer even suggests they seem to understand the thoughts of their captains, gliding across the sea without needing constant commands. To weary travelers, The Phaeacians are famous for one thing above all else. They always help strangers return home. Odysseus has reached the one place on earth where his journey might finally end. He simply does not know it yet. In the royal palace, Athena begins her work. She does not wake Odysseus. Instead, she visits someone else, a young princess. Her name is Nausicaa, daughter of King Alcinous and Queen Arete. She has grown up surrounded by peace. Unlike Odysseus, she has never seen Troy, never watched cities burn, never heard the cries of soldiers dying beneath collapsing walls. Her world is one of gardens, music, family, and quiet mornings beside the sea. Imagine her sleeping peacefully beneath embroidered blankets. The palace is silent. Outside, moonlight washes across polished stone courtyards. Then, a familiar voice enters her dream. Athena does not appear as a goddess. She rarely does. Instead, she takes the form of one of Nausicaa's closest friends, someone the princess trusts completely. In the dream, her friend smiles gently, then asks a simple question. Why are your beautiful clothes still lying unwashed? At first, it seems like an ordinary conversation. Nothing dramatic, nothing mysterious. But Athena is carefully guiding events. One small decision at a time. The dream continues. Soon, you will need fresh garments. Your brothers need them. Your father needs them. And perhaps, before long, you yourself may be thinking about marriage. The words are gentle, never commanding, only suggesting. Athena understands human nature. People are far more willing to follow ideas they believe are their own. Imagine Nausicaa waking with the first light of dawn. The dream lingers vividly in her memory. It feels important, not frightening, simply necessary. She dresses quickly, then walks through the palace to find her father, King Alcinous. Notice something charming in Homer's telling. Nausicaa does not mention marriage directly. Instead, she politely asks if she may borrow a wagon to carry the family's clothing to the river for washing. It is an ordinary request, one any daughter might make. Alcinous smiles. Perhaps he understands more than she says. Perhaps fathers often do. Without asking unnecessary questions, he gladly agrees. Imagine the palace awakening around them. Servants prepare the wagon. Strong mules are harnessed. Bundles of beautifully woven garments are carefully loaded. Fresh food is packed. Wine, bread, olive oil. Everything needed for a pleasant day beside the river. Soon, Nausicaa and her companions leave the city, young women laughing together beneath the morning sun. Their wagon rattles gently along the road. Birds sing overhead. The sea sparkles nearby. It is impossible to imagine that only a short distance away, one of the greatest heroes in Greek legend lies asleep beneath a pile of leaves. They arrive at the river. Imagine crystal clear water flowing gently over smooth white stones. The girls remove the garments from the wagon, one by one. They wash them carefully, stamping them clean in the shallow pools, rinsing them in fresh running water, spreading them across the warm rocks to dry beneath the sun. The work finishes quickly. Now, the serious duties are over. The laughter begins. They eat together beside the river. Fresh bread, fruit, wine diluted with cool spring water. Then, someone brings out a ball. Imagine the carefree joy of that afternoon. Young voices echo across the valley. The ball flies through the bright blue sky. Laughter carries on the breeze. For the first time in many chapters, Homer gives us something extraordinary. A moment. Without fear. Without grief. Without death. A reminder that the world still contains innocence. But stories rarely remain peaceful for long. As the girls prepare to return home, one throw goes slightly astray. The ball sails high into the air, misses its target, and splashes loudly into the deep river. At once, every girl cries out in surprise. Their voices echo through the forest, and beneath the olive trees, covered in leaves. After the deepest sleep he has known in 20 years, Odysseus opens his eyes. Imagine his confusion. He hears unfamiliar voices. He does not know where he is. He has no clothes, no weapons, no idea whether the people nearby are friends or enemies. He slowly rises from the bed of leaves. The branches crack softly beneath his feet. His heart begins to race. One wrong decision, after surviving everything, could still destroy him. The girls hear movement inside the trees. One by one, they turn toward the sound. The laughter disappears. Silence falls. And from the shadow of the forest, there emerges a wild-looking stranger, his hair tangled with salt, his body scarred by years of hardship, his face hidden beneath branches and leaves. To them, he looks less like a king and more like a man who has crawled out of the sea itself. Most of the young women panic. They scream and run. But one person does not move. Princess Nausicaa remains standing, and in that single moment of courage, the final path home for Odysseus quietly begins. Chapter 39. The Stranger Beneath the Olive Tree. The greatest heroes rarely look like heroes when their story is almost over. Sometimes they look like survivors. The laughter had vanished. Only moments earlier, the riverbank had echoed with joyful voices. Young women tossing a ball beneath the summer sun. The ordinary happiness of a peaceful kingdom. Now, silence. Every eye was fixed upon the edge of the forest. Imagine Nausicaa standing beside the river. The breeze gently lifts the drying linen. The frightened mules stamp nervously nearby. Her companions have already begun running, not because they are cruel, because what they see terrifies them. A man emerges slowly from the trees. His hair hangs in tangled strands across his shoulders. His beard is thick with salt. His skin is darkened by years beneath the Mediterranean sun. Fresh scars cross older scars. His body is scratched by thorns. His eyes, though weary, remain astonishingly alert. To anyone else, he appears less like a traveler and more like someone the sea itself has washed ashore. According to Homer, Odysseus understands his position instantly. He is naked, weak, unknown. One wrong movement, and these strangers will flee forever. Or worse, call for guards. For perhaps the 1000th time on his journey, his greatest weapon is not strength. It is judgment. Imagine the thoughts racing through his mind. Should he rush toward the princess and clasp her knees? The ancient Greek gesture of supplication? It would show complete humility. But he is filthy, half-starved, covered in leaves. Such a sudden movement might frighten her. Should he remain where he is and speak from a distance? He has only one chance. Notice how quickly Odysseus studies people. This is one of the defining qualities of his character. Long before he speaks, he observes. He watches Nausicaa's posture, her expression, the way she has not run, the way she stands her ground, even while every servant around her flees. He recognizes courage, and he understands that courage deserves respect. So, he makes his decision. He keeps his distance. Imagine him carefully breaking a leafy branch from the bushes, not as a weapon, as a covering. A final piece of dignity. He steps into the sunlight, stops several paces away, and bows his head. According to the Odyssey, the speech that follows is one of the finest examples of diplomacy in all of ancient literature. Odysseus does not flatter foolishly. He does not beg desperately. He does not boast about Troy. Instead, he speaks with extraordinary care. Every sentence is chosen with purpose. My lady, I do not know whether you are a goddess or a mortal woman. Imagine hearing those words. He begins, not with himself, but with respect. He acknowledges that he knows almost nothing about this strange land. That humility immediately changes the conversation. Then he continues, if she is a goddess, he says, she reminds him of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, young, graceful, strong. If she is mortal, then her parents must be deeply blessed, and the man who someday marries her will be luckier than any king. Notice the brilliance of this compliment. Odysseus never says, you are beautiful. He speaks instead about the joy she brings to others, to her parents, to her future family. His words honor her, without disrespecting her. Even after 20 years of hardship, he still understands people. Only then does he speak of himself. I have suffered greatly. The sea has carried me here. Please, show me mercy. He does not list every monster. He does not recount Troy. He does not demand help because he is famous. He simply asks for clothing and directions. Nothing more. Imagine how different this is from the proud warrior who once shouted his own name to Polyphemus. That man needed recognition. This man needs kindness. Suffering has polished away much of his pride. Nausicaa listens without interrupting. She studies the stranger carefully. His appearance is frightening. His words are not. There is wisdom in his voice, gentleness, gratitude. She senses something that her frightened companions have missed. This man is dangerous only to himself. According to Homer, Athena quietly strengthens Nausicaa's courage, not by controlling her, only by steadying her heart. The decision remains hers. Imagine the princess turning toward her companions. Most are still watching from a safe distance. Then she asks a question that quietly reveals her character. Why are you running? She reminds them of something the Phaeacians value above almost everything else: hospitality. A stranger is not automatically an enemy. A traveler may be protected by Zeus himself. The gods, she says, often disguise themselves. Who knows? Perhaps this broken man has been sent to test them. It is a beautiful reflection of ancient Greek culture, the principle of xenia, sacred hospitality, to welcome strangers, to feed them, to protect them, because no one ever knows whether the next traveler might carry the blessing or judgment of the gods. Slowly, the servants return, still nervous, Still uncertain, but encouraged by their princess, Nausicaa gives calm instructions. Bring clothing. Bring oil. Prepare water for bathing. Feed him. Treat him as a guest. Imagine what these simple commands mean to Odysseus. Fresh clothes. After years of salt and blood. Clean water. After endless storms. Human kindness. After so much loss. Sometimes, the smallest acts feel like miracles. The servants lay garments upon the rocks. Odysseus politely walks away to bathe alone. Even now, he wishes to preserve everyone's dignity. He steps into the cool river. The water washes away layers of salt, dust, smoke, years of wandering. Imagine him cupping fresh water over his face. Again and again, almost as if he is washing away 20 years. Then he rubs fragrant olive oil into his skin, puts on clean clothing, stands quietly beside the river, no longer looking like a castaway, still scarred, still weathered, but unmistakably a king. According to Homer, Athena now performs one small miracle. She does not change who Odysseus is. She simply reveals the dignity that hardship had hidden. She makes him appear taller, broader. His hair falls in thick dark curls. His eyes shine with renewed life. It is not vanity. It is restoration. The man who stepped out of the sea is beginning to look again, like the man who once left Ithaca. Nausicaa looks at him, and for a brief moment, is speechless, not because of his beauty alone, but because she suddenly realizes this stranger carries himself like someone born to lead, like someone who has seen kingdoms rise and fall, like someone whose story is far greater than anyone yet knows. Soon, she will guide him toward the palace of her father, King Alcinous. There, for the first time since leaving Troy, Odysseus will finally tell the entire story of where he has been, and before an audience of strangers, the greatest journey in Greek mythology will finally be spoken aloud. Chapter 40, A King Without a Name. Sometimes, the hardest story to tell is your own, especially when no one knows who you are. The river lay quietly behind him. The morning sun warmed the fresh linen upon his shoulders. For the first time in many years, Odysseus no longer looked like a man abandoned by the sea. He stood straight. His face was still marked by hardship. His hands still carried the scars of rope, sword, and salt. But beneath the wounds, the king had begun to return. Imagine Nausicaa watching him. Only moments ago, he had emerged from the forest like a desperate castaway. Now, he moved with calm confidence, not arrogance, not pride, simply the quiet dignity of someone who had once commanded armies. She could not know his name, but she sensed he was no ordinary traveler. According to the Odyssey, Nausicaa gives him careful instructions before they leave the river, not because she is ashamed of helping him, but because she understands her people. Even in peaceful kingdoms, rumors travel faster than truth. Imagine her lowering her voice, almost embarrassed. Please, do not walk beside me into the city. It sounds harsh, but it is not. She explains gently. If the people see a young princess entering town with an unknown man, they will whisper. They will invent stories. Some will assume she has already chosen a husband. Others will question her judgment. In every age, people have been quick to tell stories without knowing the truth. Odysseus listens carefully. He understands, perhaps better than anyone. He has seen kingdoms destroyed because of rumors, wars begun because of assumptions. Without hesitation, he agrees. Notice another change in him. Years earlier, he might have insisted upon his importance. He might have revealed that he was the conqueror of Troy, king of Ithaca, favored by Athena. Now, he asks for none of that. He is content to remain unknown. There is wisdom in allowing actions to speak before names. Nausicaa points toward the distant city. Imagine following her gaze. High walls of polished stone rise above the coastline. Wide streets stretch toward an impressive palace. Ships rest inside protected harbors. Their curved hulls gleam beneath the sunlight. Everywhere, people move with purpose. Fishermen repairing nets, craftsmen shaping wood, children laughing in open courtyards. This is not a city preparing for war. It is a city that has forgotten what war feels like. According to Homer, the Phaeacians possess extraordinary skill at sailing. Their ships are famous throughout the ancient world. They travel farther and faster than anyone else. Some later traditions even imagine that these ships could understand the thoughts of their captains, gliding over the sea almost by instinct. Whether Homer meant this literally or poetically, the message is clear. No people alive are better suited to carry a weary traveler home. But first, Odysseus must earn their trust. Nausicaa continues speaking. When you reach the palace, do not seek my father first. This advice surprises many modern readers. Wouldn't the king make the decisions? Often. Yes. But Skiria is different. Go first. To my mother. Her name is Arete, one of the most remarkable queens in Greek literature. According to Homer, King Alcinous himself honors her wisdom above all others. When disputes arise, people seek her judgment. Even her husband respects her counsel. Her kindness and her intelligence shape the kingdom as much as the king's authority. Imagine Odysseus hearing this. Immediately, he understands. Every court has its own customs. Every kingdom has invisible rules. Success belongs to those who notice them. Nausicaa tells him exactly what to do. Walk directly into the palace. Ignore everyone else. Approach Queen Arete. Embrace her knees in the ancient gesture of supplication. Ask only for help returning home. Nothing more. It is simple advice. Yet Odysseus recognizes its brilliance. The greatest victories often begin with understanding people, not overpowering them. The princess climbs back into her wagon. Her companions gather the folded garments. The mules begin pulling the cart toward the city. Before leaving, Nausicaa looks back one final time. Imagine the thoughts inside her heart. Who is this man? What unimaginable journey has brought him here? Will she ever see him again? Homer never turns this into a romance. Instead, he gives us something quieter: respect, compassion, a brief meeting between two lives, moving in completely different directions, yet forever connected by one act of kindness. Odysseus waits, exactly as promised. He watches until the wagon disappears behind the distant olive groves. Only then does he begin walking toward the city, alone. Imagine each step. His feet touch smooth roads instead of ship decks. He hears market voices instead of crashing waves. The smell of fresh bread drifts through the air. Flowers bloom beside white stone houses. After 20 years surrounded by danger, ordinary life feels almost unreal. Yet he remains cautious. Too many surprises have taught him never to relax completely. He studies every street, every face, every doorway. The habits of observation that once saved him in Troy have become second nature. As he approaches the great gates, another figure appears, a small girl, carrying a water jug. She smiles politely. Nothing unusual, nothing threatening. Just another child, walking through the city. But appearances have fooled Odysseus before, and this child is no ordinary child. Behind those gentle eyes, Athena is smiling. Once again, the goddess has come to guide her favorite hero, not with miracles, not with thunder, but with quiet wisdom. The final steps toward home are about to begin. Chapter 41. The city that welcomes strangers. The longest journeys do not end when you reach the right place. They end when someone opens the door. Odysseus stood at the edge of the city for a long moment. He simply watched, not because he was afraid, because after 20 years of wandering, peace itself felt unfamiliar. Imagine standing where he stood. Before you rises a city unlike any you have seen. Its walls gleam beneath the afternoon sun. Broad streets stretch between elegant homes built of smooth white stone. Bronze shines from doorways. Gardens overflow with flowers. Children chase one another through open courtyards. Merchants laugh as they arrange fresh fish beside baskets of fruit. No one is sharpening swords. No one is repairing broken walls. No one watches the horizon for invading ships. This is what a kingdom looks like when it has not forgotten how to live. For Odysseus, the sight is almost painful because it reminds him of everything Ithaca once was, everything he hopes it still might be. According to the Odyssey, before he enters the city, Athena surrounds him with a mysterious mist, not to perform a grand miracle, but to protect him. The people of Scyria cannot yet see the stranger walking among them. He moves unnoticed through the streets, invisible, safe. Imagine walking through a crowded marketplace. While no one turns to look, you hear conversations, laughter, the ringing of bronze hammers. The smell of fresh bread drifts from nearby ovens. Children race past you, never realizing one of the greatest heroes of Greece is walking beside them. There is something strangely fitting about it. Odysseus, whose greatest victories came through disguise, enters yet another city without revealing who he is. Then, the little girl appears. She carries a water jar balanced effortlessly upon her shoulder. Her clothes are simple. Her smile is warm. To anyone else, she is just another child. But Odysseus has learned to notice details. There is something strangely calm about her. Something timeless. According to Homer, it is Athena, hidden once again beneath a mortal form. She approaches without fear. Stranger, are you looking for the palace of King Alcinous? Imagine Odysseus looking into her eyes. He cannot know with certainty that this is Athena, but perhaps some part of him suspects. How many times has wisdom arrived, wearing an ordinary face? He bows politely. Yes. If you know the way, please guide me. The girl nods, then begins walking through the city. Odysseus follows quietly behind. As they move through the streets, Athena tells him about the people who live here. The Phaeacians, descendants of sailors, loved by Poseidon, masters of the sea. They rarely welcome strangers, not because they are cruel, because they live far from the troubled world. War is something that happens somewhere else. Imagine passing the great harbor. Ships rest side by side along polished stone docks. Their hulls are sleek, their prows carved with elegant designs. Everything about them speaks of mastery. These are not warships built to conquer. They are vessels built to cross impossible distances. If anyone can carry Odysseus home, it is these people. Soon, the palace comes into view. Imagine stopping before its gates. Even Odysseus, who has seen the palaces of Mycenae, Sparta, and Troy, pauses. According to Homer, the palace of Alcinous seems almost divine. Its walls shine like bronze. Its doors glitter with gold. Silver columns support the great halls. Bronze dogs, crafted long ago by the divine smith Hephaestus, stand guard at the entrance. They never age, never sleep, never leave their posts. Not living creatures, yet somehow, they seem alive. Inside, the wonders continue. Imagine orchards that bear fruit in every season. Apple trees, pear trees, pomegranates, figs, olives. No winter strips them bare. No drought touches their roots. The gods themselves seem to bless this place. Nearby, vineyards produce grapes throughout the year. Some are flowering, some ripening, some already becoming wine. Nature moves here, without interruption, almost like paradise. For a man who has crossed deserts of grief, such abundance feels unreal. Odysseus has spent years fighting merely to survive. Now, he walks through a place where survival is taken for granted. Athena stops. She turns toward him one final time. Remember, go first to Queen Arete. She holds the heart of this kingdom. Then, without another word, the little girl disappears, not by running, not by hiding. One moment, she is there. The next, she is gone. The mist around Odysseus begins to fade. He understands. His guide has left him. The next steps, he must take alone. Imagine standing before those magnificent doors. Your clothes are clean once more. Your body has regained some strength. But inside, your heart still carries 20 years of sorrow. One conversation now separates you from home or from another disappointment. Odysseus takes a slow breath. Then, he steps across the threshold. The great hall is alive with light. King Alcinous sits among his nobles. Queen Arete beside him. Servants move quietly between long tables filled with food. Music echoes through the chamber. No one notices the stranger until Athena lifts the last veil of mist. Suddenly, every conversation stops. Every eye turns toward the unknown traveler. Without speaking a word, Odysseus walks across the silent hall, past the astonished nobles, past the musicians, past the king himself. And then, just as Nausicaa instructed, he kneels before Queen Arete, places his hands around her knees, and asks only for one thing. Not wealth, not glory, not revenge. Simply, a way to go home. Chapter 30. The Cattle of the Sun. The hardest promises to keep are not the ones tested when we are strong, They are tested when we are exhausted, when we are hungry, when we believe. Just this once. The rules no longer matter. The sea stretched peacefully before them. The cliffs of Scylla were now far behind. The terrible whirlpool of Charybdis had disappeared beneath the horizon. The surviving crew should have felt grateful. They had escaped yet another impossible trial. But grief has a way of making even survival feel heavy. Imagine looking across the deck. The empty places seem to multiply with every passing day. The men no longer count how many have died. They count how few remain. Odysseus stands quietly at the bow. The wind brushes against his face. His thoughts return again and again to the prophecy of Tiresias. Among all the warnings he received in the land of the dead, one stood above the others. The sacred cattle of Helios. Touch them, and everything would be lost. Leave them unharmed, and there was still hope. The future of every man aboard this ship rested upon a single decision. Soon, an island emerged from the morning mist. Rolling green hills stretched toward the sea. Fresh streams sparkled beneath the sunlight. Wide meadows shimmered with golden grass. And there, grazing peacefully, were magnificent cattle. Their hides glowed almost like polished bronze beneath the afternoon sun. They moved slowly, calmly, completely unaware that their existence had already shaped the fate of the men watching them. According to the Odyssey, these animals belonged to Helios, the sun god. Each herd was sacred, untouched by human hands. Every day, they wandered the island. Every evening, they returned unharmed. The gods watched over them constantly. To harm them was not simply theft, it was sacrilege. Imagine Odysseus gathering his exhausted companions. His face is serious, perhaps more serious than they have ever seen. He repeats Tiresias' warning, then Circe's warning, word for word. No matter what happens, no matter how hungry we become, no one is to touch these cattle. If we obey, we may still reach home. If we disobey, none of us will survive. The men nod. Some solemnly swear the oath. Others cross their hearts. After everything they have endured, this seems like such a small request. Simply, leave the cattle alone. They steer away from the island. Or at least, they try. Then Zeus changes the sky. Without warning, dark clouds gather across the horizon. The wind rises violently. Rain lashes the sea. Lightning tears across the heavens. The waves become impossible to navigate. Even Odysseus realizes they cannot continue. Reluctantly, he orders the ship ashore, not because he wants to, because the storm leaves no choice. Imagine dragging the battered vessel onto the beach. Rain pours without stopping. The wind howls through the trees. The sea becomes too dangerous even to fish. The crew waits. Surely, the storm will pass tomorrow. Tomorrow becomes another day, then another. According to Homer, the storm lasts for an entire month. Imagine 30 days, trapped on a single island, watching the sacred cattle graze peacefully every morning, smelling fresh meat carried by the breeze, while your own food slowly disappears. At first, the men remain disciplined. They eat the supplies Circe prepared. They hunt birds. They catch fish whenever the weather allows. It is difficult, but possible. Then, the food begins to run out. Hunger changes people. It dulls judgment. It shortens tempers. It makes tomorrow feel less important than today. Modern science understands this well. The ancient Greeks understood it too. Only, they told the lesson through stories. Imagine waking each morning with an empty stomach. Your hands tremble from weakness. The smell of roasting meat exists only in memory. Every conversation becomes shorter, every movement slower. Some sailors begin staring silently toward the cattle, not with greed, with desperation. Odysseus notices. He gathers everyone again. Remember your oath. Remember Tiresias. Remember the gods. The men agree. Again. Then one afternoon, Odysseus walks inland. According to Homer, he leaves the others to pray alone. He climbs a quiet hillside, far from the camp. He raises his hands toward the heavens, perhaps asking Zeus for mercy, for favorable winds, for one final chance. Exhaustion overwhelms him. There, beneath the trees, he falls asleep. It is one of the few times in the Odyssey that sleep becomes the turning point. Back at the shore, the hunger has become unbearable. The sailors gather quietly. Their leader, Eurylochus, steps forward. The same man whose caution once saved them from Circe. Now, his voice sounds different. Not foolish, not reckless, simply broken. Imagine him looking into the faces of his companions. He sees hollow cheeks, weak hands, men barely able to stand. Then he says something deeply human. Every kind of death is terrible, but starving is the worst. He knows the warning. He knows the prophecy. He knows the cattle are sacred. Still, he asks the question desperation always asks. What if we die here anyway? Would it not be better to face the anger of the gods, then slowly waste away? No one answers immediately, because everyone understands the temptation. Not one man wishes to offend Helios, but every man wishes to live. Sometimes, the greatest tragedies are not born from evil. They are born when desperate people begin convincing themselves that they have no choice. At last, someone stands, then another. The decision spreads quietly, like falling dominoes. One by one, the men walk toward the sacred herd. The cattle continue grazing peacefully. They do not run. They do not resist. They have no reason to fear. The first animal falls, then another. Soon, fires burn across the beach. The smell of roasting meat fills the air. For the first time in weeks, the sailors eat until their hunger disappears. Some even laugh, relieved, certain that perhaps nothing will happen after all. Then Odysseus wakes. Imagine returning toward the shore. The smell reaches him first. Smoke. Cooking meat. His heart sinks. Before he even sees the fires, he already knows. He runs. The beach comes into view. The sacred cattle lie butchered upon the ground. His companions sit around the flames, unable to meet his eyes. No one needs to explain. No one dares. The prophecy has been broken. According to Homer, the gods themselves witness what has happened. Far above, Helios sees his beloved cattle slaughtered. His anger burns brighter than the sun crossing the sky. He ascends to Olympus. There, before Zeus, he demands justice. If this crime goes unpunished, I will no longer shine upon the living. I will carry my light instead. to the world of the dead. The universe itself seems to hold its breath. Even Zeus cannot ignore such a demand. The king of the gods answers quietly. Justice will come. The storm finally ends. The sky clears. A gentle wind fills the sails. The sailors rejoice. They believe. Perhaps they escaped the consequences. Perhaps the gods have forgiven them. Perhaps the prophecy was only a warning. Odysseus watches the horizon in silence. He knows better. Some storms do not arrive immediately. Some wait until hope has returned. And somewhere beyond the open sea, dark clouds are already gathering once more. This time, there will be no monster to outwit, no clever trick, no escape, only the judgment of Zeus himself. Chapter 31, The Wrath of Zeus. Sometimes, the punishment does not come immediately. That is what makes it so dangerous, because silence can feel like forgiveness, and hope can make us believe we escaped the consequences. The storm had finally passed. For more than a month, dark clouds had imprisoned the crew upon the island of Helios. Now, the sky was clear once more. The sea glittered beneath the morning sun. A steady wind filled the black sail. Imagine the relief that spread across the ship. Fresh air. Open water. The island slowly shrinking behind them. Perhaps, they thought, the worst was over. Perhaps the gods had chosen mercy. No one spoke about the cattle. Not directly. Some stared silently toward the disappearing shoreline. Others busied themselves adjusting ropes, checking the sail, finding anything to occupy their hands. Because guilt has a way of making ordinary work feel important. Odysseus stood alone at the stern. He watched the island fade into the horizon. His thoughts returned again to Tiresias. Every word, every warning, every prophecy. The old blind seer had spoken with absolute certainty. If the cattle are harmed, your ship and your companions will be destroyed. There had been no uncertainty, no conditions, only inevitability. Imagine carrying that knowledge, looking into the faces of men you have led for nearly 20 years, while knowing many of them have only hours left to live. What could Odysseus possibly say? Prepare to die? No. Some truths serve no purpose until they arrive. Far above, beyond the clouds, the gods were watching. To the ancient Greeks, the world was never empty. Every storm carried intention. Every calm carried meaning. Nature itself was alive, listening, remembering, judging. According to the Odyssey, Helios had gone before Zeus, not asking, demanding justice. The sacred order of the world had been broken. If divine law meant nothing, then the boundary between gods and mortals would disappear. Zeus understood. Some actions required consequences, not because he enjoyed punishment, but because order itself depended upon it. The sea remained peaceful for a while, almost suspiciously peaceful. Imagine sailing across water so smooth. It reflects the clouds like polished glass. No wind stronger than a whisper. No crashing waves. Only silence. Sometimes, calm is merely the space between lightning and thunder. Then, without warning, the sky darkened. Not gradually, instantly. One moment, sunlight. The next, a wall of black cloud rolled across the heavens. The wind stopped. Every sail collapsed. The ocean became unnaturally still. Even the birds vanished. The sailors looked upward. No one spoke. Every man aboard that ship had survived too much not to recognize the signs. This was no ordinary storm. Imagine standing upon the deck. The air feels strangely heavy, almost difficult to breathe. Your skin prickles. The hairs upon your arms stand upright. Somewhere, far beyond the clouds, something immense is gathering. Then, lightning. Not one bolt. A blinding spear of white fire, splitting the sky from horizon to sea. The thunder follows immediately, so loud. The ship itself seems to shudder. The very air trembles. According to Homer, Zeus hurls his thunderbolt. It strikes the ship directly. The mast explodes. Splinters of burning wood rain across the deck. The sail bursts into flames. Bronze fittings glow with sudden heat. The steering snaps apart. The entire vessel lurches violently. Imagine the chaos. Men thrown across the deck. Ropes whipping through the air. Fire. Smoke. The smell of scorched wood. Someone cries out. Another disappears overboard before anyone can reach him. The sea, which had seemed so peaceful only moments before, erupts into towering black waves. The ship begins to break apart, not slowly, all at once. Years of careful craftsmanship, reduced to floating wreckage. The hull splits. Water rushes inside. Every plank groans. Every joint gives way. The home that had carried them across half the world is dying beneath their feet. Odysseus tries to shout orders, but the storm swallows every word. No formation can save them now. No strategy. No clever plan. No deception. There are moments when even the wisest leader can do nothing except endure. One by one, his companions vanish into the sea. Imagine seeing faces you have known since youth. Men who marched beside you at Troy. Men who trusted you enough to sail into the unknown. Hands reach desperately above the waves. A cry. A glimpse of a face. Then, nothing. Only water. Only foam. Only silence. According to Homer, the prophecy is fulfilled completely. Every man, except one, is lost. Not because they lacked courage, not because they fought poorly, but because a single choice, made in desperation, had consequences. None of them could escape. Odysseus clings desperately to the shattered remains of the mast and keel. The sea tears the wreckage apart, yet somehow, the broken timbers remain tangled together, forming a fragile raft. Imagine wrapping your exhausted arms around splintered wood. Every wave threatens to rip you away. Salt burns your eyes. Your muscles scream with exhaustion. Still, you refuse to let go, because letting go means disappearing forever beneath the sea. The storm drives him helplessly across the water. He has no sail, no oars, no control, only survival. For the first time since leaving Troy, Odysseus is truly alone. No crew, no companions, no voices, only the endless sea and the sound of wind. Days earlier, he had been a king leading the last survivors of his expedition. Now, he is the last survivor, the final witness, the only living man left. who remembers every step of the journey from Troy. The weight of 20 years now rests upon one pair of shoulders. The broken raft drifts wherever the sea commands. And then, Odysseus recognizes something that chills him more than the storm itself. Ahead, the water begins to spin. The sea starts flowing toward a familiar darkness. He knows this place. He has been here before. He is being carried back toward Charybdis, the monstrous whirlpool that devours the sea itself. This time, there is no ship, no crew, no oars, no choice. Only a lone man, clinging to broken wood, as the ocean opens its mouth. Once again, Chapter 32, Charybdis. The sea does not hate you. It does not love you. It does not know your name. It simply takes. The broken mast rose and fell beneath Odysseus. Every wave threatened to tear it from his grasp. Salt stung the cuts upon his hands. His muscles had long since passed the point of exhaustion. He no longer fought the sea. He simply endured it. Imagine floating alone across an endless ocean. No ship, no companions, no voices. For 20 years, Odysseus had always carried the burden of leadership. Now, there was no one left to lead. Behind him lay the wreckage of everything. The black ship that had survived Troy. The friends who had followed him across the known world. The laughter that once filled 12 proud vessels. Gone. The sea had erased them all. Only one witness remained. For a while, the waves carried him gently, almost kindly. The sky cleared. The wind softened. It would have been easy to believe. The danger had finally passed. But Odysseus had learned long ago that the sea often smiled just before it struck. Then, he heard it. A sound so deep, it seemed to come from beneath the earth itself. Not thunder, not wind. A roar. Steady. Endless. Hungry. Imagine lifting your head. Far ahead. The ocean is no longer flat. The water bends inward, as though the sea itself is disappearing. Odysseus knows immediately. There is no mistaking it. Charybdis. Once again, according to Homer, 3 times each day, the monstrous whirlpool swallowed the sea. 3 times, it spat the waters back into the world. When Odysseus first passed this place aboard his ship, he barely escaped by steering towards Scylla. Now, he has no rudder, no sail, no crew, only a few broken timbers, and whatever strength remains inside his body. Imagine the current beneath him. At first, it is almost unnoticeable. Then, the pull becomes stronger. The broken raft begins sliding forward. Without any wind at all, the sea itself is dragging him toward the abyss. Odysseus paddles desperately with one arm. It changes nothing. The current is too powerful. The whirlpool grows larger. The roar becomes deafening. The entire ocean seems to lean downward. There are moments when human strength simply does not matter. This is one of them. The shattered raft reaches the edge of the great spiral. The timbers spin wildly. Water crashes over Odysseus. He struggles to breathe. The mast tears from his grasp. For one terrifying instant, he feels himself falling, not downward through air, but downward through water, toward darkness, toward oblivion. Then, he sees it. A wild fig tree, growing from the cliff above the whirlpool. Its roots clutch the rock with impossible determination. Its branches stretch outward, directly above the churning sea. Imagine making one final leap, not knowing whether your hands will find anything at all, not knowing whether your strength is enough, only knowing that doing nothing means certain death. Odysseus releases the wreckage. His body is swept forward. He throws both arms upward, his fingers close around a thick branch. For one agonizing heartbeat, he hangs suspended above the roaring abyss. Below him, the remains of his raft disappear into Charybdis, gone, consumed, as though they had never existed. According to Homer, Odysseus clings there, like a bat beneath a rocky ceiling. The image is striking, not a triumphant hero, not a mighty king, simply a man, holding on, with everything he has left. Sometimes, survival looks less like victory, and more like refusing to let go. Minutes pass, or perhaps hours. Time loses all meaning. His arms tremble violently. Every muscle burns. The bark cuts into his palms. He cannot climb. He cannot descend. He can only wait. Below him, the whirlpool continues its terrible rhythm. The sea vanishes, then returns. Again and again. Patient. Unchanging. Older than any kingdom. Older than Troy. Older perhaps than memory itself. Perhaps Homer is reminding us that nature is never impressed by human greatness. The ocean does not care whether the man above it is a shepherd or the conqueror of Troy. To the sea, every life weighs the same. At last, the water begins to rise again. The whirlpool exhales. Foaming waves surge upward from the darkness, and with them, something else. Broken timbers, the shattered keel, fragments of the raft, spat back into the sunlight. Odysseus waits for exactly the right moment. Too early, and the current will seize him again. Too late, and the wreckage will drift away forever. Imagine releasing the branch. After everything, after surviving Troy, Cyclopes, the underworld, Scylla, Zeus himself. One final leap, one final gamble. He lets go. His body crashes into the cold sea. For a terrifying instant, the current pulls at his legs. Then, his hands find the floating timbers once more. He hauls himself onto them, breathing hard, alive, against every expectation, alive. There is something extraordinary about this moment. Odysseus does not defeat Charybdis. He does not outsmart it. He does not conquer it. He survives it. Sometimes, that is the greatest victory available. Not winning, simply living long enough to see another sunrise. The sea slowly carries him away. The terrible roar fades behind him. The whirlpool becomes smaller until it disappears beneath the horizon. For the second time, Odysseus has escaped one of the greatest horrors of the ancient world. No songs celebrate this escape. No companions witness it. Only the sea knows. Days pass. The sun rises. The sun sets. Odysseus drifts wherever the winds and currents decide. His lips crack from thirst. His body grows weaker. Every movement demands enormous effort. He has no food, no fresh water, no destination, only hope. And sometimes, hope is the only thing keeping a person alive. Then, On the 18th day, a dark shape appears on the horizon. Not another monster, not another storm. An island. Green. Quiet. Almost dreamlike. Odysseus cannot know it yet, but he is drifting toward the home of the most powerful woman he has ever met. A woman who will offer him everything he has spent 20 years trying to reach. Everything. Except home. Chapter 33, Calypso's Island. Not every rescue feels like freedom. Sometimes, the safest place in the world can quietly become the place that steals your future. The sea had finally grown calm. No thunder. No towering waves. No monsters lurking beneath the surface. Only endless blue, stretching to every horizon. Odysseus drifted upon the broken timbers. More ghost than man. Imagine the weight of exhaustion pressing down on every part of your body. Your hands are raw from salt and splintered wood. Your lips are cracked from thirst. Your eyes burn from days beneath the relentless sun. You no longer dream of victory. You dream of one more breath, one more sunrise, one more chance. For 17 days, the currents had carried him wherever they wished. He had no sail, no oars, no control. The sea had become both his prison and his only companion. By now, he no longer measured time in days, only in sunrises, only in nights survived. Then, on the 18th morning, he opened his weary eyes. Something interrupted the endless line where sea met sky. A dark shape, small at first, then greener, larger, alive. Land. Imagine the hope that surged through him. Not the wild excitement of a conqueror. The quiet hope of someone who has almost forgotten what solid ground feels like beneath his feet. Trees. Real trees. Birds circling overhead. The smell of earth carried faintly across the breeze. For the first time in many days, the scent of flowers instead of salt. According to the Odyssey, this island was called Ogygia, remote, hidden, far from the routes of ordinary sailors. A place almost untouched by the world. A place where an immortal lived alone. As Odysseus drifted closer, the island revealed itself. Imagine dense forests filled with towering cedar and cypress. Crystal clear springs bubbling from moss-covered rocks. Vines heavy with ripe grapes. Wildflowers covering the hillsides in colors no battlefield had ever known. Birds nested among the branches. Freshwater streams sparkled beneath the sunlight. Everything breathed peace. Homer lingers over this description. Why? Because after years of war, storms, blood, and grief, he wants us to feel exactly what Odysseus feels: relief. A place untouched by violence. A corner of the world where suffering seems impossible, but appearances have deceived him before. The waves gently carried him onto the shore. His strength finally abandoned him. He crawled across the wet sand. Each movement felt heavier than lifting a shield in battle. His fingers dug into the earth, real earth, warm beneath the sun. Then, he collapsed. Imagine lying there, too weak even to stand, listening to leaves rustling above you, feeling the warmth of sunlight across your back. After 20 years, you have survived everything, and yet, you cannot even lift your head. Homer tells us that Odysseus fell asleep beneath 2 olive trees. Nature itself seemed to shelter him. The leaves shielded him from the sun. Soft grasses became his bed. For perhaps the first time since leaving Troy, he slept. Without fear. While he slept, someone watched. Her name was Calypso, one of the most mysterious figures in Greek mythology. Homer calls her a nymph, a divine being, immortal, neither fully goddess nor fully mortal. She lived alone upon Ogygia, far from Olympus, far from humanity, for reasons the poem never completely explains. She had spent ages in solitude. Imagine seeing the stranger upon your shore, not a king, not a famous warrior, simply a broken man, his clothes torn, his body scarred, his face weathered by 20 years of hardship, a man who looked as though the sea itself had nearly erased him. Calypso approaches quietly. Perhaps she already knows who he is. The gods often know more than mortals realize. Or perhaps she simply sees another lonely soul. However it began, compassion comes first. She carries him into her cave. Imagine stepping inside. The cave is unlike anything Odysseus has ever seen. Not dark, not cold. Warm firelight dances across polished stone walls. The air smells of cedar, wild herbs, and fresh bread. Vines hang from the entrance. Clear water flows through hidden channels nearby. Outside, fruit trees bend beneath the weight of figs, pomegranates, and olives. Everything speaks of abundance, of life, of peace. Calypso tends his wounds. She gives him fresh food, fresh water, clean clothing. She asks for nothing in return, only that he recover, only that he rest. For a man who has lost every companion, every ship, every certainty, such kindness must have felt almost overwhelming. Imagine the silence between them. No battles to discuss, no strategies to plan, no enemies approaching, only two lonely souls, sharing quiet meals, while the waves break gently outside. Time begins moving strangely again, not because of danger, because of peace. According to the Odyssey, Odysseus remains upon Ogygia, not for weeks, not for months, for 7 years. 7 long years. Imagine hearing that. After surviving every trial imaginable, his greatest delay is not caused by a monster, not by a storm, not by war, but by comfort. Calypso falls deeply in love with him. Ancient poets describe her affection as sincere. She does not wish to harm him. She wishes to keep him forever. And because she is immortal, forever is exactly what she means. Then, she offers something no mortal has ever been offered before. Not treasure, not kingdoms, not glory, immortality. Imagine someone saying to you, stay, never grow old, never fear death again, remain with me, and you will live forever. For most people, the choice would seem obvious. Who would refuse eternal life? Who would willingly choose aging, loss, and death? But Odysseus does. Not immediately, not dramatically, quietly, day after day, year after year. Because there is one thing even immortality cannot replace: home. Homer gives us one of the most heartbreaking images in the entire poem. Each day, Odysseus walks to the edge of the island. He sits upon the rocks beside the sea. He looks west, toward Ithaca, and he weeps. Imagine that lonely figure, the man who outwitted Cyclopes, who survived the underworld, who escaped Zeus himself, now sitting quietly beside the waves, crying. Not from fear, not from pain, from longing. Calypso gives him everything: safety, comfort, love, even the promise of eternal youth. Yet every evening, his eyes remain fixed on the horizon, because the place he truly desires cannot be found on any immortal island. It is a small kingdom, a faithful wife, a son who has become a man without him, an aging father, a home that may no longer remember his face. Sometimes, what makes a place home is not that it is perfect, it is that the people waiting there know your name. 7 years pass. The seasons change. Again and again. Leaves fall. New flowers bloom. The sea keeps whispering against the shore. And every day, Odysseus continues watching the horizon, believing, hoping, waiting. He does not know that far above, on Mount Olympus, the gods are finally beginning to speak his name once more, and one goddess, who has never forgotten her favorite hero, is about to remind Zeus that the king of Ithaca has suffered long enough. Chapter 34. The gods remember. There is a strange kind of suffering that comes not from pain, but from waiting. Waiting for a letter that never arrives. Waiting for a door that never opens. Waiting for someone who may never come home. For 7 years, Odysseus waited, not because he had given up, but because there was nowhere left to go. Imagine another dawn on Ogygia. The island is as beautiful as ever. The sea glows beneath the rising sun. Birds sing among the cedar branches. Fresh water trickles through moss-covered stones. Nothing has changed, except the man sitting alone beside the shore. Every morning, Odysseus walks to the same lonely rocks. Every morning, he stares across an empty horizon. Every morning, he hopes that somehow the sea will show him a path home. And every evening, the sea gives him only silence. According to Homer, Calypso never mistreats him. She feeds him, shelters him, speaks gently to him. She truly loves him. Yet love cannot erase longing, because longing is not always about the place you are. Sometimes, it is about the place where your heart still lives. Imagine the conversations they must have shared. The immortal and the mortal. One has all the time in the world. The other feels every passing season. Perhaps Calypso cannot fully understand why Odysseus continues grieving. To her, 7 years are only a brief moment. To him, they are 7 birthdays missed, 7 harvests, 7 winters, 7 years of his son growing older, 7 years of Penelope waiting alone. Mortals count time differently, because we know it is limited. Far away, beyond the clouds, another conversation is beginning, one that will finally change everything. High upon Mount Olympus, the gods gather. Imagine the great hall of Zeus. Golden pillars rise toward an endless sky. Clouds drift silently through the open air. The immortal gods take their places. Athena is there, wise, patient, watching. She has remained Odysseus' protector since the fall of Troy. She has admired not only his courage, but something even rarer, his mind. His ability to solve impossible problems, his refusal to surrender. But for 7 long years, Even Athena has been unable to help him, not while Poseidon's anger still ruled the seas. Now, according to the Odyssey, Poseidon is absent. He has traveled to visit the distant Ethiopians. For the first time in years, the sea god is not present in Olympus. Athena recognizes the opportunity immediately. She rises and speaks. Imagine standing before Zeus himself, king of the gods, ruler of thunder, father of Olympus. Every word must matter. Athena does not begin by praising Odysseus. She begins with a question that reaches far beyond one man. Has Zeus forgotten what it means for a good king to suffer? She reminds the gods who Odysseus truly is. A ruler who honored sacrifices, a man who respected divine law, a king who served his people faithfully. Why? She asks, should such a man remain imprisoned, while others who committed far greater crimes walk freely? Notice something remarkable. Athena does not claim Odysseus is perfect. She knows better than anyone that he has made mistakes, terrible mistakes. His pride before the Cyclops, his moments of anger, his failures as a leader. But she argues something deeply human. A person should not be punished forever. Zeus listens quietly. Then, he answers. According to Homer, Zeus has never hated Odysseus. The greatest obstacle has always been Poseidon, and even Poseidon's anger cannot last forever. Justice must eventually make room for mercy. So Zeus makes his decision. Odysseus will finally go home. Imagine those words echoing across Olympus. After 20 years, the journey is not over, but at last, it has a direction. Zeus turns toward Hermes, the swift messenger of the gods, the same divine guide who once gave Odysseus the magical herb against Circe. Again, Hermes is chosen. Again, he carries hope. Go to Ogygia. Tell Calypso, the will of Olympus, the son of Laertes, must be released. Hermes bows. Then, he departs. Imagine him crossing the world. His winged sandals barely touch the air. Mountains pass beneath him. Forests blur into rivers. Islands disappear below the clouds. The sea stretches endlessly until, at last, a tiny green island appears. Hidden, lonely, beautiful. Ogygia. Homer pauses to describe the island once again, not because we have forgotten it, but because Hermes, seeing it for the first time, understands why even a goddess might choose to remain here forever. The forests shimmer in the sunlight. Birds fill the air with song. Vines heavy with fruit cover the cliffs. Fresh springs flow beside flowering meadows. It is paradise. Hermes finds Calypso inside her cave. She is weaving upon a great golden loom. Her voice rises softly in song. The fire glows warmly nearby. Everything appears peaceful until Hermes arrives. Imagine Calypso looking up in surprise. The messenger of Zeus rarely visits without reason. She welcomes him with perfect hospitality. Food is prepared. Wine is poured. Only after every sacred custom has been observed does Hermes reveal why he has come. Zeus has spoken. Only 4 words. Yet they change everything. Calypso's face falls. She understands immediately. The choice is no longer hers. According to Homer, her response is one of the most fascinating speeches in the entire epic. She does not scream. She does not refuse. Instead, She points out what she believes is a painful double standard. She reminds Hermes that male gods have often taken mortal women as lovers. Yet whenever an immortal goddess loves a mortal man, the other gods intervene. Why? She asks. Is her love treated differently? It is a question Homer leaves hanging. He offers no direct answer, only silence. And perhaps that silence invites every generation to think for itself. Hermes cannot change Zeus' command. The decision has already been made. Odysseus must leave. Calypso lowers her eyes. Slowly. She nods. She will obey. Not because she wishes to, because even immortals cannot defy the will of Olympus forever. Imagine what she must feel. For 7 years, she has loved a man who never stopped looking toward another shore. Now, she must be the one to tell him. His waiting is finally over, and somewhere along the rocky coast, Odysseus sits upon his familiar stone, watching the western horizon, completely unaware that before the sun sets, he will hear the words he has dreamed of for 20 long years. Chapter 35, The Last Gift of Calypso. Some acts of love are measured not by how tightly we hold on, but by whether we find the strength to let go. The sea rolled gently against the rocks of Ogygia. Another morning, another sunrise, another day that looked exactly like the one before it. Odysseus sat upon his familiar stone, his eyes fixed upon the western horizon. Always west, always toward Ithaca. Imagine watching the same stretch of empty sea for 7 years. Not because you expect a miracle, but because hope, even when it grows quiet, refuses to disappear completely. Behind him, soft footsteps approached. He did not turn immediately. He already knew who it was. Calypso. She had come to this shore many times before, sometimes with food, sometimes with gentle conversation, sometimes saying nothing at all. Today, something felt different. Imagine looking into her face. She is smiling, but only slightly. There is sadness behind her eyes, the kind of sadness that comes only when someone already knows they are about to lose the person they love. For a long moment, neither of them speaks. The waves fill the silence. Finally, Calypso breaks it. According to the Odyssey, her words are simple. You may leave. Imagine hearing those 3 words. For 7 years, they were impossible. Now, they arrive so quietly that Odysseus almost cannot believe them. He looks at her carefully, not with joy, with caution. The gods have deceived him before. Circe welcomed him with kindness. Before revealing her magic, the Lotus Eaters offered peace that concealed oblivion. Even beautiful islands have hidden dangers. Odysseus asks the question any careful survivor would ask. Can I trust you? Some readers have criticized him for this. But after everything he has endured, his hesitation feels deeply human. Trust, once broken enough times, returns only slowly. Calypso does not become angry. Instead, she swears a sacred oath, the most binding promise an immortal can make. She calls upon the river Styx. Among the gods, no oath carried greater weight. To swear falsely upon the Styx was unthinkable. Her promise is genuine. She will not harm him. She will help him leave. Imagine what those words cost her. She knows exactly what they mean. The quiet life they have shared, the meals, the conversations, the evenings beside the fire. the mornings by the sea, all of it is ending. Not because she stopped loving him, because love sometimes asks us to choose another person's happiness over our own. That afternoon, Calypso leads Odysseus into the forest, not to hide him, to prepare him. Imagine towering cedar trees reaching high into the sky. Their scent fills the warm air. Birds sing among the branches. Sunlight dances across the moss beneath their feet. For 7 years, this forest has been his prison. Today, it becomes the place where freedom begins. According to Homer, Calypso herself gives Odysseus an axe, a bronze adze, sharp, perfectly balanced. She points toward the great trees. Without complaint, without resentment, she helps him gather the wood he needs. Imagine the rhythm of the work, the swing of the axe, the crash of each cedar, the smell of fresh cut timber. After years of helpless waiting, Odysseus is finally building something again. Every strike feels meaningful. Every plank carries hope. Perhaps that is why Homer spends time describing the raft. Because it is not merely a raft. It is hope. Taking shape. One piece of wood at a time. Day after day. Odysseus works. He measures carefully, cuts precisely, fits each beam together with the patience of a master craftsman. Long before he became famous as a warrior, Odysseus had been a builder, a king responsible for ships, homes, harbors, fields. Creation, not destruction, had always been his true calling. Calypso watches quietly, sometimes helping, sometimes simply observing. She does not interfere. She understands that every plank fastened together brings the farewell closer. When the raft is complete, it is no crude bundle of logs. Homer describes something far more sophisticated, a sturdy vessel, strong timbers carefully joined, a mast, a sail, steering oars, everything necessary for a long voyage. Odysseus builds it with the same intelligence that once conceived the Trojan horse. His greatest weapon has never been his sword. It has always been his mind. Then comes one final surprise. Calypso herself gathers supplies. Imagine watching her prepare the journey. Fresh bread, dried meat, wine, sweet water stored in sturdy skins, warm clothing, everything a sailor might need. She thinks of details Odysseus himself may have forgotten, not because she wishes him to stay, because she wants him to survive. Before dawn, they walk together toward the shore. Neither speaks very much. Some goodbyes cannot be improved by words. Imagine the raft resting upon the sand, the sail folded neatly, the sea calm, the wind light from the east. Exactly the wind needed to carry him toward Greece, almost as though the gods themselves have finally decided to help. Calypso stands quietly beside the water. She looks at Odysseus, then toward the horizon he has watched for 7 years. Perhaps, for the first time, she truly understands. She never lost him to another woman or another goddess. She lost him to home. Home. A small rocky island, far less beautiful than Ogygia. No immortal gardens, no eternal youth, no promise of endless life. Chapter 42. The Long Road Home. Every story must eventually answer the question it has been asking from the very beginning. For Odysseus, that question was never, could he survive? It was, After everything he had become, could he still go home? The great hall of King Alcinous fell silent. The stranger who had arrived with nothing stood before kings. Queen ENIRE recognized the garments he wore. They were the very clothes she had woven. King Alcinous noticed the dignity in his voice. The nobles saw scars that no ordinary traveler could carry. Someone finally asked the question that had followed Odysseus across the sea for 20 years. "Who are you?" For a long moment, he simply looked into the fire. Then, he spoke the name that had once terrified armies. "I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, king of Ithaca." The room became still, not because they feared him, because every sailor in the Greek world knew that name. Many believed he had died years ago, yet here he stood, older, broken, alive. Through the night, Odysseus finally told his story. He spoke of the wooden horse that ended the Trojan War, not as a glorious victory, but as the beginning of a far longer battle. He told them of the Sicanies, where victory turned into needless loss because his men refused to leave in time. He spoke of the lotus eaters, whose sweet fruit almost erased the memory of home itself. He remembered the cave of Polyphemus, where cleverness defeated impossible strength. Yet pride whispered one fatal sentence. One name shouted across the sea, and a god's anger followed him for decades. He told them of Aeolus, who gifted him the very winds of heaven, only for human suspicion and greed to throw that gift away. He remembered the giants, the Laestrygonians, whose stones crushed ship after ship until almost every companion he loved disappeared beneath the waves. He spoke softly of Circe, who taught him that wisdom often mattered more than force, of the dark road into the underworld, where he embraced only the ghost of his own mother, learning she had died while waiting for him to return. He remembered Achilles, who confessed that ruling the dead was worth less than living one ordinary day beneath the sun. He remembered hearing the sirens sing, binding himself to the mast, because sometimes the strongest person is the one who refuses to trust himself. He remembered Scylla, where choosing the lesser tragedy meant watching 6 loyal friends disappear forever. He remembered Charybdis, whose endless whirlpool swallowed the sea itself. He remembered the sacred cattle of Helios, when hunger defeated discipline, and Zeus destroyed the last ship that carried his friends. One by one, every companion vanished, until only one survivor remained. He spoke of drifting alone upon the endless sea, of Calypso's lonely island, of 7 years spent looking across the horizon toward a home that grew farther away with every passing season. He remembered Poseidon's final storm, the kindness of Nausicaa, the generosity of strangers, and finally, the hall became silent once more. No one cheered. No one celebrated, because they understood something. Odysseus had not conquered the sea. He had merely survived it. King Alcinous rose to his feet. No man who has suffered so much should wander another day. The Phaeacians prepared their finest ship, not as payment, not as charity, as an act of sacred hospitality, while Odysseus slept peacefully aboard the vessel. The greatest sailors in the world carried him silently across the sea. When dawn broke, he was no longer dreaming. He was lying upon the shore of Ithaca, the island he had not touched. For 20 years, he kissed the earth, but home had changed. Athena appeared beside him, disguised as a shepherd. She warned him that cruel men had filled his palace. More than 100 arrogant suitors had consumed his food, spent his wealth, and demanded that Penelope choose a new husband. His faithful wife had delayed them for years, weaving a funeral shroud by day and secretly unraveling it every night. His son, Telemachus, had grown into a man without a father. Odysseus understood immediately. This was not the time for celebration. It was time for patience. Athena transformed him into an old beggar. The mighty king disappeared beneath wrinkles, worn clothing, and tired eyes. No one recognized him. Not the servants, not the greedy suitors, not even Penelope. Only his old hunting dog, Argos, lying forgotten upon a pile of dung. The old dog lifted his head. His tail moved once. His master had finally come home. Then, after waiting 20 years, Argos quietly closed his eyes and died. One loyal heart had waited just long enough. Odysseus hid his tears. Soon afterward, he embraced Telemachus in secret, father and son, together at last. They planned carefully. They waited patiently. Then Penelope announced one final contest. Whoever could string Odysseus' great bow and send an arrow through 12 axe heads would become her husband. One by one, the suitors failed. The bow refused every hand. Then the old beggar asked to try. The hall erupted with laughter until he effortlessly bent the bow. The string sang. The arrow flew straight through all 12 axes. Silence. Odysseus stood. Athena restored his true form. The beggar vanished. The king of Ithaca had returned. Justice followed swiftly. The suitors who had stolen his home fell one by one, not because Odysseus hungered for revenge, but because some crimes cannot be allowed to become the law of the land. When the battle ended, the palace was finally quiet again. Only one person remained unconvinced: Penelope. She had waited 20 years. Hope had taught her caution. She refused to believe too quickly, so she gave one final test. "Move our marriage bed," she said. Odysseus answered immediately. "No one can move it. I built that bed around the living olive tree that still grows beneath our home." Only the two of them knew that secret. Penelope's eyes filled with tears. At last, the waiting was over. Chapter 43. The Man Who Came Home. Sometimes, people believe the Odyssey is a story about monsters. It is not. It is a story about remembering who you are. Imagine the palace after the battle. The shouting has ended. The swords have fallen silent. Morning sunlight spills across the stone floor. For the first time in years, peace returns. Not because every wound has healed, but because hope has finally come home. Penelope walks slowly toward the man she loved. 20 years earlier, he had left as a young king. Now, his hair carries silver. His face bears scars no healer can erase. Time has changed them both, yet something remains untouched. Recognition, not of the face, but of the soul. Sometimes, love survives because it remembers what time cannot erase. Soon afterward, Odysseus walks into the countryside. There, an old man works quietly among olive trees. His father, Laertes, the once proud king, now lives simply, his heart broken by grief. Odysseus does not reveal himself immediately. Even now, he tests before he speaks. But when father and son finally embrace, 20 years of sorrow dissolve into one moment. 3 generations now stand together. Laertes, Odysseus, Telemachus, a family, made whole again. Yet one final danger remains. The families of the slain suitors gather. They demand revenge. Another war threatens to begin. Another generation, ready to inherit hatred from the last. But this time, the gods intervene. Athena descends. Zeus commands that the cycle of bloodshed must end. Weapons are lowered. Old enemies step back. For once, history chooses peace instead of vengeance. And so, after 20 years, Odysseus' journey finally ends. Not when he defeated the Cyclops, not when he escaped the Sirens, not when he survived Poseidon's storms. His journey ended when he could once again sleep beneath his own roof, beside the woman who never stopped believing that somewhere beyond the sea, he was still trying to come home. Whether every adventure happened exactly as Homer tells it, we cannot know. The Odyssey lives somewhere between history, memory, and myth. Its monsters may symbolize the fears sailors carried into unknown waters. Its gods may reflect how the ancient Greeks understood fate, fortune, and the unpredictable forces of life. But the emotional truth of the story has endured for nearly 3,000 years. Because every generation understands what Odysseus felt. We all face storms we did not choose. We all lose people we love. We all make mistakes we wish we could take back. We all wonder whether the person who returns home will still be the same person who left. Perhaps that is why the Odyssey has never disappeared. Not because of the Cyclops, not because of the Sirens, not because of impossible monsters, but because beneath every myth is an ordinary human longing, the longing to belong, to be remembered, to return to the people who know our true name. Tonight, as the Mediterranean grows quiet beneath the stars, imagine a small rocky island called Ithaca. No grand empire, no towering palace to rival Troy, just the warm glow of a single home. Inside, an old warrior has finally set down his sword. A faithful queen no longer listens for footsteps that never come. A son no longer wonders what kind of man his father was. The sea still whispers beyond the cliffs, just as it always has. But for the first time in 20 years, Odysseus does not look toward the horizon. He simply closes his eyes, because after a lifetime spent searching, he is exactly where he was always meant to be. And perhaps that is the quiet lesson Homer left for all of us. The greatest journey we will ever make is not across oceans. It is the long, often difficult, road back to the people and the place that teach us who we truly are.